351 little people. Big shot. Wang Ben's boldness is not only reflected in relying on his keen awareness of the bold layout plan. Even some troops had to deploy according to his combat plan. In tactical arrangements, Wang Ben's boldness almost reached an astonishing level. In order not to give the Shi people quick response time after being hit, after Wang Ben took the initiative to ask for a very vague concept of time, boldly launch an assault. Once the rocket firepower is covered a little later, it is not just the Shi people who have been hit hard. There are also the 10,000 cavalrymen of the Qin army Swang Ben Bu. 10,000 cavalry were divided into 3 groups to destroy the Yu's army that was hit, plus the 2nd Cavalry Brigade that crossed the Yellow River. The Shi people were completely defeated. The on-air-sided pursuit continued until dawn the next day. The early morning is a bit cold. Fight overnight. The ground is full of large numbers of corpses lying on the ground. Qin Jun died very rarely. Most of them are from Shi. The 1st section of the 3rd Regiment of the 1st Division is cleaning the battlefield. Trophies are everywhere on the battlefield. The soldiers stabbed those who did not die with bayonets, surrendered alive into the prisoner of war camp, then evacuated. The infantry has now been completely reduced to a sweeping team of the cavalry rapid force. This made some officers of the infantry unit very dissatisfied. They think the merits of the war naturally have its own part. But now, damn it, the cavalry is bullish. A captain scolded dissatisfiedly, there is no way. Anyone has 4 legs. Let's do this, a lieutenant said, patted his thigh and said. 2 legs, the lieutenant said dissatisfied. Mother, you can't let the cavalry be so bullish. Go. Call the platoon leader. Let him take a few people. Ride on the horse and chase me. Pursuing desperately, picking up those officials. The order was issued quickly. Juban Sol took a few people to chase after him. The cavalry's desperate pursuit did not give the Shi people a chance to breathe. The people of the family can only avoid the frantic pursuit of the Qin army by retreating. Only then can the remnants be gathered. The Shi people were completely broken up. Over 200,000 troops were wiped out overnight. Too fast. Soon, even Shi himself couldn't believe it. King ran out with a few pros. Everyone was broken up. There were more than 200,000 troops last night. One night. Just one night. King Yu's face was dusty. The king's golden crown ran away while escaping. The hair fell apart. Several people found a very inconspicuous soil slope to rest. They ran all night. People can't stand it. Horses can't stand it either. They lay exhausted on the slope. The sun rose slowly. Tiredness makes them start to rest. Too tired. Also very tired are Wang Benbu and the 2nd Cavalry Brigade. One night's chase and killing made them very rewarding. But as the chasing surface disperses, all the people of Shi escaped. Wang Ben looked at the map. I didn't watch it. The map is drawn too vaguely. It's the same to see and not to see. Mother, all those who run, this month's people are all mice. Let me catch them one by one. Wang Ben scolded angrily. He thought he would be able to solve the clans. Such credit naturally to him. But now, only the reserves were in front of him. This also means that the reserve is about to get ahead. King Shi ran away last night. Now, Wang Ben had no choice but to dismantle his troops and search forward. All the troops are divided into battalions. Hunt down overnight. Everyone is tired. The search is very slow. King Shi usually stayed in the king's tent, eat well, drink well, enjoyed the tender hometown of beauties. The night of terror shocked him quite a bit. The warm sun calmed him down a little. Staying up all night made him exhausted. Gradually he fell asleep. He dreamed that none of this happened. Did not happen. His army is still there. His more than 200,000 horses are still there. He himself led more than 200,000 people all the way forward. Hit Xianyang. A white dream made by King Qin Jun didn't. The platoon leader took a few people to chase, but those who chased after him found that the situation was not right. See, people run everywhere. This is to kill. Can only kill a few soldiers. So he immediately gave the order. 2 people as a team. Find separately. The 9th platoon leader also gave a special explanation. Look for places where people are easy to hide to kill. In fact, His judgment is correct. The people of Xi are as cunning as their prey. When running, it can't be with the main stream, because the current is the most attention-grabbing. According to habitual thinking, the Qin Jun would definitely try his best to hunt down those who flee desperately, and the most cunning, especially those experienced officers, it will do the opposite. His Orion experience and keen awareness made him lucky enough to run into a big fish. King's Mountain is very inconspicuous. This place was chosen by a very experienced pro of King. This hillside is not very high. At first glance, you can see it all at once. It's easy to ignore the past. This ground has already been passed by Qin Jun. They think it is impossible for Tibetans in this place, so it was ignored. Those pros also know to watch out. After all, it is under the eyes of others. The horse was hidden in a hole in the valley. The entrance of the cave was covered with weeds. But horses are difficult to control. The valley is the key search area for the Qin army, so the hillside was ignored. On the hillside, Kiss simply used weeds to cover up. This makes it easier to ignore. Perhaps 2 searches have passed. The deer Jing was cautious and relaxed. The abnormality of the hillside attracted the attention of the platoon leader, because it's too common. The usual is a little abnormal. Ignore. It's easy to ignore. The 9th platoon leader also ignored it, but it didn't take long for him to leave. Intuition tells him, so there are different observations. Return now. That's how luck fell on him. He had searched roughly to make himself feel at ease, but he was startled when he searched the hillside. There are people from Xi hidden here. His instincts made him thankful. The platoon leader immediately got down to hide. His deputy was also infected by the abnormal behavior of the 9th platoon leader and quickly entered the fighting state. It's a little far away. Almost more than 90 steps. Get closer. It is estimated that it can cause the other side to feel Jing, because I can hide this place. Definitely a master. The platoon leader quietly picked up the rifle with the scope. Monoculars. The platoon leader will be allotted, and he thought it was installed on a gun, is the most effective. Fat man. How can there be a fat man? Very unusual character. Intuition tells him that fat man must be a big man. However, the opponent's master. The platoon leader faces a choice. Fat man. This is the choice of the 9 platoon leader. That person must be a big shot. The gun was aimed at the fat man. Then the 9 long platoons pulled the trigger. Boom. A gunshot sounded. The fat man's chest quickly dyed red. That fat man is King Xi. A small person solves a big one. 365 million years ago. King's life was ended by a bullet from the Qin army. The people of Xi were a little flustered. The 9th platoon leader accepts as soon as he is good. Take advantage of the chaos and leave. The Xi people were completely defeated. Their supreme commander has died by an inconspicuous bullet. The main force no longer exists. But Qin Jun still searched forward. Progress is relatively slow. The Huns on the other side finally slammed into the family's king's account. Although the people of the family had transferred a large number of soldiers to leave, but its guards still did not relax. Although the Xiongnu people are sharp, but it is difficult to break through. The Huns can rely on a surprise attack to achieve a certain victory in a short time. However, the people of Xi slowed down the time when they came to God. The situation suddenly reached a deadlock. The Huns killed people when they saw them, regardless of men and women, young and old. They have made Mouton go through a bloodbath with an iron fist. Just take a moment to give an order. They must do it. The cruelty of the Huns made the people spontaneously rise up to resist. The Huns could not break through. At this time, the only remaining princes who had experienced the bloody massacre took the royal family to evacuate. This internal situation is more chaotic. Qin Jun began to madly rush forward. The main force of the Xi people is no longer there. The rest is impossible to cause a fatal blow to the Qin army. The Qin army on the southern line started first. They crossed the Hexi corridor, enter a large open area, desert, next door, Alpine Valley. None of this can stop them. They advance to the point where they think they can stop. In fact, they have entered the western regions, most of today's Xinjiang. When they crossed today's Star Canyon, the last barrier of the western regions, let them open. The owner of the western regions should be changed. A few days later, The midline Qin Jun finally stopped searching, start striding forward. All this is attributed to Wang Jian. Wang Ben is still young after all. After destroying the enemy's main force, he wanted to thoroughly clean up the opponent's skirmishers. His desire for great victory made him lose himself. He only considers the tactical requirements. The strategy is completely ignored. Finally, under the severe order of Wang Jian, Wang Ben realized the seriousness of the problem. As a result, the army immediately gathered and moved forward again. The northern front can finally go to war, although they are all small scale. But it's better than doing nothing. Qin Jun's task now is to move forward. Go ahead. Shang Wen learned from the battle report that the Qin army had raided the Shi's army overnight. The people of the family are no longer able to fight. The large number of juvenile corpses left on the battlefield illustrates this problem. The war is coming to an end. Shang Wen put down the battle report in his hand and leaned on the back of the carriage sofa easily. The war is finally coming to an end. But after all the wars are over, many problems followed one after another. The original regional overlord of this place was Shi. But now the Shi people are defeated. They have been unable to maintain their position as the hegemon of this region, and Qin Jun is destined to take his place. These areas must all be incorporated into the territory of the Qin army. Want to be included in the layout? A series of policies and regulations are also needed, such as how to garrison troops, establish a political jurisdiction, set up a place Zhengfu. There is also the distribution of war benefits, immigration, how to use local land resources and so on. Shang Wen had just gotten the bottom of these things in his mind. Just feel the problem after the war. It is 100 times more difficult than starting a war, and more than 1,000 times. It is easy to start a war. It is difficult to end the war. Fool, why are you in a daze? I ask you, does the dinosaur you mentioned really exist? Why have I never seen it before? Such a big thing. It can't be without. Yinu is now very interested in dinosaurs. Shang Wen speaks so terribly. This guy is not afraid at all. Shang Wen still kept drawing what it looked like. Of course, that huge reptile went extinct 65 million years ago. Shang Wen explained. 65 million years ago, Yinu said in surprise. Then he broke his fingers. That's not farther than ancient times, Yinu exclaimed. Yes. At that time, we humans lived under the eyelids like mice. Dinosaurs ignored us. Our ancestors had to dig holes to survive. Shang Wen explained. Really? Let's talk about it. What the hell is going on? I'm confused by you. Yinu immediately came and said with interest. Well, I'll start from the beginning. Shang Wen said. How to tell this story? Scientists haven't studied it thoroughly yet. Forget it. There is the most commonly used doctrine. Speak quickly. Speak quickly. Yin sat on Shang Wen's side excitedly, then grabbed Shang Wen's arm with both hands. The two were very close. Very close. 65 million years ago, a huge asteroid deviated from his orbit. Then it was attracted by the Earth's gravity. Shang Wen said, you speak clearly. Yin couldn't understand what Shang Wen said. Okay, I'll make it clearer. Shang Wen said, it's a rock flying in the sky and accidentally hitting the Earth. It's where we live. Shang Wen explained. Stones? How come there are stones in the sky? In that case, it's not going to hit us, Yinu asked strangely. Shang Wen was speechless. How does this guy's head grow? Why do you ask such a strange question? Let's talk about the origin of the Earth. Shang Wen said helplessly. How did you guys do it? Talk about this for a while. Talk about that for a while. I'm almost confused. Number. You just talk about 65 million years ago. How did the dinosaurs have been destroyed? Yin said arrogantly. Okay, I see. But don't ask questions, so I can't talk about it. Shang Wen said. I don't understand. Of course I have to ask, Yin said. Oh my goodness, the gap in knowledge is really terrible. After I finish speaking, you will ask again. Okay, Shang Wen said. Okay, you speak. I listen, Yin said obediently. 65 million years ago, that huge meteorite was about to hit the Earth. Our Earth. At that time it was all connected together. On our continent there was a place called America. There was a sea there. It was called Pirates of the Caribbean. There was a piece there. The land. It's called the Mexican Peninsula. There is still a huge crater formed by the impact that year. Shang Wen likened it. What pit? How big is it? Yinu asked unconsciously. The crater is very big, almost half the size of Xianyang City, Shang Wen explained. So big? Yinu was surprised. Yes. Look at the surface of the moon. There are craters on it. The moon is so far away from us. You can see it. You can imagine how big a meteorite is, Shang Wen explained. Yinu did not speak. She needs time to digest and accept this knowledge. She has never heard of it. 353 change of counties and counties to prefectures. Shang Wen was about to explain something. The carriage stopped without warning, because Yinu was holding Shang Wen's arm. Under the effect of habituation, the two naturally fell on the sofa on the other side. After all, Yinu had practiced martial arts, plus the body is light and agile. Stopped soon. But Shang Wen didn't have this ability. Paw directly to the sofa on the other side. Yinu is going to be able to do it at this time. Want to pull a handful of Shang Wen. Result. It's more powerful than Yinya's imagination. She just turned Shangra around. But Yin couldn't pull it. Pounced directly on Shang Wen's chest. Ah, you hit me to death, Shang Wen screamed. Master Qin. Wang. Princess. Zhao Guo opened the car door and saw Yinu and Shang Wen hugging each other. He didn't know what to say. Dead idiot. It's not you yet, Yinu complained. Zhao. Yinu suddenly felt very hot, thinking of being seen by someone like this. Suddenly, what Yinu realized suddenly pushed Shang Wen hard. He stood up and got out of the car and ran. Ah, it hurts, Shang Wen yelled. Master Qin. The king has important matters to discuss. Please follow the old slave. Zhao Gao knew that he couldn't say anything else at this time. Oh, good. Shang Wen also felt a little embarrassed just now. They agreed. Shang Wen immediately got out of the car and changed to the king car driven by Zhao Gao and went straight to Xianyang Palace. Zhao Gao concentrated on driving. Shang Wen was thinking about things in his heart. He didn't know why the carriage stopped suddenly. I don't know what happened at that moment. Yinu threw herself into her arms. Zhao Gao entered the Xianyang Palace in a light car. Then see King Qin under the leadership of Zhao Gao. When Shang Wen saw King Qin, it was found that almost all the main members were there. It seems something big is about to happen. Shang Wen saluted the king of Qin. King Qin waved his hand to wave the gift and let Zhao Gao withdraw. It seems that this is a closed-door meeting. Widow invites you to come. I just want to discuss it. What should I do next? King Qin said directly. Mr. Qin, are you prepared? King Qin asked. Shang Wen was a little surprised when he heard King Qin directly ask himself. But thinking that he is now the prime minister, the head of 100 officials, King Qin asked. Of course. Shang Wenjing thought about it for a while. Yes. The minister proposed that the newly occupied places be changed to counties and states. Shang Wen directly proposed. Change the county and set up a state. How big is this state? I think Darkin has only one state. Shang Wen's words suddenly stirred up waves. King Qin heard Shang Wen's words. Also very interested. Mister, there must be a reason. Come quickly. Qin Wang said. Everyone heard that King Qin was very interested. Stop immediately. Listen to Shang Wen finish. My lord. Everyone knows the current situation. The main force of the more than 200,000 people of the family was defeated by our army. It will be sooner or later to occupy a large area of the family's land. But then the problem arises. A large area of territory needs to be occupied. Our country does not have so many people. The country is extremely large. The population is very sparse. And our population is not very large. The number of immigrants is very small. If you follow the original method of setting up counties and counties, a basic county requires 10,000 people. And this county only manages areas less than 100 miles away. And the newly occupied land is very different from the interior. It is grassland. In some places, it is the Gobi Desert. It is not easy to grow grass, not to mention planting crops. These places can only be grazing. they cannot be planted. Shang Wen finished. Everyone nodded in approval. This is true. And also, Shang Wen did obtain information from the front line. 10,000 people on the grassland. It can manage a large area of grassland. The Gobi Desert. Plus they have horses to walk around. This range is even wider, Shang Wen said. In this way, the governance of counties is far below our needs. We need a larger governance system state. Obviously it is the most suitable unit for us at the moment, Shang Wen said. Everyone started talking in private. Widows are good at it. This state is indeed easier to use than counties. It is easier to manage. What does this mean? King Qin asked. Everyone shook their heads. It means that the expansion of tycoon is huge. It is unimaginable. King Qin said loudly. My king is wise. Everyone praised. King Qin was also very happy. The king. The next step is to emigrate. This immigration can only be an incentive. It cannot be compulsory. Moreover, the relevant supporting policies are also kept up. Only in this way can we effectively control the area, Shang Wen said. It seems that Mr. has planned it a long time ago. Then tell them all together, Qin Wang said. Immigration can only take this measure of encouragement. Now Darkin has issued a large number of bonds, and it is time for Darkin to cash out these bonds. As long as you hold the bonds, pay a certain amount. First come first served. These people will inevitably go there automatically. Shang Wen said. But they are not far away. They have less in their hands. They still don't want to. And the current bonds already have the function of half a coin. How can adults solve it? An older official pointed out politely. Issued paper currency to replace the circulating bonds. The circulation of metal currency is prohibited, Shang Wen said. In this way. What else the official wanted to say? Suddenly he stopped talking. Because he realized his problem was stupid, Shang Wen said with a smile. Darkin is in a position of being a top leader in the trade with the 6 countries. The gold of the 6 countries will only stay and flow to us. Our gold will not flow to the 6 countries. In this way, the wealth of the world belongs only to Darkin, Shang Wen said. What do you mean, sir? Hurry up and tell the widow. King Qin couldn't understand. My lord, Darkin currently exports a large number of industrial products. Shang Wen's industrial products refer to munitions. And export can only refer specifically to smuggling. It's just that smuggling is also legally taxable. The 6 countries have a great demand for Darkin's industrial products. Therefore, a large amount of gold flows to Darkin. Shang Wen said. Oh, the widow understands. King Qin said. In order to prevent the gold from flowing back, Darkin issued banknotes to replace it. The benefits of banknotes are many, Shang Wen said. Lightweight and easy to carry. Everyone uses heavy money on the road. At the same time, the most important thing is to control our country. The currency of the 6 countries, Shang Wen said. Well, how come my Darkin is related to the 6 nations? Everyone asked puzzledly. One day the gold of the 6 countries will flow to my Darkin. Most of my Darkin won't be able to get the gold when I got stuck. What was out was paper money. At that time, the 6 countries had no currency for currency exchange. In this way, they must use it. Chinese currency replaces their currency. Think about it. At that time, my Darkin currency not only circulated in my own country, it was also circulated in the 6 countries. It's hard to think of a unified world. Shang Wen said. 354 State government. We issue banknotes for another purpose. It is to regulate our currency inflation. A large amount of gold flows into our country. It will inevitably cause gold to depreciate. As prices rise, this is particularly important for maintaining the stability of our country. Speaking of, everyone began to discuss. Explanation of Shang Wen. Some people don't understand, but some people are very familiar. This reflects officials are out of touch with real social life. The serious ignorance of the price increase indicates the low quality of officials. The response at the scene was fairly good. Only a very small part. Maybe they didn't notice. Dare to ask the Prime Minister how to implement this currency issuance. An official asked. Set up a bank. I guess everyone is familiar with the bank. Shang Wen said. Everyone nodded. Only King Qin didn't know. King Qin could only ask Zhao Gao privately. Too many new things appear too fast. This made King Qin feel the need to go to the folks. Paper money can be exchanged in banks for all of these banking services. It's just a small amount. Next, we only need to set up a bank, Shang Wen said. These problems have been solved. The private bond funds will be concentrated. They naturally go back to emigrate. Now a new problem arises. That is, how do immigrants work? Or, how to set up a local zhengfu, Shang Wen said. When zhengfu was established in the western and northern grasslands, we had to think that we took their land from the Huns and the Huren clan. It is hard to guarantee that they will be killed again one day. What shall we do at that time? Shang Wen said. Now civilians can legally hold guns in a location west of Longsai and along the periphery of the Yellow River. It turns out that civilians with guns are no less powerful than the nomads running back and forth. They are even stronger than them. Shang Wen said. This suddenly caused everyone's tension. These civilians with guns are so powerful. If someone incites, the consequences of launching an armed rebellion were disastrous. Kunshan felt very nervous all at once. Some people have experienced armed rebellion. King Qin and Wily Ao were the only two shocked. Under effective control, they can effectively control the area where they are located, even expand more land. The problem lies with us, not the civilians holding weapons themselves, Shang Wen said loudly. Facts have also proved this. In this attack on the use, a large number of civilians have actually become militias. These militias have become the main helpers of our Qin army with a little training. They are reserve forces. They are our country. Sources of troops. They are not enemies. They are their own people. And what we have to solve is the fact that they exist. According to this fact, effective management. The problem lies with us. Shang Wen felt that this was lobbying Congress. How to manage? Qin Wang asked. Establish a local assembly, that is, the state assembly. All power comes down to the assembly. The state zhengfu is elected by the state assembly. The highest governor of a state is the governor. The term of office is 4 years. The assembly supervises it. If it does not do well, or there is a problem, Parliament has the right to investigate it, ask questions and so on. In order to ensure that the local zhengfu has a certain degree of flexibility and the continuity of policies. In the case of not violating the Qin state law, some local laws have been passed, Shang Wen said. Everyone present fried the pot. This is really new. No one dared to support or oppose it clearly. None of them can see the intent of this set of rules. The governor is just like me. You can choose your own people to hold public office for a certain period of time. But there must be a time limit. At the same time, to avoid the governor from overpowering, I suggest that the judicial system should be removed. Let them be free from anyone's intervention, law enforcement. This is to ensure everyone. It is also an effective way to ensure stability in a state, Shang Wen said. No one spoke this time. They can't speak anymore. Is there anything bolder than this? No more. The discerning people think this is weakening the kingship. Shang Wen is taking a risk. It is very likely that the bottom line of King Qin has been reached. King Qin was also very sensitive to this. He is considering what Shang Wen will do with this move. Legislative power, executive power, and judicial power mutually restrict each other. It can ensure that local zhengfu will not rebel. Let them out of the jurisdiction of Zongyang Xingfu. Then we return to the initial issue. The militia. The militia is the country's basic armed forces, strength. The country has the right to recruit militias, and the militias have the right to defend our own country. They have the obligation to be loyal to the country. The three armies have the obligation to be loyal to the country. King, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The King's order must obey. Shang Wen's remarks actually sorted out the issue of military power. This requires legal documents to stipulate. In order to ensure local security, the military district system will be implemented. The military in the military district will be rotated every 1 to 2 years. In the military district, only with the consent of the parliament, The militia can be recruited, and the right of conscription will be returned to the state. Point. Recruiting soldiers, training soldiers. This is a matter of the country. No interference in the military area, Shang Wen stated. There was no sound in the entire hall. These are new tricks unheard of. For the old rules, what they are familiar with cannot be familiar with. But once a new trick is changed, everyone felt at a loss. Those detailed legislative powers, judicial powers, the arrangement of various powers. They have never heard of it. It's not just those ministers, even King Qin felt a headache. These things, there is no one in the book. There are no examples to check. Some have only one side of Shang Wen. Those cases are also given by Shang Wen. What is the specific situation? No one knows. Shang Wen finished. Everyone kept silent. They are all thinking, all weighing. It's not too early. You guys step back first. King Qin also had a headache with this problem, seeing that it was too late, so temporarily shelved this issue. Everyone saw it, began to retire. King Qin also left and didn't know what he was doing. Shang Wen had to go back and rest. After all, he had been there for several days. Shang Wen said so much. I also feel very tired. Decided to go back and eat a full meal first. Have a good rest. Just out of the hall, just listened to someone calling him in a low voice, nerdy. Here. Shang Wen listened to the lecture and looked back. I saw Yin hiding behind the pillar in a period costume. Shang Wen walked over and asked helplessly, what do you want me to do? Hey, invite you to dinner. By the way, let's talk about what happened 65 million years ago. Yin said with a smile. 355 our Earth. That's not good. It's so late now. Shang Wen refused. What's wrong? I asked you to go. It's getting dark. You live with me? Yin decided. No, number. This is not good. Anyway, you are a princess. I am the prime minister. You are the inner palace. This is not in accordance with the rules. If your father finds out, I will be miserable. Shang Wen still refused. He'll let you go. Just go. Then there are so many words. Go away, said Ying. You dragged Shang Wen away from the palace. I said this is the forbidden area of the harem. Shang Wen called. Oh, let's go. Yin dragged Shang Wen towards his residence. Shang Wen was dragged into Yin's residence by force. Just entered Yin's residence. I saw a large group of children yelling, sister, I want to eat ice cream. I want to eat egg tart. I want to eat cake. A large group of children gathered around Yin and noisy. Sister, who is he? A year-old girl, to be precise. A little princess accused Shang Wen of speaking. He is the one invited by my sister to tell you the story of the big dinosaur. Yin came out of a large group of children, pointing to Shang Wen and said, Dinosaur? What is that? Is it delicious? Said the year-old princess. Yin smiled. That's not for food. It's a story. My sister told him to tell you a story. Would you like to listen? Yin said. Yes. I've told a story. I've told a story. The children jumped happily. Shang Wen listened. The head exploded. He approached Yin and whispered, That's not good. Shang Wen said, What's wrong? You don't know how boring life is for us princes. They learn that every day. I'm so bored. I'm letting you idiot come here. It's just a new trick. Yin said with a big eldest sister. Yes. But this, Shang Wen thought it inappropriate. I think that teaching the children of the royal family is taught by someone specializing in it. Intervene yourself. I'm afraid it's not good. But what? Do you want my younger siblings to be like me? Yin said. Okay. Isn't it possible for me to say it? Shang Wen said. Yeah. Yin agreed to enter the room. Shang Wen helpless. Following Yin is a danger. Shang Wen said in his heart. Okay. Don't be greedy. Get rid of it. Every time I come, I am messed up by you. Yin said. After speaking, the children closed their hands and squeezed on the sofa. Shang Wen probably took a look. There are 7 or 8 children. Sit down. We are going to tell a story. Yin said. The children are quiet now. Listen to Shang Wen. Hey, what am I talking about? Shang Wen asked in a low voice. How do I know? You figure it out by yourself. Finished. Yin sat back on the sofa. Shang Wen has a big head. What story do you want to hear? Shang Wen asked the children helplessly. Dinosaurs, the children replied in unison. Okay, let's talk about dinosaurs, Shang Wen said. The dinosaur appeared more than 200 million years ago. That is 20,000 years ago, Shang Wen said. Oh. The children were surprised. So far, the children shouted loudly. My sir is wrong. There is nothing in these books, said a teenager who was the oldest child. Fu Su Ying, you called. Shang Wen smiled. Sure enough, he was still a child. Maybe it's not right, because there were no humans when the dinosaurs appeared. Why not? Let me tell you the story of our homeland. The Earth, Shang Wen said. Earth? All the children said. Yes. The Earth, our shared home, Shang Wen said. How did our Earth come? Our scientists slowly explored it. About 4.6 billion years ago, the universe, that is, there was a very amazing big explosion in the sky. As for why it exploded, we don't know. But ours, this is how the Earth comes. The children began to calm down and listen to Shang Wen. These are not what their teacher can tell them. After the explosion, a mixture of clouds and a lot of rocks was formed. In the center position, due to the relationship of gravity, formed our sun. And there are some fragmented rocks, slowly gathered together, formed a sphere. They are the Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Saturn we see. One of them is our Earth, Shang Wen said. The children were surprised. Only then did they know that the planet under their feet was formed in this way. Our Earth didn't have life in the beginning. When the Earth was just formed, hot magma was everywhere. It was really cracking. The stones are slowly fused together. Among them, the most important thing is water. Among the stones, there is water. After the high temperature, they become water vapor. Then they become water and fall from the sky. The Earth is like this, slowly cooling in the water. This process lasted for more than 100 million years. Shang Wen said that the children were surprised. The next 2 billion years, approximately 4.5 to 2.4 billion, there was constant rainfall on the Earth. Those rains merged into small streams, small rivers, and large rivers. Finally, the sea formed. In the sea, bacteria, blue algae appeared. It's the little animals that we can't see. Let's use kelp. Shang Wen can only compare it simply. And this time, two figures outside the window are also close to the window to listen to Shang Wen's talk. These two are Qin Wang and Zhao Gao. Qin and Zhao Gao walked while listening to Zhao Gao talking about the bank. When it comes to Yinu, I heard the children making noise. Go in and have a look. But this time, Shang Wen is just talking about dinosaurs, Earth things. So quietly listen to Shang Wen. From more than 2 billion years to 500 million years later, in our Earth, primitive coelenterate, mollusks, arthropods and other invertebrates have begun to appear, such as shrimps, capes and so on. It was about 200 million years later. Leafless plants and insects began to appear on our planet. Fish appeared in the sea. Then there were amphibians, for example, crocodiles. After 200 million years, reptiles appeared. Dinosaurs only appeared in this era. Birds and mammals also appeared at this time. From 67 million years to more than 25 million years. Plants on Earth. Animals are slowly getting closer to what we are now. Dinosaurs also became extinct in the first place. The primate appeared in 60 million years, then the original ape appeared in 35 to 30 million years. In this way, we humans did not appear until 3 to 4 million years. Then, everyone knows. I don't need to talk about it. Shang Wen speaking of. The children were stunned. They received such knowledge for the first time. Billions of effort were presented to them in a few words of Shang Wen. They are like entering a dream shuttle in the tunnel of time and space. This is our history, our past. From scratch, until now. We have been moving forward. Shang Wen concluded. 356 Confession, Sir. Ours, That one is called Earth. Is it really formed like this? Fusu asked curiously. Yes, our Earth is probably like this. It was formed 4.6 billion years ago. Until now, we humans have been relying on our own feelings to recognize him, explore him, Shang Wen said. But our teacher never told us this. The children opened their hearts under Shang Wen's curiosity. Telling things about learning. We have to read a lot of books every day. There is still a lot of homework to do. We also need to learn etiquette. The children babbled. Oh, God. What did the teacher teach you? Shang Wen said. You should study by yourself. Explore by yourself. Explore things that interest you. Shang Wen said. What are you interested in? Yinu and the children asked. Yes. Isn't it right? Shang Wen asked rhetorically. What is interesting? The children asked. It's that we are very happy to explore something. When we studied him, it didn't feel boring at all. Just like you learned those etiquettes. Not at all. Not willing to listen to stories. You are very good. Happy. You don't want to eat or sleep, Shang Wen said. Didn't that stay the same as you? Shang Wen Yin scolded. I don't want my younger siblings to stay like you, Yin blamed. I do. A little prince stood up and shouted. I am willing. I am also willing. Many little princes and little princesses jumped out and shouted. Good. It's all a bunch of idiots. Ying Yu cursed. This year is getting more and more uncomfortable. How could a widowed prince be a fool? King Qin whispered when he heard Yin Yu's scolding. And Zhao Gao was also at a loss. This was King Qin's family affair. Nerds also have smart people. And their minds are more developed than ordinary people, Shang Wen said. Hey, is your brain broken? How could an idiot? Yin thought that Shang Wen's brain was better than normal. Isn't this guy really a fool? Yin thought. I'll tell you a story about a Rain Man. Shang Wen suddenly thought of a movie. This movie is called Rain Man. Rain Man? Everyone asked. Yes. Yuran. The name is Yuran, rainy rain. Human people, Shang Wen explained. All the children calmed down again and listened to Shang Wen telling stories. The story happened to a young man named Charlie. Shang Wen said slowly. Charlie, this name is really weird. The children said. This is a foreign name, Shang Wen explained. One day, Charlie got a call. News. Shang Wen realized that the call was still far away for them. Then speak immediately. His father has passed away. Charlie is very indifferent to this. Shang Wen Gang finished. The children made an incredible sound of oh. Shang Wen smiled slightly. Continue to talk about it. It turns out that Charlie's mother passed away very early. When I was a child, I stole my father's beauty with a small partner. The carriage went for a ride. But the father lost his beloved carriage and was very anxious. He reported to the officials. The government quickly arrested them. The parents of the other children released their children on bail. But his father refused to bail in order for the children to accept this lesson. As a result, Charlie was put in charge for 2 more days. After being released from prison, Charlie angrily left. I ran away from home. I vowed never to go back to this home to have any contact with my father. The children's eyes flashed with strange light. They all desire this story very much, because their experience is the same as Charlie. Charlie, who received the news of his father's death, originally thought that he would definitely inherit his father's huge inheritance, but he found that there was nothing but some real estate, and his father entrusted to a nursing home through trust. The smart Charlie soon I followed the vine to find out. It turns out that I also have an autistic brother named Meng, Shang Wen said. What is autism? A little princess asked. I just like to live in my own space imagination. I don't want to contact people. I don't want to communicate with people. Communication is very troublesome, just like a fool, Shang Wen said. Same as you, Yin said jokingly. Shang Wen shrugged helplessly. Zhao Wang used various means to seize his brother's inheritance. In this way, the two must get along. The living habits of the brother with autism are very stubborn. For example, he has to do fixed things at fixed times. Every day there are fixed things. You can't get on high speeds. You can't fly an airship. Shang Wen changed the plane. What a weird person. A little prince laughed. Yeah, what a weird person. The habits of this weird person are driving Charlie crazy. However, Once by chance, Charlie discovered that Raymond can quickly remember all the numbers. For example, the calculated number results. He just look at the past. You can remember. What's even more angry is that they quickly count the toothpicks that fell on the floor. Shang Wen said, "It's amazing." Everyone was surprised. Yeah, Charlie soon discovered this very strange function of his brother. His memory is superb, so he took his brother to the casino after a simple training. There they made a fortune. But Charlie's girlfriend, Susan, was very dissatisfied with this. As Charlie got more in touch with his brother, one time he put water in the bathtub. Raymond yelled, "This will scald the baby, and it must not hurt Charlie." At this time Charlie, I learned that when I was a kid, the Rain Man said. Shang Wen took out a pen and paper to write out the spelling of Rain Man and Raymond, so that the child had an intuitive understanding. It turns out that the vague Rain Man in childhood was his brother. The brother with autism sang to Charlie every time, "Take care of Charlie." But the brother with autism almost hurt Charlie once. My father had no choice but to do so, sending his brother to the nursing home. Charlie knew how much sacrifice his father and brother had made, and he knew nothing about it. Charlie did not want to return his brother's custody and large inheritance, but the brother finally used his head to rely on Charlie's shoulders. He expressed his love and attachment to his younger brother in this way. Susanna met Charlie again, because Charlie still has a virtue in his heart. The story is over. Shang Wen clapped his hands and said, "But the children have been immersed in the story for a long time." Shang Wen turned his head and looked at Yinu. Yinu cried. Shang Wen reached out and patted Yinu's shoulder to show comfort. Struggle in the court. Let the children lose their innocence and virtue. And Shang Wen uses Rain Man to revoke their inner virtues. Brotherhood. 357 Confession. King Qin, who was eavesdropping outside the window, also pondered. When Shang Wen was telling this story, King Qin tried to rush in and interrupt it several times, but they tried their best to suppress. He wants to know the end of this story. But I don't like the story of the father and son turning each other into enemies. But at the end, when the story is presented, King Qin couldn't calm down for a long time. There are his children who can't be calm. The power struggle in the royal family has made these children more or less familiar, and the noble moral sentiment of a person is buried with it. In a time of inspiration and motivating noble moral character in the heart, conscience awakens people. They know that family, blood and blood, return to the normal track of their hearts. Instead of twisting, the children were silent, and Shang Wen didn't want to know. But his unintentional actions let the children know that there are even people with evil thoughts in the world. There are also times of truth, goodness and beauty. Their essence is not bad. Who are king? The two maids outside the window hurriedly saluted when they saw someone outside the window waiting for them to see that it was King Qin. "Oh, get up." King Qin was still thinking about these Shang Wen's words, suddenly interrupted by two maids. They were also unwilling to be accountable, so they got up. "Ah, my father is here." All the children heard that their father was outside the window. They panicked. Yinu also wiped away the tears cleanly. But the red and swollen eyes can tell at a glance, from the behavior of the child. King Qin is a strict father. "I have seen my father." The princes and princesses saluted. "All get up, get up." King Qin stepped forward to help the princes. The minister pays homage to the king. "The minister is guilty," Shang Wen said proactively. "Follow the rules in the palace. There is no special permission from King Qin. It is difficult for others to enter the harem." "Father, stay." "I let the prime minister in." "Everything is up to the sons and ministers. Blame and punish them." "Just punish the sons and ministers," Yinu said actively. King Qin didn't want to go in before, because the scene is very embarrassing when you go in. However, he did not expect that Shang Wen would take the initiative to plead the case. Yinu tried his best to protect her. This gave King Qin a step. At this time, I saw that the two were so protective of each other. Suddenly find it interesting. The two people seem to be in love for a long time. Ha ha. "Get up." King Qin laughed. "Raise the two of them." "Mister, I don't know whether to marry or not," Qin Wang asked. Shang Wen was asked abruptly. There was no reaction at all. When Yin heard that his father suddenly asked this, suddenly I felt very hot in my face. I dare not look up. She understood that the father wanted to betroth herself to Shang Wen. Shang Wen didn't respond at once. Still in Lengshan, Yin is also anxious to know whether Shang Wen has a wife. See Shang Wen not answering for a long time. In a hurry, he severely stepped on the back of Shang Wen's instep. Shang Wen was in pain. Only then came to my senses. No. Shang Wen was in pain, gritted his teeth and replied. Ying Yu heard Shang Wen's answer. The happy heart is about to jump out. No nerd. He didn't. Great. Oh, my sir is in his 20s. Why haven't you married yet? King Qin asked. Shang Wen thought to himself. Oops. It seems that I am getting married, and the father of the other party intends to match up. This Chen has been apprenticed to learn art in his early years. It is because of a small achievement that only then went down the mountain. So, Shang Wen found a reason and said. But the fact is also true. Shang Wen wants to study some scientific problems. A lot of time is spent in the laboratory. Then there is time to talk about love. To this world. Because of technical limitations, the rhythm slowly slowed down. But at the beginning, his rhythm is entirely the fast rhythm of another world. Oh, King Qin nodded. It's so good. It's so good. The widow won't marry you. How about sir? King Qin asked. Shang Wen thought that King Qin wanted to marry someone she didn't know. They refused to arrive. It's not good, Shang Wen said. When Yin heard it, she was anxious. Want to kick a nerd. But my mind doesn't know what to think. I actually thought that if the person married is not myself. Yin suddenly changed from anxious to flustered. She wanted to ask her father who married him. Can be hindered by love. Can't ask. Yin is anxious because of love. Panic because of love. All of a sudden, my mind was confused. There is no way to sort out the clues at all. Oh, sir. Why is this? Qin Wang asked in surprise. Shang Wen was anxious to death. Why are there so many? Did not even talk about love. Get married all at once. Shang Wen felt very awkward. Chen. Shang Wen's mind was spinning fast. Find a reason to prevaricate. The minister has not yet succeeded in his career. Unintentionally falling in love and marrying. Shang Wen said. In love? Qin Wang asked. Oh, yes. Falling in love is our custom. Love between men and women. We know each other in the process of communication. Only then can there be love. Only after marriage can we stay together. Shang Wen explained. It is the first time that Yin has heard of the word love. She would like to know what falling in love is. And she very much hopes to have a relationship with Shang Wen. My lord. The war is not over yet. The land to be occupied must be planned in advance. Otherwise, it will become an enclave. It will be extremely detrimental to my Darkin. Shang Wen found a reason to change the subject. King Qin listened. The scene discussed today is played back in King Qin's mind. Yeah? King Qin nodded. My lord. It's getting late. The prince and princess should rest. Zhao Guo first wanted to change the subject when King Qin talked about marriage. At least the prince should be treated. The princess is turned away. But this marriage, it's not a topic, he enlightened. But when discussing state affairs, Zhao Guo hurriedly changed the subject on the grounds that the prince and the princess were resting. Oh, that's right. You wait and rest. Mr. Come with the widow, as he said. He took Shang Wen and left. Yin hurriedly stopped. She wanted to ask about one thing, that is that girlfriend for dating? If so, I want to be Shang Wen's girlfriend. Father, why don't you just talk here? The Prime Minister is the guest I invited. I also want him to tell me Tell me the story of Jurassic Park. Yin wanted to find a reason to leave Shang Wen. King Qin shook his head. Resume earlier. The following words. King Qin couldn't speak out. Just said this sentence. Shang Wen left. After all, National affairs are important. Ying Yu just stomped her feet in a hurry. Sister, is that the new Prime Minister? Fusu walked over and said, yes. What's the matter? Yin said indifferently. I think it's perfect for my sister to be his girlfriend. Fusu said, yeah, my sister is a girlfriend. My sister is a girlfriend. Then we can listen to the story. A prince said honestly. Ying Yu listened. His face was red. But I am very happy. There was a smile on his face. My sister is happy. I invite you to eat and eat today. Good. The children were very happy. 358 power. The three powers of the king and the ministers are separated. In fact, the power is checked and balanced. If we want to control the newly occupied places, we must take some new measures, Shang Wen explained. Shang Wen and Qin Wangan walked out of Yinyas yard. There was a fierce question and answer between the monarchs and the ministers. Yeah? King Qin was still not moved. Every time I encounter some new policy measures, Shang Wen has to go through some levels, rather than just let it go, especially when it comes to the core issue of power. King Qin is always very sensitive. Our traffic and communication time has not been shortened within one day, and even so, the time for the deployment of the army is also very troublesome. There are also officials who transfer and manage. Wait. All of this needs us to raise, and all of this we want. It's impossible to finish it in a short time. It can't be done, Shang Wen said. Why? King Qin asked. Our financial situation does not allow this. Although we have issued 2 years of war bonds. But if these people cannot see the benefits of the war, or the benefits of the war, then our credibility will decline across the board. The people will be disappointed in Zhengfu. And in terms of local affairs, if we insist on controlling it, we will achieve the effect of controlling new land, or immigration and other issues. We will not be able to implement it. We must make some adjustments, especially local power. Adjustment, Shang Wen said. King Qin shook his head. Obviously, I still don't understand the truth. This is no wonder. The concentration of power is the habitual thinking of King Qin. And Shang Wen did just the opposite. It is decentralized checks and balances. There is a big difference in thinking between the two. This requires Shang Wen to grasp the only link between the two. On the control of the new territory, it can be said, the issue of newly occupied land. Only this method can be adopted. Only this method can be effective and control these new places in a short time. My lord, these new places were originally gathering places for nomadic people. This is the basis for their survival. Now Dakin sent troops to drive them away. But can they see this place being occupied by Dakin like this? Impossible. This place is now a vacuum zone, Shang Wen explained. Vacuum? Qin Wang asked puzzledly. It's a place where there is nothing. The original people in these newly occupied places were driven away by us. Our people have not entered. This place has become no man's land, and other ethnic minorities will certainly not look at a large if the land is left unused. They will enter. They will survive in the place we lay. They pose a great threat to the security of our periphery, Shang Wen said. Widows are never allowed. These dogs robbed my Dakin land. King Qin was immediately enraged, because a similar incident has happened before. Yeah, isn't that the case with the previous Shi? They just took advantage of the gap that Dakin did not emigrate in time. This was a large-scale invasion. Since there is Shi, it is difficult to guarantee that there are a few other tribes who don't think so. The Huns. Who people? See, it's possible. There are even some unknown tribes. If this is the case, my Dakin war will not be over. Bonds can only be issued a few times. If it can't be cashed out in time, then the financial situation of the country will collapse completely, Shang Wen said. King Qin frowned at this moment. Sir, please advise. King Qin said respectfully. The minister dare not. The minister is just a guide. The king. In this world, not just a decree can solve all problems. Hidden behind it is a word of profit. The reason why Dakin was able to prosper, it was the merchants back then. This benefit is brought out. But my Dakin attaches great importance to it. Guangdong does not disdain it. Actually, They also rely on the benefit to govern the country. This is also the case for the immigrants. The focus is on one benefit. Benefits manifest in various forms, Shang Wen said. King Qin nodded. Agree. Then why should Xindi use such a method? King Qin asked. My lord, these places are not traditional agricultural areas. These areas have very few places where they can be planted. Most of them are nomadic forms. This form is destined to require a very wide space. This huge space is very difficult to control. Unlike our mainland, the output value of the land is very high. It is also very stable. The nomads must wander around. Once something happens, I am afraid that it is too late to mobilize the troops. It has already happened. Even the garrison may be difficult to control, Shang Wen said. In order to control these places, it is very convenient to mobilize military horses. It is necessary to concentrate power. This state is the largest. The military horse is prosperous. It is a huge threat from the inside to me. Darkin. Once some people with unpredictable intentions gain power. This political power and military power. This has become a foreign trouble. Foreign trouble is 10%. Our country is in danger. Those new lands cannot be occupied for a long time. As a result, the people suffer. I also suffer from Darkin, Shang Wen said. King Qin was touched. King Qin also felt a headache. How to solve this problem? Qin Wang thinks about the separation of powers mentioned by Shang Wen. The separation of the three powers of ministers is a check and balance. The people elect members. The assembly is established. The common law is specified. This law is followed by everyone. The legal system is strong. And the power comes from the election of the assembly. There is also a time limit for the election of the governor. The parliament has constraints on the power. With supervision, although the governor has great power, he cannot govern at will. If there is a mistake, he can be impeached and stepped down by the parliament. And his time limit, controlling its time cannot be long. Long term will be able to cultivate his party members at the same time. In order to prevent its governor from using judicial means to attack parliament, the judiciary must come out, not to follow orders. The governor shall hold the governor accountable for his fault. The congressman shall be held accountable for his fault. The congressman shall be held accountable. No one will be partial to the two parties. It is also possible to check and balance this power. In this way, legislators cannot issue legal documents against the power of the governor, and the governor cannot use the power in his hands to govern at will and without restriction. The justice is fair to maintain this system, and even the fairness of the entire society, stable, Shang Wen said. King Qin nodded in approval. After internal power checks and balances, this matter of military power is easy to say. The people are stable. The militiamen are stable. In order to protect their homes, they must fight hard, in order not to accept infringements. Sometimes we have to take the initiative. This move, we should do more. Encouragement. It is not us who are infringed in this way. It is the ethnic minorities. The military region system. It can also prevent excessive military power. King, you are the highest commander of the three armed forces. All armies must be under your command. You have the right to appoint military region chiefs. Candidates. There is a time limit for the commander of the military region. The army adopts a rotation mechanism but requires relative control time. It should not be too long. Long is easy to produce nepotism. Short, it is weak to bind each other. Combat effectiveness is weak, Shang Wen said. 359 The tricky Yan country problem. In addition, the work of conscription can only be carried out by Zongyang. After the local conscription, they will be sent to the training place for training. The officers trained by the military academy can serve as officers in the army. In this way, military power is difficult to be controlled by one person, Shang Wen said too. Well, the core of what Mr. said is power checks and balances. It is to add time limits, power limits. This way the responsibility is clear. Does Mr. mean that? Qin Wang asked. That's what I mean, Shang Wen replied respectfully. But one more thing needs to be added. Loyal to the widow. King Qin added. Shang Wen listened. I feel that King Qin still has the king's power greater than any power. but as long as the parliament can be passed, even if he planted the seeds of Minsu, add this one, the rest will be done as you wish. King Qin said, Mr. Yan has an opinion on the situation in the state of Yan. King Qin asked. Shang Wen listened. This problem is really tricky. Shang Wen has thought about the issue of Yan state more than once. But this problem is very tricky to deal with. The use value of Yan state is to contain Zhao state. But it cannot take the form of alliance. Because of this, it undoubtedly dragged Qin into the water. This is not in line with Qin's current diplomatic strategy. Once allied, the state of Qin faced the threat of Zhao state sending troops. And Chigo has already participated. This matter is very difficult to handle. Mr. has no good plan. Qin Wang said, there is no good strategy for the time being. The problem of Yan state. It's difficult to deal with, Shang Wen said. The matter of the country of Yan must be managed. How to manage it? This is difficult. The country of Yan is now simply unable to withstand the onslaught of the two countries. Once the country of Yan is over, for me, dear Qin is missing a helper to contain the country of Zhao. Dear Qin, can't spare my hands to deal with this situation for the time being. King Qin said, it's too late. Mr. Rest early, Zhao Gao. Send him off. King Qin ordered Zhao Gao to arrive. Here, Zhao Gao agreed. The minister retires. Shang Wen saluted, then followed Zhao Gao to leave. On the way, Shang Wen has been thinking about this question again, but there has been no very good idea. Idiot. Ying frightened Shang Wen from behind. Unfortunately, Shang Wen did not respond. He was thinking about problems, how to solve diplomatic problems. Attention is not paid to the outside world at all. Instead, Zhao Gao was taken aback. Nerdy. Hey, nerdy. Yinu shouted. Only then did Shang Wen call his soul. What's the matter? Shang Wen asked. Come here. I have something to say. Ying Yu called Shang Wen aside. Zhao Gao deliberately avoided. Do you know who my father gave you the marriage? Yinu asked anxiously. I don't know this matter. How do I know? Shang Wen said. Just. You won't ask. Yinu complained. Me. Shang Wen hasn't said yet. Forget it. But anyway. Yinu was not easy to speak. Fool. Is that what you really do? Yinu asked. Ziyu what? Shang Wen asked. Yes, that's right. Yinu didn't think it was easy to speak. What is it? Shang Wen didn't understand what Yinu was asking. Just. Ying Yu was almost anxious to death. Oh, you mean love? Of course, as long as the two sides recognize each other, Shang Wen said. That is to say, you can be a girlfriend, Yinu said tentatively. Then I will be your girlfriend. Yinu clapped her hands and said, my girlfriend, are you and me? Shang Wen asked. Well, you and me. Just you and me. No third person is allowed. No, Yinu added. Within Yinu's understanding, I think there is only one girlfriend. But Shang Wen wanted to say something else. It was broken by Yinu. That's it. Am your girlfriend. Okay, I'll go to rest, honey. Yinu also followed the fashion, actually used the word dear. This makes Shang Wen a little nauseous, especially she's wearing an ancient costume. Shang Wen feels that he has a sense of time misalignment. In fact, he didn't know the time anymore. A dear sentence confuses Shang Wen. Shang Wen just returned to his residence. When ready to rest, Princess Dianzu broke in without knocking on the door. This shocked Shang Wen. Pump. Princess Dianzu directly knelt to the ground. I beg my lord to save the country of Yan. The country of Yan is almost over now. I beg my lord. Princess Dianzu said sadly while crying. Princess, get up first. Get up and talk. Shang Wenxu helped. I know. Only the adults can save the country of Yan now. The adults only need to save the country of Yan. Yanmai, are willing to marry the adults, said Princess Dianzu. Yanmai reported her name. And willing to marry Shang Wen. Princess, please get up soon. Don't talk about marriage at will. Yan Guo's affairs. I will go back to help, but there are many things to consider. Princess, don't cry, otherwise Shang Wen will not be able to think of a problem. Shang Wen said. Yan heard Shang Wen agree. In order not to prevent Shang Wen from thinking about the problem, Yan stopped crying immediately. Princess, remember it. It's not early, rest early. Some things can be solved without being in a hurry. Shang Wen said this. Yan hesitated. Go back. Go back. He said that Shang Wen invited Yan out. Shang Wen was also tired. After a few days, I returned to Xianyang, talking about policies and stories. Shang Wen has long been tired. Shang Wen lay on the sofa thinking about questions. I fell asleep soon after thinking about it. People are really weird. Even in his dream, Shang Wen began to think about the issue of Yango. Perhaps this issue is too sensitive to recur, or that Shang Wen's thoughts still remain on this issue. Shang Wen noticed a breach in his sleep. That is, everything takes time. The problem of Yan state. It's nothing more than a matter of time. The longer the delay, the more beneficial to Qin state. How to solve the time problem? Mediate. Let the two sides temporarily cease fire, and then assist the country of Yan on a large scale. But how to help? Why aid? This is the key. This requires a very good reason. Humanitarian. Shang Wen thought of a reason why modern society feels grand-sounding. But at present this is the best way out of no way. The state of Qin assisted the state of Yan with the purpose of humanitarian relief. This part of the funds comes from the sheep. Shang Wen suddenly felt that he had an idea. In order to give it assistance, another country must be pulled into the water. Shang Wen felt that weapons should be smuggled, especially the method that can pull Chu state into the water. In the countries of Yan and Chu, arms were smuggled, and Shang Wen suddenly felt that he was standing in front of a huge map. Their point of contact. Connections. Yangtze. Shang Wen quickly noticed the Yangtze. From the Yangtze River go north to the Liaodong Peninsula, and also can exercise their navy. Shang Wen's thinking gradually matured in his dreams. 360 State of the Union Address. Shang Wen completed a series of diplomatic moves towards Yan state in his dream. Shang Wen felt that these things should be recorded, so no matter how tired I was, I woke up immediately. When Shang Wen got up, he found that he had an extra quilt on his body. And this quilt is not your own. Look at the other side of the sofa. Yan slept there. Shang Wen didn't want to cause any major diplomatic incidents. A princess married. It is often a political alliance. Shang Wen doesn't want to sacrifice his personal life to politics. Shang Wen carefully covered Yan with the quilt on his body. Then take out the pen and paper by yourself. Start to organize. At the end of the finishing work, the sky was dimly bright. Shang Wen went outside to wash up before going into the palace. Deal with this matter as soon as possible. Yan just woke up when Shang Wen set out. See the quilt on her body. I feel very warm in my heart. The next few days, Shang Wen has been discussing drafting of relevant legal provisions such as the law on the establishment of prefectures in the Qin dynasty and the law on military regions. At the same time, some diplomatic matters must be handled. For example, summoning Ambassador Yango. Discuss matters concerning the adjustment of the truce. Yango agreed with 10,000. Everything depends on the state of Qin. The attitude is extremely ambiguous. This makes Shang Wen very disgusted. At the same time, Shang Wen also requested a document to notify Zhao Guoqigo. Qin will mediate the two parties to reach a ceasefire agreement as an intermediary. The paperwork has been issued. It depends on the attitudes of the two countries. Yin is also very busy recently. Do not know when. Large quantities of food were shipped from the 6 countries. This caused the price of grain on the exchange to start to fall. Yin began to change into shorting. She didn't have time to talk to Shang Wen at all. Anyway, he is now Shang Wen's girlfriend. He fell in love with Shang Wen. Yin doesn't know what to call falling in love. So everything depends on Shang Wen. Shang Wen is also busy. The two have not been in contact for the time being. However, Shang Wen felt that he should deliver a State of the Union address. Let the civilians of Qin state understand the dynamics of their own country. Let them care about politics. Understand politics, rather than being separated from the fringe of politics. But it is impossible for me to give lectures everywhere. In this case, the Prime Minister has changed to a speaker. This requires news media. When Shang Wen was running for the Prime Minister, that kind of small propaganda list caused a huge huge sensation. His role surpassed his propaganda significance. People recognized this way of propaganda. Simultaneously, it can also take the original words far away. People see him as a carrier of credibility. The leaflet upgraded that again. That is the newspaper. The emergence of newspapers will greatly accelerate the speed of information dissemination. With newspapers, Gin State is the first. It is also the only country that masters the direction of public opinion. This means the will of Zhengfu is conveyed to every nerve ending. Civilian. The emergence of newspapers can be said to be a product of the business society's demand for information. The stuff he knows caused many things to be learned in time. Look at the current situation. Yinya's financial industry has great demand for information. Finance is particularly sensitive to information. Sensitive to the point that a message has the same effect as a war. Shang Wen finds Yinu. I hope she can run a newspaper. Yinu was surprised to see Shang Wen come to him. Very happy, Shang Wen spoke out some of his thoughts straightforwardly. Yinu didn't listen at all. Instead, he looked at Shang Wen with his chin. Shang Wen, helpless, had no choice but to wake Yingyu and say it again. Yingyu just barely understood it. Oh, you are right. I think it should be such a newspaper. There should be a daily closing price list on it. There should also be relevant information. There are also traffic conditions. Where is it raining? What? These all have an impact on the stock market. Futures. This newspaper, I have it. Yini decided. In her opinion, she is Gang Shangwen. Name. The name of the newspaper, Shangwen said. Of course it's called Wenyang newspaper, Yini said. The word Wenyang is now louder than King Qin's reputation. No. There is no newspaper called this name. I think it's called the Financial Times or Financial Express, Shangwen said. Yeah, it's up to you, idiot. Yinu agreed. Also, I'm going to make a State of the Union address. I hope your newspaper will make a report. What do you think? Shangwen asked. Yeah. Yes, Yinu replied. Shangwen said something about the newspaper. Yinu all answered the same. Shangwen had no choice but to write them one by one. Shangwen felt that he should find more time to accompany her. Now she doesn't know anything at all. The newspaper was released on the third day after Shangwen looked for Yinu. The name is Financial Express with 2 copies, 8 layouts. There are 2 layouts for advertisements. There are 4 financial-related pages on the advertising page. There are 2 other important news about current affairs. They are all legal provisions, very poorly readable, although the whole article is written in vernacular. 5 points for a newspaper. The price is still a bit expensive for civilians. They also don't know words. However, businessmen from the 6 countries have high expectations. The people of Qin did not dare to fall behind. Start buying. The newspaper quickly caused a sensation. The temperature of the newspaper has not yet dropped. Shangwen began his first State of the Union address since taking office. Financial Express has a special report. This is the meaning of Yinu. Originally, the State of the Union address was a report to Congress. But now, there is no Congress. Shangwen can only report to the civilians in Xianyang. The location was chosen on a clearing outside the South City Gate in order to relieve traffic pressure. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning everyone. Shangwen stood on the high platform and made his first State of the Union address. Today, this is the first time since I took office to give you a State of the Union address. People underneath began to talk. It was the first time they heard about the State of the Union address. Everyone's reaction is normal. I don't understand what the State of the Union address is. The State of the Union address, to put it bluntly, the Prime Minister wants to make a report on some things to be handled recently and in the future. Tell everyone, let everyone understand ours. What happened in the country? How did I deal with it as the Prime Minister? There are also some problems I faced. How to deal with it, and so on. There are many contents. They are all issues that everyone is very concerned about, Shangwen patiently explained. After this State of the Union address, I will take the State of the Union address as a tradition. The Prime Minister's tradition continues. As long as the Prime Minister is in office, you must do the State of the Union address. The purpose of the State of the Union address is to let the people understand politics, care about politics, It has something for our country. Understand? Shang Wen said. Shang Wen finished. There was no sound underneath. They will not be able to accept this fact for a while. Shang Wen felt that the scene was a bit cold. Then he continued to speak, to ease the embarrassment. Just when Shang Wen was about to speak, thunderous applause erupted from below. This is the recognition and support of the new Prime Minister's initiative to make the State of the Union speech. Shang Wen was made passive by the sudden applause. He didn't expect the public's reaction to be so big. Shang Wen raised his hand several times, but he could not calm the enthusiasm of the people. Thank you. Thank you for your support. When Shang Wen used the word thank you, the people gradually stopped applauding because the people in the first row dare not believe it. A prime minister would say thank you to the people. 361 Humanitarian. Shang Wen managed to control people's enthusiasm. Ladies and gentlemen, Shang Wen found that the speech he wrote was of no use to the public. Now you can only use the manuscript as an outline. A lot of things have happened recently, mainly in the military, internal affairs and diplomacy. Shang Wen said. Military. We should cheer. According to General Wang Jian's report, Yu's main force has been eliminated. The specific situation cannot be announced in detail for everyone for the time being. But once the war is over, everyone will know soon. Shang Wen when saying the latter, the voice has been masked by the cheers of the people. The people need victory. Victory needs the people. The two are inseparable. It can't be separated either. Long live. Long live. The people spontaneously shouted the slogans they most wanted to shout. Shang Wen could only raise his arms as much as possible to signal to keep quiet. But this kind of effort is obviously difficult to achieve. The people of Qin State once again experienced the joy of victory. Victory is no stranger to them, because Qin has never lacked victory. The people of the 6 countries are helpless. There is only helplessness on their faces. Only envy. Victory is far away for them. Ladies and gentlemen, exercise restraint. Please exercise restraint. Shang Wen shouted. Shang Wen tried his best to control the scene. Victory certainly needs to be celebrated. Please take care of the feelings of our friends from Kanto, okay? Please understand. Shang Wen waved his hand. Shang Wen noticed that many people were leaving. The reason is obvious. The victory of the war means that we can wait. What should we do after the war is over? Shang Wen asked. Qin is currently drafting an immigration law. This legal document will work with the state law to maintain control of the new land for Darkin. There is also, can I invite friends from the 6 countries to stay? These 2 laws are also related to you. I hope you can learn more about it. Okay? Shang Wen extended an invitation to the people of the 6 countries. Those from the 6 nations who were preparing to leave also stopped here patiently. In their view, this is a matter of the Qin state, and he was obviously excluded. But he is a dignified prime minister. Actually use a word please. Come and please stay by yourself. Plus the previous consideration of the actions of the people of the 6 countries. Suddenly it attracted the general goodwill of the people of the 6 countries. Immigration law stipulates everyone is from China, whether it is from Qin, Y, Zhao, or from Chu, etc. As long as I am from China, I can immigrate to my new land in Darkin. The discussion between the 2 parties. One side is from the 6 nations. They can't believe that they also have immigration. The other party is from Qin. They think this move will compress their land. And so, great opinions. I think everyone is worried. The problem of land. Land is not a problem. There is a lot of land there. It can be reached by hundreds of mu per person. What we have to consider is not how the land is divided, but how the land is used. The problem, Shang Wen said. This shocked everyone at once. I thought it was pretty good that the land could be divided into dozens of acres. Did not expect. Lots of land can't be divided all at once. The people of Qin were happy. People from the 6 nations were also happy. Now, the stage of preparing for farming has begun. Our land will be divided faster. Therefore, this time the land will be first come first served. The price per mu of land will only be 10. Shang Wen said loudly. At this time, everyone's interest was mobilized. Very. This is the same as the one picked up on the street. Everyone can then immigrate by referring to the issued legal documents. Another state law will stipulate any area with an immigrant capacity of 200,000. A state will be established. The private selection of state members will be based on a ratio of 1,000 to 1. The highest governor of a state will be the governor, selected from among state legislators. The governor has administrative power. The time to hold a public office is 4 years, re-elected. Judicial power is under the jurisdiction of Zongyang. Local security officers can be established. Local public security is guaranteed. Shang Wen said loudly. Quiet, quiet. Shang Wen shouted loudly. If you hear the following news, you might be screaming. Shang Wen said, your state is newly established. There are a lot of small nomads around. These nomads are very annoying. So, to ensure everyone's safety and private property infringement, you can own guns for militias. These are, Shang Wen's words were interrupted again. The State of the Union address is difficult to proceed. The people below are unbelievable. They couldn't believe it. Quiet, quiet. Please keep quiet. I can't go on like this, Shang Wen said loudly. Everyone stop talking. Your gun holdings are restricted to a military line. In this one I think your gun holdings are legal, regardless of men, women, young or old. If you are within this line, you will be severely punished by the law. Take good care of you. His gun. He is your second life. If something goes wrong, you also have to take responsibility, Shang Wen said. As for what you do with your guns and ran to a few nomads, Zheng Fu will not care. Shang Wen hinted intentionally. This is actually a hint. You can not only defend yourself if you have guns, you can also attack actively. But the target is very clear. Just a few nomads. Relevant laws will be introduced. Then you can start emigrating. You can get advice through newspapers. Financial Express will give you the necessary information. Trust him. Shang Wen made an insert for Yinya's newspaper advertisement. This is the work of Zheng Fu. Some work has not yet started. I will hold a State of the Union address regularly to tell you. In terms of diplomacy, we currently have 2 embassies in Qin. This is diplomacy. Don't panic. They just handle some related matters. For the Zhao state, the Qi state jointly attacked the Yan state. I think it is humanitarian. We should mediate the 2 sides to stop the fighting. I have submitted an official letter to both sides. If necessary, Qin State Council provides to those refugees who have been hit by the war some humanitarian assistance, Shang Wen said. This suddenly attracted everyone's discussion. Not only have they never heard of these words, also surprised at the need to provide assistance. They don't understand why they did it. I said, Qin is a responsible big country. The people of the 6 nations of Guangdong are also Chinese. We Darkin have the obligation to protect our same race from harm. Humanitarian assistance. This is our responsible performance of Qin. This is Qin's obligations, Shang Wen said. My State of the Union address is about to end here. Thank you everyone for taking the time to listen to me. Thank you. Thank you everyone, Shang Wen said and nodded. The people gave thunderous applause to support. 362 Immigration Wave. After Shang Wen's State of the Union address was published, especially after the entire report of Financial Express, the public has aroused huge heated discussion. The main concern of the people is still the land. The price of land suddenly became 10. The price is very cheap. In Xianyang, the price of the 2 Financial Express is already an acre of land. Many people began to figure out how to immigrate to buy land. Owning large tracts of personal land is the dream of every Qin countryman. Many people think so. But after considering the actual situation, no actual action was taken. First of all, the region where Financial Express was first issued was Xianyang. The economy here is developing rapidly. Many people have gradually integrated into city life. They enter the factory as workers. Work 5 hours a day. You can get half of your salary. Half and 2 are able to buy enough food. Except for food, there are many other things to meet your own needs, such as beautiful clothes. There are many kinds of colors and styles. The types of fabrics are even more diverse. Hemp and silk blended, full silk, etc., and according to different proportions. The texture effects of clothes are all different. And most importantly, just spend a little money. Women can get cheap perfume. This was unthinkable before, and all this comes from a shop called Yinganf, with the encouragement of Shang Wen. The first private duly enterprise spun off from the arsenal. Funding comes from collective raising. In order to open the market, they naturally targeted the special group of women. There are many textile factories in Xianyang. These textile factories mainly produce military uniforms. The workers are often women, a large number of women. Some of their income has exceeded that of their husbands. They have money in their hands. Except for home use, consumption has become their most wanted thing. Not only fabrics, but also a large number of leather clothing, fur flow into the folk. In terms of food, the state of Qin became the leader of the Guangdong. Beef and mutton are already common on people's tables. Meat has become one of the indispensable foods for the people. Sofa, seat bench, and soft simmons. These have entered the lives of some factory managers. Modern furniture has become a goal pursued by people. It is these great conveniences in life. Many people are reluctant to emigrate, because Xianyang has everything. Nothing is missing. For the people of Qin who have just sold their land and entered Xianyang from a remote village, immigration is a quick way for them to find wealth. The streets of Xianyang are full of stories of making a fortune. A young guy, I drove a car for someone else a month ago. But a month later, he became a rich slave trader. A large number of prisoners were produced in the war, especially those hunting activities in the rear. The front line didn't want to catch the captives. The soldiers believed that dead men would not pose a threat, so they would rather shoot than take prisoners. Only when surrendered in large numbers, they will stop killing. That's how the people who drove the car made their home. They have guns, and many of them are veterans. This is how slaves are produced. In Guangdong, especially Xianyang, the land merger has been completed. It is the norm for a family to have about 300 acres of land. Some people even own nearly 10,000 mu of land. All this is due to bank loans. But farming has become a big problem. Machinery still cannot meet the needs of agriculture. It is obviously difficult to hire so many people. Many people are unwilling to enter agriculture. The attractiveness of the city is even greater. Slaves have become their best choice for obtaining cheap labor. A middle-aged slave is only half and 2 to 50 points. If you are willing to spare 50 points, then we'll give you a little slave. Those big landlords are very happy. Follow the slaves into the fields. Another problem arises. There are very few landowners in custody. The slaves are young adults. The landlord became a farmer at this time. They need weapons of deterrence. But the law stipulates that they cannot possess weapons. So they forwarded their opinions to Shang Wen. Shang Wen is submitting a gun-holding modification plan. But they still have no weapons. The government provided such convenience. Just pay $20 to $100.50 a month. They will provide this service. Hold prisoners of war. They are the biggest source of violence. During the detention process, they frequently committed violence, caused the death of many slaves. But then there will be new slaves added in. The demand for slaves is increasing. But those from the 6 nations have no foundation. They cannot enter the factory because they are from the 6 nations. Because it is not from the 6 nations, they cannot buy the land of Qin state. Many of them can only make a living by reselling some goods in Qin. In fact, they can't buy many things except perfume flower, because the consumer groups in the 6 countries are concentrated in the upper strata, and the lower strata are still self-sufficient. In addition to perfume, it is arms. Many of them are involved in arms smuggling. This is a huge profit, and they can make 2 to 3 times the profit in one trip. They soon became rich. But their status is still looked down upon by the people of Qin. Even in their own country, their status is far lower than in Qin. Because they cannot have a title, and without a title, they have no power. What can you do if you have money? Still look down on you. They urgently need to change their status. Turn your wealth into status. They long for recognition and respect. This is what they need most. Immigration has become the quickest way to change your status. Not only can they automatically become Qin people, and change their embarrassing status. At the same time, the most important thing is their status. They can enter the political circle, as long as they consider their talents. You can be elected as a member. It is even possible to become a Zhengfu official. This attraction is the biggest. Larger tracts of land, equal status. Add political temptation. People of 6 nations, especially those rich people from the 6 nations, suddenly became the main force of immigrants. They are self-funded immigration. Not only that, but they also encouraged people from the 6 nations they could know to join them. Some of them began to take the financial express back to their hometowns. They need the elders and villagers of the whole village to join them. This raises another question. But it has not erupted yet. It takes time to evolve slowly. They look forward to the stars and the moon as they wait for the introduction of the immigration bill. Qin's efficiency is amazing. 2 days after the State of the Union address, 2 bills were introduced one after another. As soon as the bill was introduced, people from the 6 nations in Xianyang rushed to celebrate. A large number of horsey-drawn carriages poured out of Xianyang city. A large number of people followed. They were divided into 2 groups when they left the city. All the way north, all the way to the west. The immigration wave began. At the same time as people from the 6 nations immigrated, the number of people from the 6 nations entering the Qin kingdom suddenly rose to a new height. This made Qin Guo's guard very nervous. Reported quickly overnight. 363 mediation. Ridiculous. The preparatory work for education also started with the immigrants from Qin. But this work ran into trouble. The main problem is, Zhengfu does not have this money, cannot withdraw this sum of money. This is a time of war. Military expenditures account for more than half of fiscal expenditures. The replacement of military weapons, as well as the replacement of weapons of the 3 major services that arrived early. The Qin state Zhengfu, who let Shang Wen take over, was a little overwhelmed. In addition, many projects are being launched, such as, Qin State wants to develop a new urban area on the south bank of the Y River, and the implementation of a large number of tax exemption policies. For example, military factories produce weapons. A large part of the state of Qin did not levy taxes in consideration of support. The same is true for agricultural production. Because it is the first year to implement land farm production, Shang Wen did not tax it. Instead, a bill is being drafted to abolish taxation on agriculture. In this way, out more, incoming less. The financial situation is very worrying. Qin's current situation is, agriculture and industry are proceeding simultaneously. The two have not developed in a wrong direction. Financial pressure is great, and this kind of pressure is likely to crush Zhengfu. Announce bankruptcy. That is undoubtedly the worst. The solution is undoubtedly taxation. But this is not advisable. Taxation takes a long time. The object of taxation and the amount are related to the development of Qin state. Shang Wen does not intend to change the status quo. A lot of commercial quality things need to be fostered. This requires Zhengfu to make a large part of the expenditure. I think our next task will be more onerous. It is even very difficult, Shang Wen said to Meng Yi. Shang Wen comprehensively considered Qin's economic situation. Our previous economic activities were mainly driven by war. Now the war has come to an end. It is impossible to rely on war to drive our economy. We need to make the economy change a mindset. Let them learn to think independently. Independent development, Shang Wen said too. Meng Yi is now very skilled at the job at hand, and began to adapt to this kind of work. This is mainly due to his ability to take over new things in time, especially technical patent applications. This allowed him to see a lot of novelties. Eyes wide open, Meng Yi recorded something quickly. How to do it? Meng Yi paused and said, Trade with 6 countries, Shang Wen said after finishing his thoughts. I checked the arsenal, clothing factory. There are also many shops. Some factories produce a large number of muskets. For example, Wenyang Arsenal. They actually produced 300,000 old Wenyang muskets, Shang Wen said. There are no less than 100,000 muskets in our warehouse. All of them are flintlocks. The army has asked for an additional sum of money. They have asked to modify their flintlocks. Meng Yi said, flipping through his notebook. "Oh my god, the army is going crazy. They already have 300,000 gold grants. The sum of their grants is more than the Sky Army and the Navy. We have to cut half of the expenditure, and we must do everything possible to deal with the surplus materials," Shang Wen said. "Yeah," Meng Yi nodded. "Record on file. Foreign trade must start quickly. Roads must be built, if necessary. Civilians must also be encouraged to build ships. But we don't know anything about the trade of the 6 countries," Shang Wen said. "I have a report here. It seems to be an embassy clerk from Chu State. This clerk was temporarily recruited. He wrote well. Probably it means suggest that we make good use of the Yangtze River's water transport. The best exported goods are weapons and perfumes, military uniform, and paper. Then import the rice and silk there," Meng Yi said through his notebook. "Very thoughtful." "What's that person's name?" Shang Wen asked. "I'll look for it." Meng Yi checked his notebook and said, "Found it. It seems to be called Xiao He," Meng Yi said uncertainly. "Xiao He?" Shang Wen asked in surprise. "Yes, it's Xiao He," Meng Yi confirmed. "We are looking for this person. This person is very knowledgeable," Shang Wen said. "I'll send someone over in a while." "Bring someone over," Shang Wen said. "People must invite people over. By the way, people will also send newspapers there. Not only Chu, but also Chi, Zhao, South Korea, etc., Shang Wen said. Meng Yi's fast record. Just when Shang Wen and Meng Yi discussed how to specify economic and trade strategies, a diplomatic turmoil is brewing. Shang Wen writes about Zhao, Qi, and Yan. The letters of the 3 kingdoms arrived in the hands of the monarchs of the 3 kingdoms. Zhao Go first arrived. Wang Zhao is quite patient. After reading Shang Wen's mediation book written in vernacular, his state Qin despises the widow too much. A prime minister writes his letters like this: "It is simply an insult to the widow." Mediation. Humphrey. The widow is not afraid of his Qin state. Mediation. A joke. He threw aside the paperwork issued by Shang Wen. Ignore this. The ministers underneath didn't know anything about it. Zhao Go is now a capable man in the court. Go Kai went out as an envoy to Qi. Discuss the division of the land between the 2 parties. Li Mu is fighting in Yan Kingdom. King Yan now retreats to Liudong. Although it is now in early February, but the weather in Liudong is still cold. When King Yan received a letter from Shang Wenxiu sent non-stop, King Yan suddenly felt the cold of Liudong like a Chun sky. Qin Go even came forward to mediate, asked for a truce on both sides although he did not know what humanitarianism is. But he knows. Yan Go rescued. The last letter was received by Qi Go. The king of Qi is addicted to the female harem. He ignored Shang Wen's letters at all, then win the monopoly. After reading Shang Wen's letter, he openly mocked Shang Wen's writing style in front of Qin Guo's messenger, not as good as a 3-year-old child. The messenger could not say anything. After resigning, he quickly returned to the state of Qin. This is a stone thrown into the calm water of the lake. The waves will spread soon. Just when several parties started their diplomatic activities, Yan Go discovered a surprising event near Chifeng in Inner Mongolia today. An old man who was carrying arms and driving a truck, when crossing a frozen river, because the foot slipped, hand instinctively drag a box of muskets down. The heavy weapons even smashed a big hole in the river. The head carrying the arms was very annoyed when he saw it. "Damn it. Looking for death. How terrible this ammunition is," the head yelled. The old man also knew that arms are very valuable, regardless of the cold on the water. "Look sharp." Fortunately, the water is not very deep, but it's too cold. Things are too heavy. Among the curses of the head, people began to salvage arms. Accidents always happen like this. When they salvaged the arms, when lighting a fire to bake clothes, they discovered gold sand by accident. They couldn't believe their eyes. I think these are just dazzling. But many people are beginning to determine that this is not dazzling. This is gold. 364. Let's go for a walk. Gold is tempting, especially this kind of place without people. After that head saw the gold, just want to own it. But he thought so. Others will think so too. Then, serious infighting broke out in the night. Infighting is often the most tragic. and a night fight resulted in heavy casualties of this team. That head died beside the gold in the end, and the old man didn't intend to participate in it. However, these people want to kill people as they are crazy. In the end, the old man could not resist, got a shot. The shot hit him in the abdomen, makes him escape this catastrophe temporarily. At dawn, a group of Yan army escorted through here with arms. Because the country of Yan is on one side. The only way to transport arms from Qin is the northern line. There is the Qin army's control area. Zhao Jun didn't dare to do anything. And here is the necessary passage to Liudong. Right now, the entire country of Yan is heading towards Liudong. The position here is more prominent. Help, cough, help. When the old man woke up, it's already midnight. The bloodshed all over the place. He hastened to stop the bleeding, persevering. When a person is old, his life should be reached. It's just that he wants to go back alive and see his little grandson. Just a glance, even just a glance. This is his biggest luxury. The intense survival you made him hold on. Master School Lieutenant, someone in front is calling for help. A soldier said, "Go and see." The school lieutenant said impatiently. "Here," said the little soldier, ran over. This. The soldier was shocked by the fight last night. What can be fought so hard? Help. The old man cried out in pain. "Uncle, you." Xiaobing ran over to check the situation. "Save me. As long as you save me, I will tell you a secret." The old man said weakly. "Help. I'll save you. I'll save now." As he said, the little soldier carried the old man up. "Damn it. What are you doing with an old guy?" The captain scolded. "Save him. He told me a secret." The soldier said truthfully. The school lieutenant rolled his eyes. "I think there is a problem." "What secret? Tell me. If you don't say anything, I'll throw you, old fellow, to feed the wolf." The captain scolded. "I said, you must save me." The old man said to the strong god. "Hurry up." The school lieutenant scolded. "In this river." "Yes, there is gold. The old man fainted as he said. The old man finished. The school lieutenant asked hurriedly, "What? Gold? You said it again, old fellow." The lieutenant quickly got out of the car and asked, "What a pity." The old man passed out, helpless. The lieutenant had to heal him. Take him back to the barracks. The news was recovered by the old man. The news came out at the same time. The news was reported layer by layer. When the report arrived at King Yan was so happy. He called reward so that the old man was saved. And there was no reward, because you saved your captain himself. Money. The little soldier gave only a little money. He was promoted to a corps leader. The school lieutenant was promoted. The reward was just a little. The above was all rewards from the King Yan. In this way, the Yan state had a bargaining chip, a gold mine. Just when Yan Go found the gold mine, Shang Wen was worried about money. The cost of the war is huge. Through the form of national debt, Qin state raised and issued nearly 3 million gold war bonds. The bond has been extended to all places in Qin state. Even the remote areas of Basu also circulate war bonds. Qin's funds were dug up, but the expenditure is like no hole in the ground. The royal family's expenses took away 500,000. Military expenditures turned out to be as high as 2 million. Only 500,000 is left for Shang Wen. 500,000 must be set aside to deal with emergencies. There are probably not many that can be used in public infrastructure, plus some necessary expenses. Not much. Military spending is too much. We must cut down on military spending, Shang Wen muttered. Shang Wen was checking the accounts all morning. So Shang Wen found out the list of state captains sent by Wei Liao. Shang Wen found a list and took a look. Shocked. The armed forces are crazy. Shang Wen shouted. This list is displayed. The army accounts for the largest proportion of funds. It turned out to be as high as 900,000, and an additional capital of 200,000 yuan is required, used to form the army flying troops. There is also a project for the development of a new machine gun in the purchase order. The cavalry is required to equip the cavalry with continuous firing guns, and the artillery requires the formation of specialty guns, namely howitzers and mortars. These items are amazing. The number is very large. For example, 6-pipe Vulcan. Shang Wen didn't know when he actually purchased 306-barreled Vulcans. This is just the army. Not to be outdone, the Navy requested the construction of a new riverboat. Shang Wen didn't know what this guy looked like, but the number of the list is actually 30. There are also some small boats. The situation of the Celestial Army is even more exaggerated. 100 airships are required to be built, 3 military academies, and even the formation of airborne troops. Crazy. Crazy. Shang Wen saw the list. The anger suddenly came up. Nerdy. Do you miss your girlfriend? Yin greeted and entered without a fight. What's the matter? My dear nerd is angry. Who? Tell me. I'll vent your breath for you. As she spoke, Yin took out 2 weapons similar to revolvers. Shang Wen calmed down the anger in his heart a bit. Then I saw the revolver in Yinya's hand. Here. Where did this come from? Shang Wen said in surprise. You said this. Yin waved the revolver in his hand very easily. This is made by Liu Armory. What is the name of the Lis revolver? It can fire 5 rounds in a row. This guy asked me for a loan and gave it to me. Look. The handle is made of silver. It's a bit heavy, but it's easy to hold. Yin said with a smile. Obviously, the superior weapon can make her very excited. Shang Wen couldn't believe it. Qin's weapons have developed to this point unexpectedly. The revolvers all appeared, and Shang Wen had never been to the arsenal when he returned. But busy with domestic affairs and diplomacy, he doesn't know how far the science and technology of weapons has been developed. Shang Wen looked at the pistol in Yinya's hand in a daze. Hey, idiot, who made you angry? I'll teach him. I dare to bully my idiot. I don't want to live anymore. Just try the revolver in my hand. Yin said unfairly. When he said that, he waved the revolver in his hand. 3 armies. Have you ever been able to fight? Shang Wen came to his senses and said. What? 3 armed forces? What about them? Yin asked. They spend too much money. Shang Wen said. What's the matter? I opened a bank. I just lend it to you. Come on. How much? I'll write a check for you. Yin said indifferently. This is not your business. Shang Wen said. Hey, I'm your girlfriend. Your business is mine. Yin said, pointing to herself, and said, okay, let's go for a walk outside. I haven't been outside for a long time. Shang Wen walked to the hangar and took the coat and said, 365 back to the city. Walking? Yin asked, tilting his head. Yes. Take a walk. Just go for a walk. Let's go, Shang Wen said. Yin is in front. Shang Wen is behind. The 2 of them walked outside in tandem. It's too desolate here. Why don't you move to the city? Yin started the conversation first. Yeah, indeed. But I believe that soon, this place will become bigger than the city. There is a sewer underneath. Domestic sewage will flow away from the ground. There are also tap water pipes above. People can drink clean water as long as they turn on the tap. There is also a gas pipe. This way, hot water can be heated. People will be clean, neat and tidy. An office building will be built here. It will be as high as dozens of floors. The top can be office buildings. The middle will be the suite. The bottom is the department store. There are all kinds of goods. There are also supermarkets. It is full of commodities for you to choose from. Shang Wen said, pointing at various places. But Yin was quietly listening to what she had never heard before. Dozens of floors of buildings. That is higher than Xianyang Palace. What tap water? You can deliver water without hitting it. What other department stores and supermarkets? Her thinking can't keep up with Shang Wen, but she knows. Shang Wen did not lie to him, and it can be done. Doesn't Xianyang also have things that didn't exist before? Stop. Yin shouted loudly. What's the matter? Shang Wen asked. Money. How much do you have to spend? So many things. I have never heard of it. It must be a lot of money. Yin poured cold water on Shang Wen fiercely. Well, that's right. It really costs a lot of money, and the amount is huge. Now the war has consumed a lot. Zheng Fu has no money, Shang Wen said helplessly. What the hell is going on? Yin asked as he walked. The 3 services have too many military projects, especially the army. I will need a machine gun later. I will need a gun later. The navy will also come. So many ships are needed. The heavenly army is also going to engage in paratroopers at once. How many people can their airships hold? 100 ships at once. The cost of each ship is as high as 1,000 gold. If this is maintained, the money will be the same as running water. Shang Wen said. Look at you. I'm too used to them. Everything depends on them. Isn't the money that can be spent like running water? Let me say, just cut off 90%. Isn't the money just there? You expressed his opinion. Yeah, that's right. The war has come to an end. I will cut 90% off for him from now on. Shang Wen said he was leaving Yina to go to work. Wait, come back, Yina said in a commanding tone. What's the matter? Shang Wen asked. Say yes. Walk with me. You left me here alone. Yina blamed. When it comes to business, you are just like another person. Yina said dissatisfiedly. Hey, sorry. Shang Wen smiled and apologized. You idiot. It's all right there. It doesn't mean anything at all. Yina angrily said that Shang Wen was not. Shang Wen was not easy to answer. Hey, look, the scenery here is pretty good. Shang Wen deliberately turned off the topic and said, what's so good? A few broken trees. There is also a large piece of reeds. What's so good? Blind. Yin was obviously a little angry. Mainly Shang Wen, busy with work. Come out for a walk. Result. I have to go back halfway. Who? Yin thought of this natural anger rising. How does Shang Wen know this? Two people in love, especially Yin people who love to play tricks. How does Shang Wen understand? He was used to being alone. What inspiration is in my mind? Naturally do not like others to disturb. Do it naturally with inspiration. Even if there is a big thing, the inspiration came. No one can stop it. For a time, neither of them had a word. Shang Wen didn't know what to do and had to follow Yin. Yin just kept getting angry. Ignore Shang Wen with Ben. The two walked side by side like this. Yin cast all his anger on Shang Wen. I think Shang Wen is very annoying. Just leave in a hurry. Shang Wen was also anxious when he saw this. Yin saw Shang Wen following up and went faster. Oh, Yin wore brown high-heeled leather boots. Go fast. Plus the uneven road. I sprained my foot by a stone all of a sudden. Fortunately, Shang Wen is very anxious. Yin plunged into Shang Wen's arms all at once. It's all you. It's all you. Yin blamed loudly. What's wrong? I sprained my foot. I will help you up, Shang Wen said. Oh, it hurts. Yin complained. If it is a person, Yin might have gritted his teeth alone. But all this is caused by Shang Wen. Yin naturally complained about Shang Wen. Yin touched her feet, knowing that his foot was sprained. This has to be tuned slowly. I can't go. You can carry me on your back. Yin sent the commander. Oh, okay, Shang Wen said. Shang Wen noticed that Yin's clothes were dirty. This is detrimental to Yin's image. Then he took off his coat. What are you doing? Yin asked. Your clothes are dirty. Put them on. Shang Wen handed over his coat and said, you still have a conscience. Yin scolded. But my heart is sweet. Yin put on Shang Wen's coat. Shang Wen puts Yin on his back. Yin was a little embarrassed. It's a pity that I said it myself. But think about it as Shang Wen's girlfriend. This should be nothing. Okay. This guy turned out to be so light. Not heavy at all. Shang Wen picked up Yin on his back. Thought in my heart. Where shall we go? Shang Wen asked. Go to the city. It's closer there. Yin said. At this time, the position of the two of them is exactly halfway between Shang Wen's office and the city. Yin didn't know why he chose the crowded city. Maybe it's the vanity of girls. Okay, let's go. Shang Wen headed towards the city with Yin on his back. The two of them walked further into the city. The more people. Everyone stayed when they saw the intimate behavior of the two. Isn't that the Prime Minister? Said a worker returning home from a shift. The Lord's back seems to be Princess Wen Yang, a woman exclaimed. Everyone looked at the two people in amazement. One is a political rookie. One is the royal jewel. Both of them are not low in influence, especially Yin, because there are banks and mills, bakery, arsenal, exchange. Her title is used in many places. People know that there are more Princess Wen Yang than Shang Wen. And Shang Wen's recent State of the Union address made the people of Xianyang highly talkative. The two have a high reputation among the public. Two public figures appeared in Xianyang in this form. Suddenly let everyone at a loss. Shang Wen doesn't care about these. Continue to carry Yin into the city. And Yin saw many people watching her monk Shang Wen. Suddenly feel embarrassed. Put his head on Shang Wen's back. The two are a pair of men and women in love that enter the public's attention. 366 here. Shang Wen went into the city with Yin on his back so generously. The people onlookers are just onlookers. They don't know what to say. That's all. Shang Wen carried Yin on his back and gradually left everyone's sight. The crowd was onlookers, although Yin was a little embarrassed. But I feel very proud. Stop. Princess Liu Yi, Han Xiu, dressed in male makeup, stopped her driver and said. Han Xiu saw Shang Wen carrying Yin on his back. So he hurried to find Shang Wen. She only looked for Shang Wen. Recently, Han Xiu has been exposed to many new things as a diplomat. Even women's clothes are tried in private, although the hair is not perm. But she really wanted to give it a try, because of his diplomatic status. They gave up. These things are just curious. She pays more attention to Qin's every move in strengthening strength, especially those arsenals. Because these places are relatively tightly guarded, she can't get in. But she can detect it from the slightest bit of Qin's state. This is her skill. Through the arsenal, she learned a lot. She had even read the Enlightenment books that her brother had read. Some thoughts on the book. She still has some resistance. After all, her starting point is to defend the king's power. But for some practices, especially what happened in Qin's state, she appreciates it very much, especially in terms of new weapons. Han Xiu saw an opportunity for South Korea to rise again. The old stubborn ones in the country are very resistant to the new weapons. They only get a small amount of muskets through special channels. In their view, this weapon is just a little louder. The rest are very poor, and the price is very expensive. And so, musketeers have not been able to equip the Korean team. The private armaments of those ministers are only a small amount of equipment. All this made Han Xiu see an opportunity. In the court struggle, Han Xiu saw the effect of force. She thinks it is necessary to change the current situation in South Korea. A new type of army must be established, just like Qin's state. As a result, she actively participated in diplomacy with King. Want to introduce these new weapons. In addition, the entire content of Shang Wen's State of the Union address was published in the newspaper recently. Han Xiu has a bold idea. That is to use Qin's state. Build your own army. Then call back. Acquire political power in South Korea. Then through reforms in order to seek the strength of South Korea. This idea is extremely bold. But when Zhang Liang learned of this plan, I can't believe it. Is it possible? Do not know. No one knows how big the possibilities are. But Han Xiu asked Shang Wen to give it a try. She believes she can succeed. Confident women are the most attractive. Master Qin, the eldest princess, is here too. Han Xiu stepped forward. Oh, it's Liu. Young Master Han. Shang Wen saw Han Xiu motion to him. I saw Princess Liu Yi dressed in male makeup again. He changed his mind immediately. Yin glanced at Han Xiu and turned away. She regarded Han Xiu's gesture of showing Shang Wen as an act to seduce Shang Wen. To this, Yin was very disgusted. I think this Korean princess is interesting to Shang Wen. Yin has already begun to resent Shang Wen. Can't help but temptation. Shang Wen saw that Shang Wen ignored Princess Liu Yi. I think this is disrespectful to others. Then he took the initiative to open the topic and talked about it. I was a little surprised to meet young Master Han here, Shang Wen said. Oh, unexpected. I don't know if it's convenient for adults now. Go to Xioksu nearby. Han Xiu has something to discuss. Naturally willing to go directly to the topic. She knows if she goes around. For those who are not involved in the world, Shang Wen gave up an opportunity instead. Inconvenient. Very inconvenient. Didn't you see that the two of us are in a relationship? Let's go, honey. Yin deliberately demonstrated this. In this way, Shang Wen was on the cusp of the storm. Shang Wen is not around. Follow Yinu. I'm afraid it's not good for others. But he obeyed Princess Liu Yi. Yinu did not agree. This makes Shang Wen very embarrassed. Han Xiu is sharp-eyed. Seeing Shang Wen's embarrassment, he took the initiative to relieve him. I think the adults are also tired. How about finding a place to drink some tea temporarily? Han Xiu suggested. Not tired. How could an idiot get tired? Yinu replied first. I happen to have some things to discuss with the adults. This is related to the relationship between Qin and Han. I also hope that the adults will not shirk. Han Xiu directly forced Shang Wen to the end. All right. Shang Wen agreed first this time. He thought it was rude to refuse directly. The other party is still AD. Yin still wanted to refuse, but Shang Wen had already agreed. I only have a sense of sulking. Ying Yu secretly scolded Shang Wen for not. My lord, please, Han Xiu said. The three of them entered a restaurant nearby. In the upstairs private room of the restaurant, the three were seated. But Yinu insisted that Monk Shang Wen sit together. There was no way. Shang Wen had to agree. The store is arranged by Han Xiu. Bring some good wine and food. This makes Shang Wen a little nervous. My son, we're just here for a cup of tea. By the way, take a break. It's not so good, Shang Wen said. My lord laughed. Please. Han Xiu refused to answer Shang Wen's words. I wonder what does the princess have to do with me? Qin and Han? Shang Wen saw Han Xiu not talking, then directly introduced the topic. Dare to ask the Prime Minister. Qin Go is really not a big man in 4 or 8 years as an adult. Han Xiu asked directly. Yeah, you can say that. Qin country wants to expand a larger territory. The land of Kanto. If you want to fight, it is also a civil war. I don't want to see a civil war, Shang Wen told Han Xiu clearly. Then the 6 kingdoms of Kwantung will not pose a threat to Qin, just like the current situation. If the 6 countries are united, I am afraid that the Qin army will be difficult to deal with, Han Xiu said directly. Shang Wen was speechless. This is indeed the most worrying issue for Qin. The current financial situation is very pessimistic. If you call this time, Qin Jun was naturally able to withstand it, and it's very easy. But the issue of military expenditure. The state of Qin needed to levy taxes on agriculture and industry that had just started. This is undoubtedly killing the two directly. Qin's industry and commerce are still somewhat weak. It takes time and careful care. If the war comes, Shang Wen didn't dare to think about it. Han Xiu saw Shang Wen not answering. This shows that my guess is correct. Just grab this line. You can take the pulse of the quasi-Qin country. If South Korea is willing to help Qin, South Korea serves as the main channel for the 6 countries to attack Qin. If South Korea resists Qin for a while, Han Xiu said, that hate in Yinyu's heart. This idiot. All of a sudden, the points were made to let the family find the way. No. I have to help him. I don't think South Korea would be so kind. Let's talk about you as a princess. How many fiefs are there? How many soldiers are there? I am afraid that there are not many. Not many. How do you block? Yin titted for him. 367 Han Xiu's assassin. Shang Wen nodded, expressed approval of Yin's views. Shang Wen didn't understand what Princess Liu Yi wanted to do. But one thing is very clear. That is, Qin state did not get the actual benefits he wanted. Without real interest, Qin Go will never take any action. The princess is right. We have nothing. So we need Qin's help. Han Xiu pointed out the words straightforwardly, because there is no need to play tricks. That would disappoint the Prime Minister. I don't understand what you mean, Shang Wen said, and Yin seemed to be aware of something. Use his own hand to pinch Shang Wen desperately. We spend money to sell equipment. And we have people. You help us train them. Then let them fight with you. With those Huns. Who people? In short, as long as they fight with you, wait until you rotate. Let them fight with you. They just need to get down. Han Xiu obviously asked Qin to help her train a powerful army. Shang Wen shook his head, said number. Yin also started loosely. I know that the Qin state is jealous of us. But with the powerful Qin state's combat power, are even us afraid? And we have reached a complete agreement. Just like you said, between the same nation. We have to fight. Is the civil war impossible? Qin is strong. I admire it very much. It also makes me feel the national responsibility that the Prime Minister said. I just proceed from the righteousness of the nation. I admire what you have done. I support you. I support you in a way that I approve. Does the Prime Minister have any reason to refuse? Han Xiu said. The reason is reluctant. Simply untenable. Shang Wen didn't believe that Han Xiu would be so kind. However, Shang Wen faintly touched a doorway, that is, military power. It seems to be in her hands all the time. What you said is so ridiculous. Obviously you want to seize power. You pay for it. Get out of people. We Qin will help you train them. They also go to the battlefield. When they come back, they will become a force comparable to the Qin army. The army. With this army, are those Korean troops with knives and spears your opponent? So you can seize power. I think you are too simple. When we don't know, this woman is very scheming. She is also very ambitious. Yin suddenly stood up and pointed to Han Xiu and said, Yin knows more about politics than Shang Wen. She suddenly understood from the words. This princess has no small ambitions. Unexpectedly, she even dared to raise it publicly. Shang Wen also thinks this possibility is very big. After all, she has the military power. Yes, I want to win the monarch of South Korea. I admit it. Han Xiu admitted her thoughts without any disguise. Shang Wen was surprised. Shang Wen also wondered how Princess Liu Yi would cover up. Did not expect. He didn't even cover up. Admit directly. Surprised. Including Yin. Yin thought, the other party will definitely cover up. At the very least, I should refuse to admit it. But suddenly the other party actually admitted. All of a sudden, Yin was surprised and not knowing what to do, looked at the surprised expressions of the two. Han Xiu knew he had the initiative. My calculations are very accurate. South Korea's current attitude towards Qin is erratic. If you are a little bit more attractive, it's hard to avoid it and you will go to the difficult side. If you support a potential candidate as the monarch at this time, just think about it. Which is more advantageous? Han Xiu began to throw out. Own killer. This killer feature is South Korea's strategic position. He is a strategic channel for other countries to attack Qin. The state of Qin controls South Korea. It can be used as a strategic buffer zone. If South Korea clearly falls to this side, especially to foster an obedient South Korea, obviously this can be achieved. Another point, it was Qin that occupied a large area of territory. These territories need military control, need to digest, and the territory suddenly expanded 5 or 6 times. Qin's demand for land was all at once filled up. In this way, the value of Korean dually is very important. Qin state swallowed too much land. He needs to digest, and South Korea naturally escaped. And the Prime Minister in front of him had obviously missed Qin's strategic goal. The strategic value of Kanto was diluted by the huge victory. His credibility is very high. Personally promise not to take large-scale military operations against Kanto. In fact, these were all correctly calculated by Han Xiu. Qin state does not have any expansion at present. They just want to digest that piece of land larger than their own land as quickly as possible. The people have been stimulated by the huge victory. What they tell every day is how much money they make. What novelty appeared in Qin state? How is the war ahead? 6 countries. Their attention has gradually shifted to the west. East has begun to fade out of sight. This is what the people think. It is also the lowest level view. These views are not just civilians. Those Qin officials also began to think like this. What they want is to set up a few more factories, immigrated from more than 6 countries. In this way, more products can be produced. As for opening up the market, they haven't thought so much yet. Farmers in the fields are much more relaxed. These strong slaves are very good, work fast and have great strength, better than cows. It's just a little stupid. You have to fight to remember. East. West, they don't care. But just pay attention to the price of Xianyang futures. Now Qin has undergone major changes. These changes, as a Qin, Yin would not be aware of it. Shang Wen was not surprised at all. But an outsider observe and perceive more than the two know. All this was calculated by Han Xiu. Qin is now fully moving westward and northward. If the six nations are united, wouldn't the land acquired by Qin be in vain? Qin helps me to help myself. We in South Korea stand in the way of attacking Qin. For Qin, Han Xiu hasn't finished, Shang Wen said. But currently the six countries don't mean to unite, and it's very difficult to unite, Shang Wen said. Master Prime Minister, you know the situation of Qin state, although the situation of the six nations is still quite chaotic now. But once someone sees through the current situation of Qin state, then Qin state swallows the land in his throat. You have to vomit it out. The Prime Minister was the sinner of Qin at that time, Han Xiu said. But Yin quickly turned his head to think about things. Qin state can now be said to be swallowing a very large piece of meat. This piece of meat is bigger than himself. Swallow it without saying. Even digestion is very difficult. The situation in the six countries looks chaotic on the surface, but a huge sign has already been clearly seen. The union of Zhao and Qi. They finished Yango. It's hard not to aim at yourself. Thought of this. Yin had to sweat for this idiot. 368. This woman is not simple. I'm afraid it's impossible. There is no country with such strength that dares to touch my Darkin, Shang Wen said confidently. Oh, really? Dare to ask your lord? How about Zhao-Qi alliance? Han Xiu asked. How about the Zhao-Qi alliance? The Qin state of the two countries is not afraid, Shang Wen said. Of course you are not afraid. But now all the forces of Darkin are going to the west with all their strength. How many troops are still defending in the east? Zhao and Qi, one bit a Qin for a long time. One dares to claim the emperor together. Two countries, perhaps the most. It is possible to promote the alliance. In addition, the Qin state is now marching west. It is difficult to guarantee that the two countries have no other ideas, Han Xiu said slowly. Besides, I seem to remember what kind of economy the adults want. Although this princess doesn't know what it is. But the external situation is so turbulent. Does the adult still have any thoughts? Han Xiu asked. Shang Wen said nothing. But I already recognized Han Xiu's words in my heart. In order to defeat the main force of the family, all the last reserves were transferred away. Moreover, there is now a reserve service system. In particular, the militia has no clear legal documents. There is indeed no regular force in the country. This is indeed possible in the next move of Zhao-Qi and Qi, although the arms of the two countries were suppressed in Qin's hands. But smuggling is not restricted. The role of Yango is too small. It doesn't work at all now. How? South Korea is waiting and watching. Once an alliance is formed, Qin will be uncomfortable. Han Xiu said. We support you. What are the benefits, and how can we guarantee that after we provide a lot of help, you will not turn the gun to us? Shang Wen asked. The advantage is that South Korea pays money, food, and people. And you only need to provide weapons. You need people to train them. Then you send troops to fight. The two countries are close. You can do business. South Korea provides Qin with all the conveniences to the other six countries. Han Xiu had already calculated it. South Korea's special geographical location. Qin wants to lead to the six countries. South Korea must be occupied. But now South Korea still exists. Then the value of his location exists. In history, it was South Korea that Qin state first annexed. Only after opening up this channel can we speed up the pace to unify the country. How could Han Xiu fail to see this? Qin state travels and trades. Just charge a little tax. His volume is huge. That is also a fortune, plus several other countries. So back and forth, South Korea can get benefits without much effort. Han Xiu can figure it out. Shang Wen can naturally figure it out. Want to open trade? We must rely on a well-developed transportation network. South Korea is just blocking the passage of Qin. This is a toll road card. It was also the thorn of Qin's opening up of the six-nation trade. On trade issues, Shang Wen will not compromise. Shang Wen was awakened by Han Xiu's quotation of trade. South Korea must be controlled, no matter what method is used. So how do you do all this? Shang Wen asked tentatively. It's easy. Doing business. The rest, a wise person understands naturally, Han Xiu said lightly. How much tax do you plan to charge? Shang Wen said. Qin is very strong. South Korea is very weak. It won't be very high, Han Xiu said. I need to discuss it before I can make an answer, and all the specific rules need to be drawn up. But I will give an answer within a day, Shang Wen said. Here is the Prime Minister. Please drink this glass, Han Xiu said, holding up the glass and said, thanks. We just have a drink. Take a break. There is no tea here. We have enough rest. We should go now. Goodbye, Shang Wen said, carefully carrying Yinu downstairs. Yinu said nothing. But I was happy, because Shang Wen actively refused. Han Xiu is a smart person, know how to measure. I no longer care about it. Instead, they smiled and watched the two leave. When the two disappeared into the crowd, Han Xiu quietly walked to Shang Wen's table and picked up Shang Wen's cup. I toast you wine. You didn't drink it. Then I must let you toast me one day. Finished. Han Xiu finished the wine in Shang Wen's cup in one sip. Ahem. Han Xiu choked on the drink. Why is this wine so strong? As he said, he broke the glass to the ground. With the emergence of food futures, and the appearance of wine Jing, Qin's winemaking technology has unknowingly walked in the forefront of the 6 countries. The purity of the wine is improved. Naturally loved by the Qin people who like to drink hard liquor. At this point, Shang Wen took a look at the wine in the glass. Then you know what's going on by smelling it. So Shang Wen refused to take a mouthful. Han Xiu didn't know that he was calculated by Shang Wen. Hey, fool. You performed pretty well today. Ying Yu was very happy to see Shang Wen rejecting the princess toast. Also say that this Korean princess, either she is crazy, or Shang Wen hadn't finished yet. Yinu asked immediately, what? This woman is not easy. She has a scheming idea. She is bold enough to be crazy, Shang Wen said. Ha! Yinu hit Shang Wen's neck with a hand fiercely. Why are you hitting me? Shang Wen cried out painfully. Don't tell her in front of me, especially about her. You say ill fight. Yinu was angry. Okay, I won't say anything. Shang Wen agreed. The front is the Guoi mansion. I'll go to the Guoi mansion. How about letting the Guoi mansion take you back to the palace? Shang Wen asked. Number. I want you to send me back to the palace. Yinu immediately refused. Okay, whatever. Anyway, I have to talk for a long time, Shang Wen said. Then I will wait alone. I don't care. You will be by your side. Yinu said. It's up to you, Shang Wen said. When he said that, he entered the Guoi mansion with Yinu on his back. The officers who entered and exited the Guoi mansion were all military officers. There are civil servants too, very few. The two of them entered so generously. Everyone looked at Shang Wen and Ying Yu. Yinu already felt that all the people in Xianyang already knew about the two of them anyway. It's better to be bold. Speaking of the room, Shang Wen tightened. As a result, the officers thought that the two were a good match, more like a loving young couple. All laughed and avoided. Wily Ao heard that Shang Wen was here, then went out to meet. But as soon as I left, I saw Shang Wen carrying Yinu on his back. Bite the scalp and come out to greet. Lord Guoi, don't be polite. Let's go directly to the topic. Shang Wen said first. During the battle in the west, can you send a division back? Shang Wen asked. Relocate a division? Wily Ao was overwhelmed at this moment. He doesn't understand Shang Wen's meaning. It's better to enter the room and talk about this. Said this and Wily Ao entered the room. Then Shang Wen told Wily Ao the whole conversation with Princess Liu Yi. Yin sat on the side. Wily Ao's arrangement is still very traditional. No sofas, no seats. This makes Yin very uncomfortable. She has become accustomed to modern things. Suddenly used traditional things. A huge gap. It made her feel that Wily Ao would not enjoy it. He planned to give Wily Ao a set of furniture. 369 outline. When Shang Wen proposed to mobilize a division to return to defense, Wily Ao's answer surprised Shang Wen. We have issued a transfer order to transfer a division and a cavalry regiment from the center line. Exchange 10,000 people from the northern line and Taiyuan for deployment. If necessary, new troops can be recruited for combat. The training of muskets is very convenient. We have a large number of them. Weapon inventory of the United States. Wily Liao said happily. These are enough. Recruit the army. We don't have the money to pay a lot of military expenses, Shang Wen said. Wily Liao was surprised. When it comes to weapons, we must also cut a large number of military orders. For example, the Navy cuts at least 20 ships. The Sky Army cuts at least more than half of the airships. The Army's 6-barreled Vulcan need to cancel orders on a large scale. We need to retire the soldiers. Let them enter the factory, or whatever. In short, we have no money, Shang Wen said. Didn't we issue a lot of bonds? Wily Liao asked. But it needs to be cashed even more. These bonds need to be cashed. You know this, especially now. We have occupied a large area of land at once. We need to digest, need to consolidate and need to build. This requires a lot of money. Such a huge war. Military expenses have already spent a lot of our money, Shang Wen explained. Wily Liao was obviously hard to pretend to change. Some days ago, military orders are constantly being issued here. But now, not only to cancel military orders, and some troops have to be cut, let them retire. In addition, we have to carry out a series of diplomatic actions. The first is to help South Korea train combat. We will get military training fees. In addition, our inventory, eliminate a large number of flintlocks. Replace with percussion muskets. This is only the beginning. We still have a lot of supplies left. I read the list of supplies. Our food and equipment can last for 10 years on the front lines, Shang Wen said. But those retired soldiers, Wily Liao asked. We will arrange them for employment, and there is still a lot of land for them. These will definitely satisfy them, Shang Wen said. These things are probably not something you and I can do. This has to be reported to the king. Wily Liao realized something. Then the monk Wen said in time, I'm going to talk about it now. These things are already very big moves, Shang Wen said. He'll report it to the king. As he said, Shang Wen immediately returned to the palace with Yin on his back. By the way, can you arrange a carriage to send us a ride? Shang Wen felt that Yin's back was heavy, especially the back can't straighten up. Yes, of course, Wily Liao said. Saying goodbye to the two, leaving the Guoi mansion, arrived at Xianyang Palace, Shang Wen handed Yin to her waitress. Then he told King Qin of his preliminary thoughts. This is a series of military, diplomatic, political, and military actions. The scope is very wide. If it weren't for Han Shu's initiative to look for Shang Wen's adjustment can also be completed. But it takes time, a long time. But under the external force exerted by Han Shu, the speed of Qin's progress on the road of capitalism suddenly accelerated a lot. And Han Shu is the inducement for Qin to perform a series of actions. The core of Qin state lies in economic issues. And a series of actions will revolve around the economy. The primary task of the economy is to digest the huge fruits of the war. The war has come to an end, and the Qin army has a chance to win. The results of the war have only begun to be digested. The Qin state swallowed most of today's Gansu, Ningxia, Inner Mongolia, and a small amount of Outer Mongolia, Xinjiang. And the door of Xinjiang has been opened, and it will not take long. The state of Qin will expand a large part of the land. The population of Qin is still unable to meet so many land developments. This is the biggest problem. As the immigration work unfolds, this problem will be resolved. But the population still cannot be resolved. Want to solve it quickly? Only through diplomatic means can a large number of people from the 6 nations enter the state of Qin, and this will inevitably lead to diplomatic troubles. Diplomacy is backed by the military. Qin's army will undergo a military revolution. Changes come from the advancement of weapon technology that transcends the times. The economic needs require timely changes and adjustments in the military. Large-scale war mobilization is no longer possible. Local small-scale wars do not require a slow mobilization and huge expenditures, a slow army. Moreover, the expenditure of Zhang Fu cannot meet the needs of such a huge army. Qin Jun needs change. The army needs to lose weight. His scale must be kept appropriate. If this is appropriate, Qin Jun maintains high mobility. This is required by the demands of war. The targets of the Qin army's future battles are the scattered Huns and unknown nomads. Constant Sao harassment and high mobility operations. It is impossible to have a large-scale war against the 6 countries. Because of immigration needs, it is necessary for Qin to maintain a positive image. Domestic stability is also the greatest demand for economic construction. The war will draw a large number of young adults. This is not what Qin wants to see most. In addition, economic demand will be the biggest driving force. Qin's army has initially assumed the style of a modern army, especially in terms of obtaining the results of the war. The Qin state gained the most. Qin Jun, who has tasted the sweetness, is bound to continue. And next, the economy will shift to trade with the 6 countries. On trade issues, Qin Jun needs to control the main traffic arteries and maintain fast mobility to deal with them in time. This is the most fundamental stepping to death. Diplomacy. Qin must be able to keep the opponent in awe at any time and place. Diplomacy is supported by force. Flexible activities in 6 countries. Facilitate trade. The specific measures are to cut military expenditures, encourage foreign trade, increase infrastructure construction, and provide economic and military assistance to Yan Kingdom and South Korea. These are Shangwin through Hanshu, Yinu, Wiliao and others, and a more systematic sorting out of what he has seen and heard. This is a more systematic and specific measure of Qin's state. After Shangwen sent away Yinu, he hurriedly went to see King Qin to report and ask for instructions. Although Yinu was a little bit reluctant, but it must be separated. Because Shangwen's identity is the prime minister, it is to take on the responsibility of Qin's state, under the guidance of a servant. Shangwen saw King Qin. After a simple etiquette, Shangwen started to get into the topic. He told King Qin one by one what he had just sorted out. On necessary diplomatic issues, Shangwen even put forward the metaphor of one pull and one block. The country of Yan dragged down the country of Qi, the country of Zhao, which was the most threatening country, while Korea, as the buffer zone and gateway of the country of Qin, blocked the main passage. And following the initiative of foreign trade, South Korea's economic foundation was completely destroyed. Let it be unable to maintain dualixing politically. In this way, you can control this essential. 370 Disarmament promotes military change. King Qin was more satisfied with this kind of diplomatic deployment. The reason for the satisfaction is simple. King Qin was worried about helping a neighboring country train its army. Even bigger, let it launch a coup. This made King Qin feel a little uneasy. And when Shangwen proposed large-scale disarmament, King Qin's performance was even more intense. Disarmament. How can this be done? Qin has never disarmament on such a large scale. As a result, the 6 countries are even more unscrupulous. King Qin changed from shock to a clear attitude. Disarmament is impossible. Military strike has always been Qin's strengths. This strength is also a place where the 6 nations is extremely afraid. Qin's attack on the 6 nations. Always maintain a high-pressure situation. Reduce the number of troops. This situation cannot be guaranteed. Traditional policies are deeply rooted. My lord, disarmament is imperative. Shangwen simply answered such a sentence. Shangwen is very wise. He knew that King Qin needed to calm down. Only when you are calm can you continue. Shangwen only said such a sentence. He was silent. He is giving King Qin time, enough time to cool down. King Qin didn't understand. He was the one who carried out the large-scale conscription and reform. But now, it is suddenly disarmed. It took only a few months. The change is so great. King Qin himself felt that there was a problem. The silence gave King Qin a time to sober himself up. It also made King Qin begin to think about why Shangwen did this. Sir is silent. Why is this? Qin Wang asked. Hear the question of King Qin. Shangwen replied, please wake up the king. Shangwen said, oh, wake up. King Qin smiled after speaking. Mr. Gao Yi, I have worked hard for dear Qin. King Qin suddenly woke up. Shangwen is to keep him calm. The starting point is early for the Qin state. This is the duty of the minister. Shangwen saw King Qin calm down. The reasons and benefits of disarmament have changed. Come one by one. My lord, disarmament is extremely beneficial to Dakin. There are 3 reasons why. Our Dakin issued Zhengfu bonds on a large scale. These bonds have raised a lot of funds for our Dakin. This is also the reason why the war progressed smoothly. But now the military expenditure far exceeds our budget. 3 million gold. 1 click. The soup expenses go to more than 200 gold. This is still the minister's timely stop. Otherwise, I will increase the military expenditure. King Qin listened, very shocked. The military expenditure is so large, it is even larger than the original expenditure for fighting a war. In addition to the necessary expenditures, a large part of these military expenditures comes from the internal competition of the 3 major military services. The king does not know if the weapons on the military expenditure list are developed, even if there are 2,006,000 military teams in the Qin army. In front of him, Qin Jun can easily tear it apart. Shang Wen said. King Qin smiled. Hearing this, I am still very happy. Who doesn't want their army to be strong? But the price is that our Qin state as a whole will collapse, and the economy of Qin state does not allow such an army to exist. Shang Wen said. Second, the structure of the army. The army that our Dakin maintains now, its army is still the main part. The navy and the heavenly army are less than 1% of it. The army's structure is unusually large and bloated. Now we are in front of us. It is no longer possible for the enemy to attack us from the front. They were broken up by our Qin army, broken up, and scattered in a large area. They are very flexible and strong. Such a bloated and huge army is very unsuitable for this kind of combat method. Third, Dakin needs to return to the track of economic construction, especially to digest the vast land currently occupied by the Qin army. This requires population. It requires labor. Soldiers have been in the war for a long time. The economic damage to Dakin is too great. It is also the driving force of population growth. Shang Wen said. Yeah, go ahead, sir. King Qin nodded and approved Shang Wen's idea. And these are very correct, master. Our disarmament is actually to keep the Qin army stronger. This is a military revolution. Advanced weapon technology requires comprehensive innovation in tactics and strategy. Shang Wen put forward his own views. On the basis of undiminished combat effectiveness or high requirements, the Qin army is required to use more technology. And the technical requirements are getting higher and higher. Its effectiveness in warfare may exceed before, but the scale is less than that. The structure is more reasonable. The heavenly army and the navy will be able to advance the 3 armies together. There are many ways to attack the opponent. The enemy can't defend it, Shang Wen said. Okay. King Qin exclaimed. The most important thing is, our country's economic burden is much smaller. Moreover, the technological level of military equipment has improved. It is also the rapid increase of our Dakin technical reserves. The 2 promote each other. This is a great boost to the economy. In addition, the king should also improve the reserve service system of Dakin. Only in this way can the training level and combat effectiveness of the army be improved. Well, yes, there is Mr. Lau in these matters. The widow is absolutely assured of his sir. Qin Wang said. In fact, this is to let Shang Wen feel relieved to do it boldly. King Qin saw it. Shang Wen's starting point. It is often from the perspective of the country, not an individual. And most of the considerations are based on economics. This is the shortcoming of King Qin. It was also something that King Qin couldn't understand. Minister, Shang Wen understood what King Qin meant. Okay, you don't need to be polite, sir. The widow should thank the Prime Minister. Zhao Guo always tells the widow about some changes in Xianyang. These changes are not too late for a day. The widow should go out for a walk. Qin Wang said. Then the 2 officials had no further discussion on state affairs. But it was very strange to talk about some irrelevant topics. When these are finished, it's getting dark. Shang Wen also has to go back to his residence to draw up some terms. These are a series of terms signed with South Korea. These terms are still secret. After all, It also involves the content of coup support. In order to ensure that South Korea is consistent with Kin's diplomacy, Chang Wen proposed it for the first time. It is necessary to lease an area on the main traffic road as an intermediate rest stop for Kin State. This is actually Kin's lease area. In this area, the state of Kin will have its own politics, justice, and even the power to garrison troops. And such a lease area, Chang Wen will set up 5 along the main traffic road. It can be increased at will if necessary. At the same time, in order to ensure the rapid responsibility of Kim Jong, Chang Wen asked South Korea to cooperate with Kim, build a lot of roads, highways, and railways, even the airports and terminals that will appear later. This speaks to a certain extent. Kin State is exporting its advanced technology, but the premise is that certain dualixing in Korea are disappearing. Chang Wen didn't know how much the other party accepted, but in order to take the initiative, Chang Wen wrote the draft very clearly and obscurely, and a lot of modern vocabulary is used. The purpose is very obvious. That is to get the most benefit in the negotiation. Simultaneously, Chang Wen also copied a copy early. This one is for Yango, 371 not fair. After copying it again, Chang Wen believed that Kin should take the lead in traffic issues. Then it was modified to be unilaterally built by the state of Kin, but taking into account the need to mobilize the other party's positivity, so it was changed to a joint construction by both sides. But the Kin state is the master and has absolute ownership of transportation. However, taking into account the factors of concessions in the negotiation, Chang Wen was restored to the unilateral construction of Kin State. Negotiations must take the initiative. Finish it all. Chang Wen still has some things to do. It is to send a notice to the National Lieutenant Mansion and the General Staff. Call for a major military conference. The content is disarmament. In addition, there is the issue of new city construction and education funding. New town construction. Chang Wen feels that a large amount of private capital should be introduced. Zhengfu, in addition to the construction of sewers, roads and other infrastructure accidents, will not be involved. The land will be sold by auction. Education. Chang Wen thinks the establishment of private schools should be encouraged. At the same time, for some establishments, enterprises and individuals that establish public schools are funded. Chang Wen will provide great tax-free items. At the same time, a series of education reward systems have been established. Wait for these to be done. It's almost dawn. Chang Wen had to take a nap. After all, there is still one big thing to do. Just when Chang Wen just went to sleep, Zhang Liang and Han Xiu took the initiative to come. Han Xiu thinks that this move seems to be unable to sit still on his side. However, this can also hit the opponent by surprise, conducive to their own negotiations. Chang Wen was called out by the guards sleepy. I heard that Zhang Liang and Princess Liu Yi came. After a while, I went to sort it out. Then he went to see the two of them. Good morning, too. Chang Wen came to see the two after washing with cold water. Good morning. Zhang Liang and Han Xiu were a little surprised. Are you two here to talk about yesterday? Chang Wen asked. Han Xiu nodded in approval. Well then, it's not convenient to talk here. In order to show our sincerity, I decided to take the two to negotiate in a mysterious place. Chang Wen said. Okay. Follow me. Chang Wen led the way. Zhang Liang gestured with his eyes. Han Xiu nodded. After talking, the two followed out. The two and Chang Wen got on the carriage together, then drove in the direction of the military academy. No place is safer than that. When the carriage entered the vicinity of the military academy, a series of checkpoints began to appear. Ming, or dark. Both Zhang Liang and Han Xiu looked around. Where are you taking us? Han Xiu asked. Military academy, the cradle of the Qin army officers. If we reach an agreement, the officers above you will come out and lead soldiers to fight. Chang Wen pointed to his briefcase, which contained the contents of the agreement. Han Xiu nodded, then asked nothing. Arrived at the school gate, Chang Wen got off the bus. Go through some military entry and exit procedures. Chang Wen also asked the two to get out of the car, because it is secret diplomacy, exempted upon registration. If you two want to visit, just walk in. If you don't want to, we get in the car and go straight in. Shang Wen said frankly. We want to see. Han Xiu answered. Very well, come with me. Don't run around. The Jingwei here has the right to shoot. Shang Wen said. There are 3 military academies here, and all the services of the army, navy, and sky military academies are set up here. Each military academy sets up classes for different types of arms. For example, there is the Army's Military Academy. Shang Wen pointed to a row of barbed wire military facilities. They set up infantry, cavalry, logistics, engineers, etc. Shang Wen introduced. Those big characters are very interesting. Han Xiu smiled and pointed to the slogan at the army gate. That is our military culture. An internal competition, Shang Wen said. Shang Wen didn't want to say too much. What is military culture? What is internal competition? Can you please explain? Han Xiu asked. It is through internal competition to compete with each other in the military to optimize combat power. It takes a long time to explain clearly. I believe it will not take long. The princess will definitely understand. Shang Wen tweeted off. I believe it too, Han Xiu said. The visit was very sloppy, because the barracks are huge. It is impossible to walk through it in a short time. Plus, both parties have important things to talk about. Both parties have expressed interest to visit after the negotiation is over. The negotiation was actually carried out in a classroom. There were only 3 people in the negotiation. It is a high-secret meeting. Shang Wen passed the terms he drafted directly to the other party. Han Xiu was surprised. Unexpectedly, the other party would handle the matter overnight. Han Xiu took the clause and read it carefully. Many words are beyond Han Xiu's understanding. Fortunately, Shang Wen decided to give an explanation when making changes. Otherwise, there will be great obstacles in the negotiation between the 2 parties. Han Xiu read one by one referring to the explanation. The farther back, Han Xiu became more angry, finally handed the terms to Zhang Liang, then asked with extreme restraint. Dare to ask your lord, is this the specific condition that Qin state proposed? Han Xiu asked. Yes. Shang Wen answered naturally. Is this still South Korea? Han Xiu asked. Yes, Shang Wen replied. But the concession area was built on our Korean land. Is that our Korean land? Han Xiu asked. Yes. Of course it is your land. We are just renting it. It has a period of 100 years. We pay you money. It's fair. Shang Wen said. Fair? Han Xiu asked with a smile. This is not fair. This is a country within a country. You have your own judicial, diplomatic, taxation and other series of powers. That's all. You still have to station troops. Is this still our South Korea? Han Xiu said loudly. Questioned. Princess, please stay calm. You should think about it for us. Why do we do this? There is no basis of trust between us now. To have these foundations, we must have practical interests. We don't want hostages. It's for us. There is no use in the slightest. What we want is business, and what we want is to be able to do business safely and make money. Shang Wen said. We need to build strongholds on transportation and cities. Our businessmen need to rest and have a stable place to store their goods. We even set up factories locally, then we start trading. A large amount of these people's properties are placed in your South Korea. Can you guarantee it? No. Qin state needs to provide protection to protect their personal safety. And their property is not lost. Garrison is a must, Shang Wen said. But you can deploy a large army to attack us. Talk to our security. This is very unfair, Han Xiu said. We will control the size of the army. But you must also cooperate with us. Protect the personal and property safety of the merchants. This is our starting point. It is also a point that must not be changed and compromised, Shang Wen said. 372 Qin Han Secret Agreement. Han Xiu sat down calmly. On the concession issue, Han Xiu underestimated Shang Wen's strength. She didn't expect Shang Wen to come this hand. This is completely different from the previous traditional diplomatic rules. Han Xiu originally thought that he would just stay in Qin and hold him hostage. Unexpectedly, Shang Wen clearly proposed not to take hostages, but to ask for the establishment of concessions in South Korea, and it is a dually area, and clearly ask for their cooperation, a very practical right. There is no emptiness in the slightest, and also very rigorous, strict to the point that you can't handle it at all. Han Xiu couldn't help it. Zhang Liang couldn't help it. Only you can tear up this agreement. Otherwise you can't do it at all. What's the problem? Shang Wen asked. What's the matter with highway and railway construction? Han Xiu said. Shang Wen shrugged and said he didn't understand. Why is Qin State building unilaterally? We still need to make land compensation. Han Xiu has seen Qin State demonstrate the train. Know that the big guy is very powerful. The speed is very fast, and there are a lot of things to transport. Because of the technical conditions, you can't produce some technical things. It is not as good as railroad tracks. And there are some technical surveys. The land issue is a railway law we promulgated. The main thing is to encourage the construction of national railways. But that's South Korea, Han Xiu said. Of course, I know this. But the beneficiary of the railway is your South Korea. You can't just benefit and not pay, Shang Wen said. Profit? Han Xiu asked. Yes. The railway is convenient for your economic construction and transportation. The direct beneficiaries are you, Shang Wen said. I think the biggest beneficiary is your Qin State, Han Xiu pointed out. You can say so. Shang Wen admitted frankly. We lose the land and need to exchange half of the railway ownership and use rights. Han Xiu replied. Shang Wen thought about it. Technology. Do you have the technology? Shang Wen asked. We can learn. How much money? We are willing. Han Xiu said. Impossible. No amount of money. And you can't make it. You don't have mechanical equipment. And you can measure it. It's a very delay in the construction period. This is a loss to Qin State. This is impossible, Shang Wen said. Han Xiu bit his lip. Negotiations do not take the initiative at all. Qin's advantage is too great, especially technical advantages. Then we won't be able to negotiate. Han Xiu threatened with this. That's a pity. Shang Wen did not show weakness either. Seeing that the two sides are about to talk to each other, Zhang Liang stood up. Princess, wait a minute, please sit down. Lord Prime Minister, there is still a possibility that Han Qin and the two countries can reach a conclusion. Zhang Liang calmed down in time. How come the new army on this agreement is only 30,000? Zhang Liang asked. 30,000 is a lot. Your country can afford it, or your current capacity simply can't afford it. A marked infantry division plus a cavalry brigade. Military expenses are at least 200,000. Even more, 200,000. Can you take it out? Shang Wen asked. This. Zhang Liang looked at Han Xiu, and it was true. At present, there are very few South Korean factions. Money can't be raised at all. They can give out 100,000 at most. This is all the savings in Han Xiu's own fief. From the perspective of funding, South Korea, especially the two of them, have little qualifications. We have reduced the size of the army to 20,000 people. Just like your army. We have everything, Han Xiu said. Yes, as long as your funds are in place. There are also military remuneration. This is at least 200,000 yuan, Shang Wen said. You, Han Xiu said angrily. This is the characteristic of the new army. If you want the army to fight the enemy bravely, you must pay, Shang Wen said. This suddenly put South Korea in a desperate situation. We only have 100,000 gold. If there is more, no. Han Xiu showed his trump card. Shang Wen smiled and shook his head. What are you laughing at? Han Xiu asked very sensitively. You guys are really interesting in negotiating. Do you still need to negotiate such conditions? If it were me, I would sign this secret agreement without hesitation. Really? There is no way to negotiate, Shang Wen said. This agreement of mine obviously overestimates everyone. We have to reconsider it, Shang Wen said. Pop. Han Xiu patted on the table. We sign, but we have a condition. We need a loan of 200,000 gold. Han Xiu said. This is a private business, we can't help, Shang Wen said. No. I need Kingo to be our guarantor, Han Xiu said. Collateral? Shang Wen asked. My fief, Han Xiu said. No, Your fief can't get that much funding, Shang Wen said very simply. Then what do you need? Han Xiu asked. Tariff, Shang Wen said directly. It is good. Han Xiu looked at Shang Wen fiercely. It seems to eat Shang Wen. We collect tariffs for 50 years. A tour period is provided. The principal and interest must be repaid within 2 years. Shang Wen said. Then we need to introduce your technology. Han Xiu asked. It's impossible. Shang Wen refused. Then I will set up a trading company myself. You need to cooperate with me, Han Xiu said. Shang Wen thought for a while and thought it was nothing but to prevent accidents, then went on to talk about it. We can have another business plan, Shang Wen said. Okay. Han Xiu signed his name on this plan. Shang Wen also knew the name of the princess from the delicate and powerful words. Han Xiu. Then Shang Wen signed his name. Seal it. The file is considered effective. Then, Shang Wen drafted a business plan, amended by both parties. Then sign, take effect. The document is in duplicate. The two parties exchanged documents. This is the first time Han Xiu has seen such a signing ceremony. Happy cooperation. Shang Wen reached out. Han Xiu was completely at a loss. Han Xiu is just 20. This age is already an older age. But she was not married, because Han Xiu himself vowed to use his marriage as politics. We shook hands to indicate a happy cooperation, Shang Wen said. Oh, the cooperation is happy, Han Xiu said nervously. Shang Wen felt that Han Xiu's hands were a little cold. It was released after a slight gesture, and Han Xiu was a little confused. I hope that the princess will start related work as soon as possible. Those military personnel also need you to send them secretly and quickly to facilitate our military training. Okay. Let's have some food at the military academy, then we will go around, Shang Wen said too. The two agreed. Then Shang Wen arranged to eat in an officer's cafeteria. Han Xiu was relieved when he was eating. Zhang Liang lamented Qin Jun's food, because there are so many types of food, and it's self-service. 373 The Rescue Queensy. This self-service dining method originated from the Mengtian department in the north, because they have the earliest military canteen. Soldiers generally have a lot of appetite. It is very troublesome to take food repeatedly. Therefore, Shang Wen adopted a self-service approach. Let them take it by themselves. As a result, the problem is solved. The problem of waste also arises. Finally, after raising prices and penalties, the self-service style only enters the formal. What Han Xiu and Zhang Liang saw was the tremendous change in this army from dining to combat. Their food is rich in variety, especially meat, and the dining environment is clean. It feels more comfortable than in a restaurant. The quality of these officers is very high, especially their uniforms. There are white, blue, and black. There are some badges on it that she doesn't recognize. In short, everything is different. Everything seems very energetic. Looking back at the army of one's own country, and Qin Jun simply can't. Military officers, especially middle and lower level officers, rarely have meat. Soldiers don't mention it. They will only provide it during bloody battles. But it's not bad for soldiers to have enough food. Don't talk about meat. Clothes, environment. It can't be compared. Korean clothing is rarely clean and decent. The soldiers' clothes were very shabby. The officer's armor was compared with the Qin Army's uniform. That is, one is in the sky and the other is underground. Environment, Qin's dining environment, clean and comfortable. South Korean soldiers can only find a clean place to fill their stomachs. Han Xiu contrasted everything. Zhang Liang is also comparing. Both of them have a common view. Qin's strength is too strong. The two side. As everyone knows, these are all styles made by Shang Wen. Then the officers made improvements themselves. It is also the joint effort of the two parties. Only gradually improved the conditions of the army. Qin Jun learned to improve the conditions of military facilities and improve the living environment of officers and soldiers. Later, under the leadership of Shang Wen, he visited the military academy of the three armed forces. The navy is still a new style ship. There are no sails. There are only tall chimneys. The new airship of the Celestial Army. Shang Wen knew it for the first time. The airship was turned into a hydrogen boat. because of foreign affairs. Shang Wen did not ask in detail, but there is one thing. Qin's chemistry can produce hydrogen. In order to satisfy the curiosity of the two Shang Wen, the Celestial Army also specially carried 3 people to fly for a period of time. This is the first flight of Han Xiu and Zhang Liang. Then I watched the parachuting training of the new students, army cavalry artillery training. The two were eye-opening. Just when Shang Wen took Han Xiu around for a tour, Qin Jun encountered something at a loss. When Wang Ben's mobile force wiped out Yu's army, after a short break, he began to rush forward. The army is advancing quickly. Those reserve cavalry are better at scouts and scouts. Then, the reserves attacked the Z tribe in advance. The army followed up quickly. This is a Qin Jun-style blitzkrieg. The depth of their daily raids is great. Sometimes it can go more than 100 miles a day. Such a fast speed. The infantry who followed up and swept slowly fell far behind. But Qin Jun clearly showed no signs of slowing down. They are still advancing quickly. When Qin Jun was advancing quickly, the Hun's pursuit and killing of the Yus did not stop in the slightest. They finally made it into the base camp of the Xi people. But a member of the royal family did not catch it either. This made Mu Dun very angry. The anger made Mao Dun cast his anger on the innocent Xi people. The young and middle-aged Xi went to fight. Only the old and the weak and a large number of women and children remain in the base camp. Kill. A short command. The Huns killed all those defenseless innocents. After the slaughter is over, the Huns began to pursue and kill them. The royal family of Xi was extremely embarrassed. When they escaped, there were more than 20,000 people. They are not like running away but like moving. They are very slow. Quickly, the Huns caught up. All of a sudden, the formation was in chaos. The Huns beheaded regardless of men and women. The Huns have fewer than 5,000 people. It's extremely fierce and cruel. Kill as soon as you see. The Huns were like jumping into a flock. More than 20,000 Xi people were beaten up and down. Many people began to escape. Members of the royal family were also beaten and scattered. But the hunt did not stop. Mu Dun had to divide his troops and pursue them. The 2nd Battalion, 2nd Battalion, 3rd Regiment, and 2nd Cavalry Brigade of the Reserve is conducting a search mission. They walked on the grassland full of dust. It's not search. It's better to say it's hunting, because their main purpose is still to snatch the spoils, especially slaves. That is a good opportunity to make a fortune. Just as they were on their way, Scout quickly reported. Company Commander, something strange happened before. A group of people chased and killed the family, said the scout. What? Go and take a look. This confused the company commander, who chases and kills the Xi people. If you are your own person, you have to report your serial number. This team of nearly 100 people quickly rushed to the scene of the incident. They saw more than 30 people and more than 50 Xi people fighting. Company commander, what shall we do? A platoon commander asked. Enclose it first before speaking, the company commander ordered. So the 2 platoons of the Qin army moved quickly to the 2 wings. The people of the family first discovered Qin Jun. When the Huns saw that the people were strange, they realized that a Qin army had surrounded them. The 2 groups started to stand apart. Company commander Qin Jun didn't know what was going on, but he wants these people to surrender and become his slaves. So shouted loudly in Yu's language. Surrender. Don't kill. These are the only 2 Xi words they can speak. Xi people understand, but they don't know what to do. The Huns are quite jealous. Mother, shoot. Kill me too. The company commander ordered. Bang. Bang. 2 shots were fired. 2 Xi people fell. The people of Xi were panicked. At this time, a tall Xi woman got out of a car, said a few words of Yu's language. The people of Xi put down their weapons. The Huns on the opposite side dared not move. They still wait and see. Mother, I have to let Lao Tzu take a gun to communicate with those idiots. Hit. Shoot me. The company commander finished. There was a burst of gunfire. Many Huns with weapons were killed. The remaining people rushed like crazy, but soon he was killed by a musket. Hey, are you from Qin? A man from the family called. Qin Jun slowly gathered around at this time. Your grandfather is from Qin. He didn't kowtow when he saw him. The platoon leader returned loudly. The people underneath laughed. It's interesting. There are people who can speak our words. Catch that person. Give us an interpreter, said the company commander. Hear Qin's answer. The people of Xi were very angry, but helpless. They went on to say, "This is your majesty, the queen of the kingdom. We want to see your king Qin." The man said, 374 Provocation. Queen, Pooh, come over to Lel for the brothers first. A corporal called out loudly. Then a large group of soldiers roared, "Shut up!" to me. The company commander scolded. Everyone did not speak. Go and see if the few killed are dead. As usual, the heads are opened. The company commander gave an order. Yes, sir. Everyone called, although they are reserves. But they are not at all ambiguity in learning the regular army. From the language of the regular army, they are very similar. A platoon man began to use bayonets and bullets to check on those who were killed. The company commander slowly fights forward. Everyone stays vigilant. The company commander vaguely felt that his luck was good, because from the other side's conversation, it looks like a royal person, especially wearing, although the woman was blocked by the veil. But it can be judged. Maybe it really is King Xi. If so, this is definitely a great achievement. Thought of this, the company commander decided to give it a try. Check it out. Everyone, raise your hands and kneel on the ground. If you don't kneel, well, kill someone. You quickly translate it to everyone and listen to you. The company commander pointed the gun at the man and said. The man had no choice but to whisper. When the man finished speaking, the woman said something sternly. It seems to be rejecting something. The company commander worried that he would be disadvantaged. He fired a shot in the sky. Everyone was horrified. The Qin people are very on guard. All their guns were aimed at everyone. The woman whispered for a while. It's like giving an order. Everyone knelt down, but she did not kneel. But still standing arrogantly, the guess in the company commander's heart was 90% correct. Look from the integrity and some words. This person is at least a member of the royal family. Who are those? Why are you chasing after you? The company commander asked. The Huns. The man was about to answer. The woman whispered something in a stern tone. The man was silent. Bang! The company commander fired a shot in the sky. It's up to you to say or not. It's up to me to kill or not. The company commander said. Come on, take this woman down. Give me rules. The company commander ordered. The woman was taken away very cooperatively. Let's talk about you. The company commander pointed at the man with the gun, helpless. The man had no choice but to see what happened in the country of the moon. The people of Qin also learn from the enemy what happened to his opponent. The value of this information is very important. What did the company commander realize? So he immediately led the team and escorted these people to find a large army. The various fronts of the Qin army remained ignorant before this information was delivered. With their advanced weapons, they defeated all enemies who dared to stop their advance. After Shang Wen signed the document with Han Xiu, he began to focus on the country's economic construction. First, the new city will be built. The measurement is basically over. A large amount of data is being drawn into detailed maps. Shang Wen personally participated in the planning. The defense of the city is the last consideration. Prioritize the development potential of the city. Shang Wen first planned 9 traffic passages. But construction is not this time. Instead, build the underlying project, drainage system and urban sewage system. The construction materials are completed with cement, stones, etc. At the same time, introduce mountain springs. Construct the first tap water system. The appearance of these systems surprised designers very much. But Shang Wen thinks it is necessary. Except for some education, zhengfu, parks and other land. The remaining plots will all be auctioned. Shang Wen is planning a new city in Xianyang. The diplomatic letter caused Shang Wen to stop his work. The party sending the letter is the embassy of the state of Zhao. Mentioned in the letter, King Zhao was very dissatisfied with Qin's proposal to mediate between Yan, Zhao, and Qi. For mediation, it is an attitude of ignorance. But Zhao Wang has ordered Li Mu to step up his attack on Yan. The diplomatic letter is more than just one. There is also Qi state. The letter from the Qi embassy made Shang Wen very angry. because this is a naked diplomatic provocation. He even dared to laugh and mock Qin's prime minister in front of the people of Qin. Chigo dare to provoke. He is looking for death, Shang Wen said angrily. Shang Wen felt that Chigo should be given a look. But what means to take becomes the key. Shang Wen walked back and forth in thought. However, Shang Wen thinks this has found a good reason to intervene. Shang Wen calmed down a bit, then began to give orders. The first is to ask Qi State Embassy to ask Qi State to make a public apology. If you don't apologize, the embassy staff was recalled. The same is true of Zhaogo. Next is to launch a public opinion offensive. Shang Wen wants to encourage newspapers to collect criminal records during the war between the two countries, mainly aimed at local civilians. Then there was a public meeting with Yan's diplomats. Signed an aid plan with Yan Go, until Zhao and Qi all withdrew from the territory of Yan. In terms of aid plans, Qin State considered assisting a batch of new weapons, mainly 6-barreled Vulcan and artillery. Finally, the Qin State will hold large-scale military exercises in the north, Taiyuan, and Shandong, put pressure on Zhaogo, force them to take the initiative to negotiate peace. This is a series of diplomatic moves. But the Qi State that Qin State most wants to attack, because of geographic location, Qin Go can't reach it. The effect of the blow is not very good, because it is still Zhaogo who is under the most pressure. Zhao Jun was the main force in attacking the state of Yan. The pressure of the exercise is also Zhaogo. In contrast, Qi State was only threatened by aid to Yan State. The loss is not great. Don't hurt Qi. Qi will always ignore Qin. The means of attack. Shang Wen felt a little difficult. He noticed the navy. Attacking Qi from the sea is the best way. Several such countries, Qin can be hit. But the navy's situation is very pessimistic. The first is how to reach the surface of Qi State. Qin is in the west. Qi is in the east. There are many countries in the middle. If you go to sea from the Yellow River, needed Korea. Why? Chu. The Yangtze River needs to pass through the state of Chu. In any case, he could not hide from Chu State. Going to sea is just the beginning. How is the training of the navy, and are they adapting to the maritime situation? There is also a port for berthing and supplies. In this way, the blow becomes extremely slim. Shang Wen thought for a long time. Decided to do it. Qin's economic development and foreign trade requirements must do so. The state of Qin must obtain a certain amount of access to the sea. The navy must develop. Qin's navy should go out if it wants to turn the Pacific Ocean into an inner lake. The first is the division of the navy. The navy is moving to Basyu, the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. Another is to reduce the army's military expenditures. Find a way to provide it to the navy. Diplomacy. After the above deployment is completed, start use diplomacy again. Think about it all. Shang Wen began to write commands. At the same time, I met with Uxin, Yan Guo's ambassador to Qin. 375 noisy. The time for meeting with Ambassador Yan Guo is relatively late. In doing so, the main consideration was the transfer of Qin State, the deployment of troops, and the safety of diplomats. This was the first thing Qin considered. After successive orders have been issued, Shang Wen made a report to King Qin. Unexpectedly, King Qin was very annoyed about this matter. The humiliation of the Prime Minister of Qin is the humiliation of Qin. Fan Sui in history was humiliated in Wei. King Qin Zhao persecuted Wei with the threat of war. The attitude of King Qin also naturally safeguarded the honor of Qin. After King Qin heard Shang Wen's series of actions, it feels very appropriate. They agreed. Yin had no knowledge of this matter, because she is discussing loan matters with a person she hates most. 200,000 gold. This is not a small number, although Yin has sufficient funds, but she was very careful, because it is easy for her to make money. The loss is also easy. Negotiations between the two began from the attire. Han Shu's attire is a white sweater, with blue say-tight trousers. Under the feet are long leather boots. It looks very mature and attractive. Yin is a white dress. Zis's waistcoat made her look very noble. The two are hostile to each other. You have a loan of 200,000 yuan. I can give it to you, but I must first receive your tariffs. Yin has always been tough. Han Shu said with a slight smile. I haven't finished. You are too anxious. Yin smiled slightly. Her smile is a bit bad. We will provide 50,000 yuan in half a year. Then, 50,000 yuan will be provided in half a year, Yina said. And Han Xiu looked at Yina with a smile. Han Xiu and Yina fought a cold war. Shang Wen is very hot here. When Wang Jian received the letter from Shang Wen, he handed over the command to Wang Ben and hurried back. The letter said in detail, it is to disarmament. In particular, to reduce the funding of the armed forces. The main target is the huge army. The letter is very detailed, but Wang Jian does not understand economics. This still needs to be explained by Shang Wen himself. The General Staff held the first meeting of the armed forces. The content of the meeting turned out to be disarmament. Those who participated in the meeting were the main leaders of the three services and a large group of budget officers and weapons procurement officers. A room of only about 50 square meters was packed with people number 50. It is very difficult to even stretch the legs. Helpless. The meeting had to be held in the backyard. At the beginning of the meeting, Shang Wen briefly talked about the main content of the meeting. Military expenditure is huge, and the war has come to an end. Many purchase orders for weapons need to be cancelled, and some personnel need to be decommissioned, especially the army. The sum of expenditures is more than the sum of the two armies of the sea and the sky. And so, the army is required to reduce its military expenditure by 70%. This immediately ignited the meeting's popularity. The army's budget officer and weapons procurement officer opposed it first. They showed their orders one by one. These weapons are in great need, and this is a problem reported by the frontline commander, such as light mortars, especially the infantry is in great need. There is also a simplified version of the six-barreled Vulcan. The front line is made of gun mounts. Infantry is inconvenient to carry, and what they want to develop is a kind of light machine gun. There are also burst rifles. They are very dissatisfied with the front-loaded rifles, especially in the defense battle of Helen Mountain. Qin Jun was only able to break through the position by the enemy without firing a series of weapons. What's more terrifying is, the army is aware of the role of the airship, especially when transporting supplies. They randomly attack the Yus who attacked at night. They actually need 20 airships to build their own army flying team. This ignited the dissatisfaction of the other two services against the army. What? Your army actually wants to establish a flying team? Then, shouldn't our heavenly army be disbanded? Ren Xiao appeared at the meeting as the purchasing officer of the heavenly army. Your celestial army was originally redundant. This battle, you are just sending supplies. There is no battle at all. I think it should be disbanded. Not only disbanded, it should be assigned to our army. An army officer stand up and speak loudly. Fart. You would have been beaten by Xi without us. A celestial army officer responded with a fierce temper. You just fart. You are blind. The army shot back. Wang Jian saw that something was wrong. Immediately slap the case with the palm of your hand. Hear the loud noise of the case. The officer stopped now. Shang Wen looked calmly, but the brow furrowed very tightly. The officers are very bloody. There is no way to calm down. It's good to have blood. However, it is difficult to deal with civil servants. While Liao naturally participated as a national lieutenant, he is the same as Shang Wen. This is a very headache. It is difficult for civilian officials to control a group of violent military officers in such situations. The quarrel continued. This time the Navy joined the battle group unexpectedly, and it is united with the heavenly army to deal with the army. The two armies are united because the strength of the two armies is very weak. The current situation is that the army dominates, but the two armies can hardly be their opponents when combined. Facing an army that occupies more than half of its budget, especially after winning. The two armies are technical services, so they can unite against the army. Our Navy's funding for building a ship is 70% of the Army's artillery battalion. If it is a small ship, I am afraid it is not enough for the other party's six-pipe Vulcan, Zhang Han said loudly. This is a bit exaggerated but reflects the reality of a serious lack of naval funding. In order to compete for funding, the Navy had to build 30 large warships at a time. The ship is equipped with 2 trained steam engines. 30 guns are installed, 15 doors on each side. In addition, also required to be equipped with 2 6-barreled Vulcan. Such a state-of-the-art warship costs nearly 1,500 gold. The price is fair. But the Navy has no money. They only have models. There is no money to build. You Navy can't fight. There is no place for you to speak. The army rudely rejected the Navy's remarks. Reduce your army divisions by 2. We can build 30 warships. Zhang Han shot back loudly. Fart. Our army division can cut it at will. We have laid down a large area of grassland. We have captured thousands of prisoners of war. Can you broken ships? Broken the Navy. I think those broken ships are almost burnt as firewood. An army officer heard the Navy clamor for 2 divisions. They immediately hit back. Shang Wen shook his head again. The meeting can't go on. Shut up all to me. Disbanded. Wang Jian was annoyed when he listened. If you keep driving like this, the senior officers of the 3 services must fight. Shang Wen, Wang Jian, and Wai Liao convened a small-scale meeting urgently after the meeting ended. Discuss how to continue the meeting. The venue is too noisy. 376 Marines. The small meeting of the 3 was also quite tense. Wang Jian did not agree to a large-scale cut in army expenditures, especially when the war is not over. Disarmament begins. Wai Liao serves as an important bridge and link between civilian officials and military generals. It is recommended not to disarm for the time being. The main force should be placed on cutting military expenditures, especially the procurement of weapons. Shang Wen explained the purpose of disarmament patiently. The meaning lies. But both of them opposed it. The 3-person meeting could not go on, because there are 2 clear demands not to disarm, but promised to reduce procurement expenses. Seeing that the trump card of the negotiation had been revealed, Shang Wen decided to adopt another strategy. Great political concessions in exchange for the understanding of the army. Shang Wen decided to raise a question that is of interest to the military. Disarmament is not about reducing the fighting power of the Qin army. It is about giving him a stronger fighting power. Our armed forces are only embodied in the armed forces of this country. As for the civilian population, what is our war potential? These are us. What to do? Tap the country's war potential. Shang Wen throws an attractive topic. War potential. The 2 exclaimed at the same time. This topic. They have never heard of it. Yes, it's the potential for war. How many peacetime resources in our country can be converted into war resources at once? For example, personnel. We can recruit 1 million troops at once. But what is their combat effectiveness? This requires training. The army can be slow. But the technical services, the Navy and the Space Army. Can they? They can't. Shang Wen said. This is indeed a new subject. Wang Jian began to think. The army is easy to pull out, but training often fails to keep up. Just like this time, the Qin army tasted the benefits of the reserve. When opening up the second landing field, the Qin army used the reserve for the first time on a large scale, and these reservists participate in hunting operations in the rear. The combat effectiveness can be comparable to that of the regular troops of the Qin army. This also provides a reliable war mobilization force for the Qin army. Wang Jian understands this. Also understand. And I am very interested to hear what Shang Wen thinks. Our war potential should be placed on the civilian population. As long as we issue a war mobilization order, we can quickly form a huge army. And our economic system can quickly turn into the track of war. War is an act of the whole people. Nobody can do it. Don't get away from it, Shang Wen said. Wai Liao gradually understood. He understands Shang Wen's meaning. It is to closely link the country's economy with the war. If the Qin state's farming war policy was a strong link to war, so Shang Wen, this time just let it happen. And it actively acts as an adhesive to hold the 2 together tightly. How to do it specifically? Wang Jian was very concerned about this issue. It's very simple. I will introduce it, even through a 50-year-long bill to ensure support for the potential of war. 50 years is the maximum number of years for the bill proposed by Shangwin. Many of Shangwin's bills have been used for 20 years. This bill is the first time that Shangwin has used the maximum 50-year limit. The specific measures are: a large number of security and trading companies will be established in the border area. They will have the right to hold some heavy weapons and launch a predatory attack on a few nomads in the border area. If they conquer the land, we will spend money, acquisition, then garrison. They continue. In this way, we can retire the relevant personnel of the military, and they can return to normal life, or continue to join the war. In a security company, or a trading company, they can get more money. In addition, some of our states are also beginning to establish. They will set up a large number of militia organizations. We can also send these militias to participate, Shangwen said. So what about the regular army? Wang Jian asked. Garrison, rest and reorganize, and enhance our combat effectiveness. We have cancelled many purchase orders for weapons. But your research and development funding has not been cancelled. You can develop better weapons, and our military enterprises can continue to explore. And there is a large civilian market, Shangwen said. Army. Our army still has no battle to fight. Wang Jian said. What our security company is doing believes that it won't take long for a war to come to our door. What we need to do is preparation. I plan to keep the existing army extremely mobile. Finally, in an emergency situation, our army can intervene in a war within 3 days. Shangwen said. 3 days? Wang Jian and Wei Liao exclaimed. Yes, in 3 days. We have to implement the military region system. The army must be able to reach this level. And if necessary, our war mobilization capability must be able to complete the reinforcement of 2 divisions within 1 month, or sooner in the future, Shangwen said. Wang Jian was silent. He felt the burden was heavy. Next, it's about the navy. We have had some diplomatic disputes, mainly about the Qi state. We need to regain the face. Shangwen said naturally. Anger is useless. What is useful is retaliation. Then the enemy will be angry. Considering Qin's special geographic location and Qi's geographic location, both land and air strikes cannot be completed, so the navy is needed to complete it. Everyone knows the situation of the navy. Due to the war, our funding is very skewed. Therefore, the next step is to reduce funding, especially after the army. The navy's funding will increase rapidly. We need to build a powerful force that dominates the world. Navy, Shangwen said decisively. The army's funds are given to the navy? Wang Jian asked. Right, Shangwen said. This way the army will teach the navy a lesson. Wang Jian said. The army is now the dominant one. The second service is simply not allowed to go side by side with him. Wang Jian said. Shangwen nodded his approval. Indeed, the hegemony of the army strictly suppresses the other 2 services, especially in the case of severe differentiation. Shangwen must consider a new plan. This plan can ensure that the navy successfully completes the formation of their fleet. Form the Marine Corps. Shangwen thought for a while and said, the Marine Corps must be formed. In the future, Qin will have large concessions that need to be protected. Army forces must be used for close protection in battles at sea. At the same time, this is also a transition between the Navy and the Army. The Navy considers the Marine Corps to belong to the Navy. The Army believes that they are involved in naval affairs. This is fair. The power of command belongs to the king. When encountering foreign affairs, the Prime Minister can use it for external attacks. It is external. There is no right to transfer internally. They are also the main force to ensure the king, embassy, and concession, Shangwen said. 377 Shining. The emergence of the Marine Corps allowed Wang Jian, who represented the interests of the army, to make concessions. This concession also provides an opportunity for the development of the navy. In order to control the Marine Corps, the army even agreed to cut military expenditures by 70%. While Liao knew that the Qin army had only drastically cut off some unnecessary items, others did not make much adjustments. For other troops that have not been adapted, such as Taiyuan, the the Qin army in the north and other places. The three parties believe that they will talk after the war is over. The significance of this is to give these security companies and trading companies a time to transition. Shang Wen reluctantly agreed. After all, things can't be done too hastily. The three discussed other things, for example, the northern exercises and Taiyuan, Shangdong and other places. These are planned by Wang Jian. Speaking of the staff, Shang Wen made a provisional intention. It is believed that those military officers with budgets should be unified under the National Lieutenant Mansion, and the General Staff Department should establish Chiefs of Staff of the Army, Navy and Air Force. In this way, the Administrative Department and the Command Department are divided. This proposal is bold and innovative. Actually, the Budget Department of the Armed Forces is in the hands of Wang Jian's staff, while Liao held the approved items in his hands. The two are in different departments, but they looked at the same things separately. The officer ran back and forth for this. Very troublesome. Here. Wang Jian looked at Liao. While Liao looked at Wang Jian. The two believe that this involves the issue of power distribution. But Shang Wen didn't think so. Considering the future joint operations, the three armies must complete the joint operations under the unified department. If we allow them to be so noisy now, future development is not good for us. Shang Wen suggested, let's consider discussing it. Wang Jian made a statement. He found the current war and the traditional war he has been in contact with are seriously colliding. If you don't accept it boldly, it is simply impossible to keep up with the rhythm of this era. Wang Jian understands naturally. They took the initiative to express their views. The meeting ends here for now. Many things were determined at this meeting. Create a new service, arrange jobs for a large number of veterans, vigorously build the Navy. But the Air Force alone is not involved. That is, the Great Qin Heavenly Army, because of technical limitations, although the Celestial Army was earlier. However, his skills made him still unable to fight. This needs development. The overall development of the Qin state, especially some important technological developments, although the issue of disarmament has not been involved for the time being. But it won't take long. The problem will be solved. The war has come to an end. And the other side, Yingyu and Hanxiu, the Cold War between the two beauties is also over. The trump cards in Yinya's hand are varied, from the collateral to the collection of interest. It's almost every means I can say. In the end, Hanxiu couldn't stand it. Under threat of tearing up the secret agreement, only then did Yin know. Shang Wen and this princess named Hanxiu. She saw the agreement with her own eyes. They reached such a harsh agreement. I don't know whether it was Yinya's mercy or a conscience discovery. He didn't even mention any conditions. Instead, he quickly handled the transfer procedures for the first batch of funds. 10,000 real gold, and 40,000 Kingo bonds. The interest is very much. Instead of the 15 points that Yin said later, she thought that the Korean princess who was older than herself was very pitiful. The Cold War between the two women also ended. Kingo is also moving in the direction she should be. However, only a few people in the 6 countries are aware of the great changes in Qin. They learned about it through Financial Express. Financial Express, in addition to publishing some financial, advertising, current political news, there are also a lot of descriptions of Qin's living conditions and battle stories of the Qin army. These are the true stories that newspaper reporters set up special columns to record on the front line. It is these battle stories attracted reading interest from many people from 6 countries. The battle story is exciting, especially how to fight these people. Make everyone feel passionate. The full text of the story is written in vernacular, simple and easy to move. Even the swear words in the company's army are described. It feels very real. These don't count. There are also a large number of cases of wealth in the West and North. How can a young man go from a driver to a slave owner with a 1,000-month slave, especially those foods that they can't even think of? How do Qin women dress up? There is also the fragrance of perfume. Let all the people of the 6 nations feel the rich and beautiful of Qin. This is how many people go to Qin with newspapers. In the army, Soldiers listening to newspapers from officials have become a major joy in the boring life of the military camp. They are willing to talk about how kin people fight, how to eat meat, and the fragrance of kin women without doing anything for a day. And the officer is also full of envy. Only a few high-ranking military officers were aware of the changes in kin state through newspapers. Li Mu is one of them. Li Mu learned about kin's tactics through the side descriptions in the newspaper, the application of kin army weapons kin state, especially a weapon called six-barreled Vulcan. Li Mu really wanted to know what kind of weapon it was. Compared to the interest of weapons, what Li Mu was worried about was kin's next move. Li Mu knew very well that kin state would never sit back and watch Zhao state annex Yan state. Now, there is heavy snowfall in the north. It coincides with the warm weather. The road is extremely muddy. Not only these, insufficient food. It made Li Mu a headache. Therefore, Zhao Jun's actions against Yan state temporarily stopped. Zhao Jun stopped. Yan Go is not idle. Uxin gets news of the discovery of a gold mine in China. Very happy, after receiving the news, he went to see Shang Wen quickly, although the parties have a time agreement. But Dramaxin can't take care of so much. This is the only one that can save the country of Yan. My lord, Ambassador Yan, please see me. The guard reported to report. Shang Wen thought for a while. Didn't the ambassador of Yan state say that it's time? Why meet at this time? Wait. Shang Wen thought. Ambassador Yan Go must have something important to ask for a meeting at this time. Could it be that Zhao Go attacked the west of Lining? Yan Go couldn't stand it anymore. Let him in, Shang Wen said to calm his mind. Master Qin. The envoy of the state of Yan has seen Master Qin. Uxin hurried in. Master Drama, sit, Shang Wen said while sitting in his seat. I don't know what happened to Yan state. Master Drama is so urgent. Shang Wen put down his pen and said, no, yes, something big. Uxin was not used to Shang Wen's direct conversation. I had no choice but to say, Lord, please take a look. This was found by the Liuxi River in Yan country, Uxin said as he took out a shiny object and placed it in front of Shang Wen. Shang Wen picked up the shiny thing curiously and took a closer look. I think this thing is like gold, but it may be fake gold. In that way, you might get iron ore or copper ore by yourself. Is this a gold mine? We need to verify it. We will talk about it when the test results come out. How? Shang Wen asked. 378 meeting with Ambassador Yan Go. This, Master Qin. This is something wrong, the play said with a painful face. But Shang Wen didn't care at all. It simply wrote a note. It is recommended to use fine sulfuric acid and concentrated sulfuric acid to check the reaction of the substance. This is the simplest test. Speaking, Shang Wen sent the note and the shiny object out the door, and let the guards do it. Shang Wen returned to his seat and said, I'm sorry, we must do this. And we must ensure that our national interests are not lost. Shang Wen said, This natural. Shang Wen Juxin can only say so. The Prime Minister of Qin was very difficult to deal with, because there are always many weird things appearing. I want to ask the ambassador, how is your situation in Yan country now? Shang Wen felt that it would be better to open up the topic first and take the initiative in this way. The soldiers of my great Yan state fought bloody battles. Zhao Jun, Qi Jun just came for a few 100,000. My Yan state can also deal with it. I can deal with it. Uxin raised his head and said. Shang Wen listened. Just no to lie again. At first, Shang Wen was very disgusted with this person as ambassador to Qin. But there is no way. This is a matter of others. But Shang Wen felt that it was easy to deal with the fool. If you are too smart, it will be very difficult for both parties to negotiate. If this is the case, then we, Qin state, don't need to mediate. Just send some relief supplies. Shang Wen changed the topic. The adults have misunderstood, and the adults have misunderstood, Uxin said as soon as he heard it. Oh, how did I misunderstand? Shang Wen said. Here, my lord. Our country of Yan also has difficulties. Otherwise, we won't be beaten out of Yan do. Uxin said. Ambassador, the sincerity we Qin needs Do you understand? In such an emergency situation, I hope Yan Ge will show sincerity. In this way, we can better solve the problem. Shang Wen stared at Xin and said. The two were talking, and the guard knocked on the door. Shang Wen let it in. After speaking, he handed Shang Wen a simple report, then returned the real thing to Xin. A very pleasant report. Shang Wen waved the paper in his hand and said. Xin looked blank. Good news, Ambassador. After our preliminary inspection, it is proved that this thing may be gold. Shang Wen said. This is great. Xin said. Since the ambassador is here, it also brings such good news. Then we will talk about the cooperation agreement between Qin and Yan in advance. Shang Wen took out a document from the drawer and placed it in front of Xin. We are very concerned about the situation in the country of Yan. We express our sympathy and regret for the suffering of the people of the country of Yan. We know how serious the disasters brought to mankind by the war. Especially we are all of the same race. In view of the suffering of the country of Yan, disasters, we, Qin State, have an obligation and the right to extend a helping hand to your country. As I said, our Qin State is a responsible big country. What we shoulder is national responsibility. Shang Wen stretched out his right hand, and Xin looked blank. He didn't know what Shang Wen said. He could not understand. I don't know what to do. Is your country unwilling to accept Qin's help? Shang Wen stretched out his hand and said. This. Xin didn't know what to do. Your country will be honored to accept Qin's help. Shang Wen proactively stretched out his hand to hold Xin's hand and said. Okay, let's enter the formal topic. You have a copy of the cooperation terms we drafted in front of you. There are the content of our cooperation and the clear rules of responsibility. If the ambassador has no comments, sign the document. Shang Wen said. Speaking of drama, Xin picked up the file and looked. Originally, we would officially submit this document to the ambassador a few days later. I didn't expect you to come very early. The ambassador. In this case, the ambassador can take a look. Submit this agreement to King Yan for review. If it doesn't make sense, then I will send a representative to sign the agreement. Shang Wen said. The drama Xin didn't listen to Shang Wen at all. Instead, he looked at the terms he couldn't understand in a daze. Although there is an explanation, but still can't understand. Compared with Hanxiu, it's a world of difference. Shang Wen stopped speaking and returned to his seat. Negotiating with an idiot is terrible. Shang Wen thought to himself. Okay, as long as we can get Qin's assistance. I sign. Xin said. Can the ambassador represent King Yan? Shang Wen felt that such a document could be made public. It is better to sign the agreement by the leaders of the two countries. Qin Ge didn't want to suffer dumb losses, although the state of Qin can threaten with force. But it does not mean that Qin is willing to send troops to fight. This, I can represent my king with full authority. Xin said immediately. Well, let's do it. After the ambassador has signed it, I will send someone to accompany your envoy to return home to bring back the agreement signed by King Yan. When the agreement is signed, we will implement it immediately. Shang Wen is actually acting according to his own feelings. This person is not credible. My lord, I can assure you that my king will sign it. I am willing to go together. However, I am afraid that Zhao Qi's coalition forces have already invaded the hinterland of the country of Yan at that time. Xin said anxiously. Xin said nothing wrong. Okay. The ambassador is the initials. Although it is the initials, but the document has taken effect. We naturally fulfill our responsibilities here. We will mediate publicly in 3 days. A series of action support will be launched afterwards. But these must be in the King Yan after signing the official document. Otherwise, we will not take action. Shang Wen said. This natural. Xin hurriedly said. Since the matter is discussed, the ambassador will go back and prepare early. I also want to send an official there. Shang Wen said. Then, I will leave. The drama Xin salutes back. And Shang Wen began to think about who to send. There is no one around me. But I think that the ambassador of Yan will travel from the north to Yan. Shang Wen thought of Meng Yi. Just in time for the two brothers to get together. Thinking of this, Shang Wen immediately brought Meng Yi to him. After explaining some things, let him prepare. Finish it all. Shang Wen feels that a series of diplomatic wars of words will be launched next around human rights. Zhao Qi is not a fool. So Shang Wen went to find Yinu. Let her newspaper report on some war crimes committed by soldiers of the Zhao Qi coalition in the war. There must be this one. As long as the war exists, such crimes abound. But this is very important to Qin. Similarly, Shang Wen, in order to prevent the other party from grabbing the handle, the country must make some human rights changes. Such as, on the judicial side, criminals also have human rights. Similarly, some social status needs to be changed. The status difference between various occupations need to be eliminated, then level it. Reform is not just about politics, economy, or military. Social habits must follow up. This is very important. 379 Fundraising for education. The promulgation of the Bill of Rights and the Occupational Equality Act shows that there are social status differences in the effective planes. In particular, it will completely eliminate the occupational discrimination of the scholars, farmers, industry and commerce in the future. The reason for the introduction of these bills: there are certain social development needs. Qin has a sparse population. However, his economy has developed rapidly under Shang Wen's series of measures. The assembly line operation of the factory makes the division of labor more and more refined, especially some new technologies. They are all innovated under the constant experimentation of people. In this regard, R&D departments are established in all factories. Encourage employees to reflect on innovation. This also shows different jobs. The importance of people is reflected. Coupled with scarcity of population, Qin state only allowed a small number of people from the 6 nations to join the factory. This has led factory owners to value the value of people, although there is no bill for them to do so. But the fierce business competition forced them to make some major adjustments. This is how the value of people is gradually awakened. This is a manifestation of the progress of the times. The promulgation of the Bill of Rights is nothing more than mainstreaming this kind of default consciousness in society. Incorporated into the formal legal track, social behavior predates the promulgation of this bill. But this bill has great limitations. That is, serious discrimination is still adopted against ethnic minorities, although Shang Wen wants to change this. But this is absolutely impossible. This social foundation cannot be changed. Moreover, the bill targets only the Chinese nationality and people with Qin nationality. That is, the person who holds the photo of Qin. During the immigration process, Qin state had happened because immigrants were illegally and criminally managed because of improper management. Afterwards, although the criminals were severely punished, but it also sounded the bell for Qin to establish a complete immigration management mechanism. Qin state established a complete immigration management system at that time. The limitations of the Bill of Rights are here. He is targeting a small part. It can be said to be a group of special races, as long as it is this race. This law has legal significance. For those prisoners of war slaves who were looted, the bill has no meaning to it. In other words, they have no human rights. This is extremely difficult for Qin to absorb ethnic minorities. The difficulties and resistance caused by his xenophobia due to the existence of this bill exceeded Shang Wen's imagination. In fact, Qin's views on ethnic minorities were affected by the war. The attitude towards ethnic minorities has always been, blow, blow. There is no such vocabulary to absorb. The Occupational Equality Law actually officially announced the social status of occupations in the form of law. Equality. They are equal. There is no size. There is no discrimination. There is no sorting. Equality. Just equality. This law also has a special clause, that is to stipulate the equal status of women in the profession. Their rights are equal to those of men. There was no time for this bill. Most of Qin state has already begun to do this. Women are due to their special physiological characteristics. Let them be no better than men in certain positions, such as document processing, copying, etc. A lot of copywriting work began to involve female xing. The reason for this is to follow suit. Shang Wen's Prime Minister's office has a 3-member ratio of women. They are not serving tea and water, but to participate in Zhengfu office. In view of this, Other Zhengfu have followed suit. They actively hire literate women to participate and boldly arrange basic official positions. Zhengfu. So the same is true for the folks, factories, carts and horses, especially trading houses. Begin to hire a large number of female civilian staff. This has become a kind of Jiao flow in society, to some extent. The occupation of women tends to be higher than that of men. But this is only in a certain area. The Jiao flow of female Xing participating in copywriting has spread in society. It will inevitably lead to another kind of supply and demand. Education, especially the popularity of text. Because of the war, Zhengfu tilted a large amount of expenditure on the War Department. Education funding has been completely compressed. Zhengfu is unable to undertake the important task of social education. But the demand from the private sector is particularly large. In order to meet their own needs, and the active Xing of a large number of development staff, the factory owners began to set up their own writing classes. This is completely spontaneous and qualitative. The owner of the factory spends money to let those copywriters teach their employees how to read and write. Employees learn in their free time. The enthusiasm of the staff is very high. A large number of employees began to spontaneously even let his children come to the class. It's free anyway. This method came out. It spread immediately. Many factories and trading houses began to organize similar literacy classes on their own. In the gradual learning, people began to recognize newspapers. There is a lot of text on the newspaper. Not only can get information, it can also consolidate learning results. So Qin's newspaper demand began to grow stronger. This has also stimulated the emergence of other types of newspapers. Some factories and trading houses have already begun to study the establishment of newspapers. The education of Qin State's literary style was completely spontaneous, and it is still in its infancy. What is taught is just some words. Some knowledge is not educated. And, because it is formed spontaneously, there are big differences in its specifications. There are big and small. There is much to teach. There are perfunctory things. People accept that there is a big difference in knowledge. Right now, the war is about to end. After military spending has been compressed and reduced, 200,000 gold was freed up for the infrastructure construction of the state of Qin. This includes educational facilities. But the allocation to education is still very small. In order to make Qin's education flourish, Shangwin decided to encourage private establishment of schools. The content of the professor is varied. But Qin State did not plan to unify, just set up an education department to manage and supervise whether there are illegal activities. Educational work is very you let it start on its own. The loose educational management has been exchanged for the Zhu of Qin's academic style. This provides a solid foundation for the rapid development of science and technology in Qin State, because many universities evolved from here. Especially science and technology comes from the military industry. These encouragement solutions are higher education, because higher education can produce results while researching. In this way, the R&D costs of enterprises can save money in education expenditures. Businesses do not trade at a loss. Then Zhengfu must assume the responsibility of basic education. But Zhengfu did not have the money, and Zhengfu has made great efforts. Anyone who builds a school will give away a large piece of land for free. This piece of land is big enough. It ranges from 1,000 acres to 500 acres. Zhengfu can no longer devote a large sum of money to education. The auction of the land can only begin at the end of the construction of the sewer pipes, because people need a well-developed transportation network. No money. Zhengfu no money. Helpless. Zhengfu can only collect donations. This is Shangwen's only method at present. 380 Apologize. There is no way to raise funds. Once it is to be raised, just need a valid reason. Although raising donations for education, this reason is very legitimate. But, after all, there is an ulterior secret. That is your Zhengfu negligence. Did not make a good financial budget. Allocate education funds in advance. After all, this is Shangwin doing something wrong. If you do something wrong, you must be brave enough to take responsibility. Do everything possible to save. Shangwin had to order an education fundraising meeting. Shangwin wants to apologize publicly at the fundraising meeting. This is the only way to gain the trust of the people. It's no use concealing. The propaganda role of newspapers allows information to be disseminated quickly. They are all talking about it. Education fundraising, what is it? The public has already felt applicable to Shangwen's various new tricks. But donations for education, people are speculating. It is estimated to be a kind of Zhengfu bond, or something like a stock. People put forward their opinions. The answer will be announced the next day. Early the next morning, people gathered in the south of the city. Here, an education fundraiser will be held. Shangwen still appeared first. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Shangwen said hello first. People responded with good morning, Lord Prime Minister. Although the Prime Minister in the back is not unified, it also shows that Shangwen is approachable. Shangwen looked around the people with a smile. Then he said seriously, today is an education fundraising meeting. This is a major event related to the ages of generations. Before this event begins, Qin Shangwin. As the new Prime Minister of Darkin, I must apologize to all Qin people, said Shang Wenshan. A deep salute. The people were suddenly excited from the beginning. They finally know the answer. Suddenly became at a loss. They were stunned. A dignified Prime Minister Qin actually apologized to the people. The female present opened her mouth wide. Then he covered his mouth with his hand in surprise. The scene is very quiet. After Shang Wen finished his salute, then talked about, don't be surprised. I will explain why. The matter stems from the fact that Zhengfu did not have a formal financial budget when it came to power. The education funds were allocated in advance. In addition to war needs, the expenditure of Zhengfu is not well controlled. As a result, there is no money for the foundation. Education. This is dereliction of duty. It is also my mistake. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Shang Wen saluted here. The people knew the reason. But they are still thinking. It's okay. The Prime Minister is fine. A person shouted loudly. It's okay. Everyone shouted and support Shang Wen. They think the new Prime Minister is very unusual. First of all, dare to admit that you have done something wrong, and a public apology. The target of the apology is ordinary people. Everyone has seen this. The Prime Minister in this term is very sincere. This is what everyone thinks. And, since the Prime Minister came to power, the series of reforms may let people see that this young man is indeed using his shoulders to shoulder the heavy responsibilities of the state of Qin. Everyone can see the results. People trust this young man. Even if it is wrong, people can also tolerate him as much as possible. We support you. Shouted loudly among the people. Yes, we support you. We support you. Qin people support you. People shouted with their arms raised. The sound waves are higher than the waves. Public recognition. Trust this Prime Minister. This trust comes from Shang Wen's sincerity. It also comes from the tolerance of the people. Both sides treat each other with sincerity. The foundation of this trust is unbreakable. Watching the people loudly support themselves, Shang Wen couldn't calm down for a long time. Trust. This is the greatest trust given by the people. Shang Wen's excitement was beyond words. He felt that his nose was sore. The eyes are itchy. He knew he was crying. The people slowly stopped their voices. They saw the Prime Minister cry. Some people also began to cry, moving. They are moved. The Prime Minister is also human, ordinary people. People of flesh and blood. He has feelings. Be with ourselves. Papa. Sporadic applause sounded. Then came a round of applause. People applaud spontaneously. They are encouraging the Prime Minister. Don't be afraid of mistakes. Continue to go boldly. Shang Wen wiped away his tears with one hand. One hand motioned everyone to be quiet. It is difficult for the people to restrain their excitement. It took a long time before the applause stopped. Thank you all. Thank you for your understanding, tolerance and support. But I hope you can stay calm. After all, we still need to deal with some things. Thank you all. Thank you, Shang Wen said repeatedly. People just stopped. Keep the venue quiet. Education is something for generations to come. It is the hope of our nation and our country. On this issue, this year's Zhengfu must establish a complete education system. Let us have more help in the future. Because of the mistake of this Zhengfu can't afford the money. So, Shang Wen paused. He needs to adjust. The people have given Shang Wen a lot of trust. The mistake is made by himself. Now I have to open my mouth and pay the people. Shang Wen inevitably has some difficulties in his heart. But education is a major issue. Shang Wen decided to speak out. The people also saw that the Prime Minister could not say anything. Because the Prime Minister lowered his head. It's like a kid who makes mistakes. Shang Wen exhaled heavily. So, we need everyone to lend a helping hand, for our children and the future. This is the purpose of the recruitment meeting. Thank you. Thank you everyone. Shang Wen felt that his strength was taken away from his body. He dared not face the people. He didn't know what the people would think. Own mistakes. Let the people pay for it. This is very unreasonable. When the people listened to Shang Wen's words, it hasn't slowed down. A female voice called out loudly, I donate 500 gold. Everyone looked at the woman. Shang Wen also looked up. An extremely ordinary dress in white. It turned out to be Yingzhe. Yingzhe said he stepped forward in a hurry. People take the initiative to give up the channel. Yingzhe came on stage. Take out a bank check and put it on Shang Wen's desk. People don't even know that there is a donation box. Yingzhe put down the check and quickly ran off the stage. No speech. Did not stay. Just came in a hurry. Go in a hurry. Just like a shooting star. People watch it happen like a dream. Random people began to wake up. The men began to pay for wine and meat. The women paid for today's grocery shopping. Not much money. But people are actively participating, especially female Xing. They all hope that their children will be promising in the future. Education. It is their best way to choose. Today is to eat less meat. But the child has hope. There is a future. They are willing. Everything you have done is worth it. Shang Wen asked to register immediately upon seeing this. They are a great generation. The sacrifices made to educate them are very valuable. But few people registered. People hurriedly put their money on the stage and left. And no one moved the money. What a touching thing. These talents are the greatest. 381 I want to donate 200,000. The fundraising situation suddenly opened up. Qin's education finally took an important step. Shang Wen was very excited. He kept thanking him. This makes many Qin people a little bit unbearable. The Qin people are sincere to Shang Wen. Spontaneously form a civil society. Join the fundraiser. They shouted loudly. Walk the streets and alleys, lobbying Qin people to raise money. Financial Express needs to be released at the end of the market. That time happened to be the most leisure time of Qin people. But it is very unfavorable for people to know about fundraising. People can only spread the matter through word of mouth. A newly established newspaper saw this opportunity. Immediately work overtime. Before lunch, they hurriedly printed 500 copies of low-quality newspapers and sold them. Same style as Financial Express, but the price is half lower. Mainly consider quality issues. Since the name of the newspaper was funded by several car horse companies, it was called Car Horse Newspaper. The newspaper is released, plus Shang Wen's series of actions. It sold out all at once. People heard from the newspaper that Shang Wen apologized. Everything about fundraising, in particular, the article "The Prime Minister Sheds Tears for Us" wrote the people's personal feelings about Shang Wen. In particular, Shang Wen's move was the first time Qin state apologized to the people in this way, and a large number of first-person descriptions of Shang Wen let the public know a brand new Prime Minister of Qin dynasty. People feel that the Prime Minister is nearby. The whole newspaper is writing about this fundraising. It can be said that the fundraising has been fully reported. People are talking about the new Prime Minister. Then, when I saw the civil society, I took out my previous fundraising, By the afternoon, Queen Xianyang already knew about this. Even King Qin saw this newspaper. He thought it was from Yinu. The result was a brand new newspaper, and wrote about the morning in great detail. At first, King Qin thought Shang Wen was not promising, but after reading the opinions of the people, great appreciation for Shang Wen, King Qin sent someone to subscribe to the newspaper. Newspapers not only enter the folks, also walked into the royal family. By the time Yin learned of this, it was already time for the end of the transaction in the afternoon. Because she is dealing with transactions and banking all day long, there is no time to take care of the newspaper business. But when the newspaper was put on her desk, she thought it was a printing problem in the newspaper. But when she saw that it was a new newspaper, it was angry and annoyed that someone robbed her again. The annoyance is that the nerd doesn't help himself. Yina finished reading the newspaper under fire. After reading it, go to Shang Wen theory. After Shang Wen came back from the fundraising meeting, he began to think of ways to solve the financial problem. Education funding. People can pay for it, if it is public construction. Do people have to pay for it? After all, this problem can occur today. It is the financial problem of Zhengfu. The income of Zhengfu comes from taxes. The tax situation has not improved. Coupled with huge expenditures, the operation of Zhengfu is greatly restricted. To solve this problem, Shang Wen decided to speed up the reform of the currency. Issued Qin's first banknotes. Take back the bonds in the hands of the people. In this way, Zhengfu has the opportunity to issue government bonds again. Shang Wen was just about to go to the printing factory. Yinu directly kicked in. Pop! The door was kicked and broke. The guard couldn't stop it. She is a princess. Shang Wen also specifically approved her not to report. Shang Wen was taken aback. Then he touched his heart and saw the door. Ying Yi looked at Shang Wen angrily. What's the matter? Such a big anger. Shang Wen said. You, it's all you. I'm so angry. Ying Yu pointed to Shang Wen loudly and said. Speaking of Yinu, she drew 2 revolvers from her waist and aimed at Shang Wen. Shang Wen took a look. Hurry and hide behind the desk. Oh my god, this girl is crazy. He even took a gun to kill himself. I haven't offended her recently. Princess, let the princess calm down. The guard immediately persuaded Du at a glance. Go. Let's all go away. This is between the two of us. You all go. Ying Yu roared. Dead idiot. Come out for me. Come out. Ying Yu roared. I won't come out. You have a gun. I won't come out. Shang Wen called. Papa shuffled the map on Shang Wen's head for a while. Come out. I'll kill you if you don't come out. Yin called. Shang Wen had no choice but to raise his hands and stand up. I surrender. Don't shoot. Shang Wen hadn't finished yet. A bullet whizzed and flew. Shang Wen fell directly to the ground. Scare you. See if you dare to piss me off. Humphrey. He repaired Shang Wen. Yina felt that her anger had disappeared a lot. That shot just now. Yina deliberately aimed at Shang Wen's head. Just raise the height a little bit. Yina is very proud of her marksmanship. Ever since I had this burst pistol, she practices every day. By the way, enjoyable. Hey, idiot, get up. I frighten you. Yina called. Yina yelled a few times. Not kill Shang Wen yourself. Thought of this. Yinu panicked all of a sudden. She immediately ran over to check. Yinu saw no blood stains. Then bend over. Hold Shang Wen's head in his arms and look. There is no blood. 80% is fainted. Dead idiot. Will pretend to be dead. Ying Yu cursed. With that, Ying Yu slapped Shang Wen on the face. Get up, get up. Yina called as he hit. I don't know how long it took. Anyway, everyone saw a red 5 fingerprint on Shang Wen's face and smiled when they woke up. Too shameless. Come in with a gun. If you don't say anything, you shoot. You also shoot at me. The bullet flies against my scalp. A little bit more blows my head. You should also change your hot temper, and don't bring guns in the future. You'd better stop playing with guns. Playing with guns to death. This is still a pistol. If there is a machine gun that day, you can rob the bank. Shang Wen said, covering half of his face. Enough. Endless talking about it. I had to get some machine gun that day. I must shoot you up. If it doesn't work, I'll take the cannon. I'll hit you down. Yin was unhappy, yelled. Shang Wen was helpless. Can only watch. Shang Wen really believes that this girl can do such a thing. Yin felt much more refreshed after roaring. Shang Wen felt like he had been hijacked by a female terrorist. Unlucky. The two had nothing to say for a while. Right. Listen well. I want to donate 200,000 yuan. Yin said loudly. Shang Wen was abruptly overwhelmed by Yin's sudden behavior. I want Quanxian Yang. The whole country of Qin knows about this. I want you to thank me personally. I also want to donate this money as your girlfriend. I want to report. I want to report the whole story. This matter, Yin said like a declaration of war. 382 You are a monopoly. Whatever you want, Shang Wen said indifferently. You have a bank, a newspaper, a store, and even the trade has your share in the gun smuggling trade of the 6 countries. Anyway, you are not short of money, Shang Wen said. Yes, I'm very rich. The rich are very rich. I did some preliminary calculations. I now have about 5 million gold. That's not even my investment in the railway. Ying Yu sees that Shang Wen is indifferent and feels arrogant. Shang Wen, what did you say? How much money do you have? Shang Wen asked. Shang Wen noticed a serious problem. What did I say? What happened to you? You don't feel sorry for me? Yin said angrily. No number. It's not this sentence. Just how much money do you have? Shang Wen asked seriously. More than 5 million gold. Ying Yu said while looking at Shang Wen's eyes. Where did you get so much money? Shang Wen asked suspiciously. Just as you said, I opened a bank. Did you know? It's really profitable to open a bank. I made more than 3 million in one go. Then there are stocks and futures. There is also gun smuggling. Then come down to the palace, perfume inside, clothing supplies or something. These messes about 2 or 3 million gold. These are rough calculations. I have not yet calculated the railway. Do you know? When I was building the railway, I took a lot of it. There are so many places. These places are all money. Yinu became more excited when she talked about business. She feels that the business field is more exciting than the battlefield. Another 200,000 gold is a super big number. And she seemed to be nothing more than a number. I only issued more than 3 million yuan in bonds. You are almost covered by a bank. I suspect you except for those in circulation. How to solve the rest? Shang Wen asked. What's circulating? It's solved. What are you talking about? Yinu asked. Shang Wen looked at Yinu. Still do not explain. Shang Wen didn't expect it. After bonds replace currency. In addition, Yinu's bank suddenly changed so quickly. From the perspective of profitability, Yinu almost went crazy in lending money. Otherwise she would not make so much money in such a short period of time. Circulation of funds. In particular, there is a problem in a certain link of the bond. Shang Wen was really afraid of a run. Seeing Shang Wen not speaking, Yinu said, Fool, you make a law. Don't let them fight with me. My newspaper hasn't made enough money. They also got a newspaper. Today they robbed my business. How can I sell my newspaper? And you? No idea. Yin said. Shang Wen looked at Ying Yu. Yin saw Shang Wen watching him. Then stopped talking. She was embarrassed to see that Shang Wen lowered her head. Do you know what you are doing? You have a monopoly. Shang Wen said what was in his heart. This is indeed the current situation in Yinu. She monopolized the entire financial industry, bank, stock, a series of securities such as futures. There is also gun smuggling to 6 countries. When the other 4 arms companies were competing for military orders, but she sold the broken guns she had in stock to 6 nations early. Not only that, she also started work at night to seize all the gun markets in the 6 countries. Not only that, rely on sufficient financial capital from banks. She also entered the railway, transportation industry. Once the railway is built, she is the leader. No one can shake this position. Shang Wen thought of this. Of course, I looked at this Yinu as a high school student. What is a monopoly? I have a monopoly? What do I have a monopoly? Ying Yu asked, looking up. But seeing Shang Wen widening his eyes and looking at himself, he lowered his head. You have a lot of monopoly. I can't say that. but on certain issues, you should put aside, for example, newspapers. Competition is an effective means to keep the market active. Not only that, you can also issue stocks for railways, attract them to participate, Shang Wen said. Shang Wen can only do this. Yin's monopoly is still beneficial to the country, and now the ZU market can be said to be still in its infancy. At this time, cracking down on monopoly is very undesirable. Shang Wen had no choice but to persuade Yin not to care about the small competition. Let her put the goal farther. Oh, what do you say? I will do that, Yin said happily. That's good. I suggest that you make your donation a lot bigger. Do it well and put your name on it. Your bank, the exchange, the factory waits for something. Then you can earn both fame and fortune. Many companies will do it too. Get involved. It's best to get your father in. He represents the royal family. Also, I plan to turn this money into an education fund. Let everyone supervise it. You manage it. Just put the money with you. You can investment, income. When we need money, we come to get it. This is public welfare without any remuneration, Shang Wen said. Yeah, no problem. Yin thought for a while and wanted to say, next I want to issue paper money. Replace bonds. I have to buy a lot of bonds. The form of adoption is the bank. Your bank has to open a lot of local banks. If you can't, just cooperate with localities. For example, newly established states. These places there is a great need for financial institutions. There is also taxation. It will also be done through you. The local revenue and expenditure are all in your hands, Shang Wen said. Yeah? Yin smiled excitedly. Because this is Shang Wen's advice to her. These are just the beginning. Next, many soldiers will retire. I plan to let the civilians set up a large number of trade and security companies. They can participate in wars. They can seize more wealth. For example, the slave trade, gold, cattle and sheep. The war is a great wealth, Shang Wen said. Yin nodded. Show that you understand. There is also a shipyard. Qin wants to establish a navy. Carry out maritime trade. Maritime trade is bigger than land trade. You can also participate, especially shipyard orders. You can make a big deal, Shang Wen said too. I know, Yin said. The location is in the south, especially Basu, the upper reaches of the Yangtze River, the Yellow River. The potential is not great, but light ships can be used, Shang Wen said. Big, my lord, a guard reported. But I saw the princess and the prime minister talking, thought to disturb the sweet talk of the two little lovers, then quit. There are still important matters to be reported. It becomes a retreat and it is not. It's not like entering. Oh, what's the matter? Shang Wen only noticed now. He and Yin talked to each other. Li Yu, Director Li, please see me, the guard said. Oh, let him wait outside. I'll see you right away, Shang Wen said. What is he doing? Yin asked. What do I know? Look at it and say it. That's right. You have to pay me for this, Shang Wen said. Compensation. Can I smash it all for you? Yin threatened. That's not necessary. I'm still going to stay like this, as he said. Shang Wen left to see Li Yu, and Yin looked at the simple house. Very distressed Shang Wen, although the house is clean. But after all, it is much simpler. Yin decided to decorate him well. 383 Civil Market. Shang Wen met with Li Yu in a small clerk office. There is no way. Shang Wen's office is rented, and there is no budget in Zhengfu expenditure to set aside a special fund for Zhengfu office. Even the rent was paid by Shang Wen himself. And whoever allowed the Prime Minister to open the mansion had to work in his own home. Helpless. Shang Wen only rented such a farmhouse. With the expansion of Zhengfu Agency Intelligence, there are more and more office staff. The space in the house is fully utilized. Even the yard has set up tents to handle some things. Can arrange such a small space. It's already very difficult. After a few greetings between the two sides, then enter the topic. Through conversation, Shang Wen learned of Li Yuan's purpose. It turned out to be a large-scale cut in defense spending along with Zhengfu. Many military orders from the army have been cancelled. Almost many military factories are in a half-open state. Li Yao's arsenal also encountered the same situation. Although his continuous fire gun and continuous fire revolver sold well, But after all, military orders account for the bulk. Such as, he assumed more than half of the military's 6-tube Vulcan order. It is also inspired by this revolver gun to develop this revolver. But now the military has cancelled orders on a large scale. This put these arsenals into trouble all of a sudden. Their order was cancelled. The product cannot be sold. And their products are very special. It is a weapon, compared with general merchandise. They are too special. The directors of several arsenals wanted to smuggle weapons. They believe that their products definitely have a market. But Liu thinks this matter should be resolved with the Prime Minister. Because, if these weapons could be sold, the Prime Minister would have instructed them a long time ago, instead of using smuggling as a sneaky way. Therefore, he just took the initiative. Look for Shangwin to solve this problem. For the production problem you raised, the error lies with me. I am sorry for that. Shangwin thought this was another mistake of his own, did not adjust the direction in time. This problem, this is how I solved it. The military factory can't live on military orders alone. In that case, your competition pressure is great. The cost of Zhengfu is also great. Both sides can't bear it, especially now. In country is different. Every aspect needs money. It is impossible for the military to order a large amount of arms. Liu nodded his approval. So, we cancelled a large number of military orders. Taking into account your interests and needs, we have added some policies. We even have to legislate to establish a series of security and trading companies. These security trading companies have legal gun certificates. They can take any military action outside the actual occupation area of the Qin army. That is to say, they need more advanced weapons. They are more well organized and well trained. The weapons are well equipped. Shang Wen waved his hand. Liu obviously saw a huge market. The eyes suddenly brightened a lot. In this way, the military can reduce military personnel, further cut expenditures. These veterans can have many choices. Of course, entering a security company is also a good choice. Shang Wen changed the subject a bit. In order for these personnel to be safe, they must need a reliable and powerful weapon. For example, the revolver you developed is very good. If the cavalry uses it, it is powerful. Shang Wen said, "My lord, I understand. Thank you, my lord, for reminding." Liu stood up and said with his hands. When Shang Wen said these words, Li Yao's mind has been much broader. Prior to, Li Yao's arsenal has received orders from the private sector. But these lists are very small. It wasn't until the war started that the number of orders began to rise rapidly. But compared with huge military orders, the number of private orders is still very small. Their proportion is not very large. This was quickly ignored by Liu Qi. But now, accompanied by the end of military operations, and a large number of security companies have been established, Liu saw a business opportunity. He decided to develop the civilian market. Right. Does your factory make artillery? Shang Wen asked. Artillery. This is also produced. But is this open to the outside world? Liu asked. Of course, the security company allows artillery. However, there is another need. The Navy. We cut defense expenditures. But we don't think that all services will be reduced. This time it is mainly the army. Part of the reduced expenditure will be invested in the Navy. The Navy needs a lot of artillery, and the requirements are very strict. I hope you can pay attention to it, Shang Wen said. Thank you for your reminder. Liu saluted. Oh, no, number. It's nothing. I just want to tell you. The market is a very important subject. His preferences. You need to think about it yourself. What Zhengfu can help is very limited. Shang Wen uses Ziyu doctrine. Explain what is happening now. Liu nodded his understanding. Then the conversation between the two ended. The meaning of these conversations will be conveyed by Liu to other arsenals. Other arsenals will begin to divert attention, fight for military orders. But we must also rely on the civilian market to feed ourselves. Simultaneously, some of them started to pay attention to other industries. After all, they have huge processing technology. They aimed at the railway, train locomotive. Shang Wen went to the printing factory. The issuance of banknotes requires strong anti-counterfeiting technology. Just when Qin State was busy, The dynamics of the 6 Kanto countries are very uncertain. The first is South Korea's attitude. Zhao Qi and the 2 countries joined forces to fight Yan State to the west of Lining in a short time. The 2 countries carve up a large amount of land. This makes Han Wang and lean towards the Zhao Qi alliance. Want to suppress Qin State through Zhao Qi alliance. After all, Qin's strength is too strong now, especially the last exercise. It scared Korea. I thought Qin was going to destroy Korea. With the lesson from the last time, Han Wangan is more inclined to find a suitable ally against Qin. But this idea was opposed by all the ministers. But Han Wangan insisted on doing this. He also sent an envoy to Zhao to discuss the alliance between the 3 countries. But all this is known by Princess Liu Yi. She knew that this couldn't dissuade Han Wangan's stupid behavior at all. If South Korea forms an alliance, Kingo would definitely not interfere. It is even possible to destroy Korea. Then a paper agreement in one's hands will become waste paper. Han Xiu thinks this matter is very tricky. But in order to obstruct Han Wangan's actions, Han Xiu decided to assassinate the South Korean envoy. Let this thing not happen. Simultaneously, she herself began to liberate serfs and mobilized all the 20,000 civilians in her fief. Give them a lot of money to enlist in the army. Go to Qin to receive secret training. Those women and children were mobilized on a large scale to seek a way out of Qin. This is labor output. These are not enough. She will also actively develop trade with Qin. She established a larger trading company in Qin. Where is it? She imports a lot of goods that Qin can buy. From arms to perfume. She buys everything that the 6 nations does not have. Then transport to Y, Zhao, Qi, and Chu. She needs money. Need money badly. For money, she had to do this. 384 banknotes replace bonds. The situation in South Korea can be described as surging in secret. For Chu State, it is to maintain an extreme neutral attitude. The upper echelons didn't mean to fight. The generals in the army did not mean to fight, especially after realizing the huge difference in weapons. Chu State silently began to import a large number of weapons through smuggling channels. But the target of equipment is not the regular army of the country. It is the private soldiers of a large number of ministerial family forces. The regular army is rarely equipped, and they don't have the money. Those smugglers only recognize gold. Under such an atmosphere, Xiang Yan had to pay for his own Xiang Jiajun. But muskets are not enough. Artillery is extremely lacking in such a powerful weapon. The purchase channels are strictly blocked. In desperation, Chu State began to send someone to communicate with Qin State in private. Or imitate it yourself. The state of Chu has the potential to imitate its own artillery. Their accomplishments in music, especially the technical reserves of chimes, gave them a good opportunity. All that is missing is time. The effect of newspaper dissemination allowed the 6 nations to understand what was happening in Qin. An iron horse that can pull more than 100 people at a time. Qin's fierce battle in Helen Mountain, and a lot of short stories about fighting life. The vernacular language description of the beautiful life in Xianyang of Qin State. Let some young people in Guangdong pay attention to Qin, especially the new move taken by the young Prime Minister of Qin State made young people start to go to Qin State with a try. And some advisors who insist on patriotic thinking have begun to enter the diplomatic field of various countries. They tried their best to persuade the 6 countries to stop fighting, unite to defeat the state of Qin. They noticed that the state of Qin was marching westward. No time to look around. This is a good time once in a lifetime. Fan Zheng is one of them. He kept wandering among the upper layers of Chu State. But no one went to talk to him. Reluctantly, he went to Qi State. Hoped to use the Zhao Qi alliance to unite several other countries to deal with Qin. These are all potential factors. Once the time is right, the threat to Qin is great. There is a big gap in the Zhao Qi alliance now. Zhao Jun has no food. Go grab it. After grabbing them, I went to borrow with Qi Jun, and the gap between the 2 countries is this kind of food that has caused a serious crisis. The Zhao Qi alliance quickly occupied a large area of Yan's territory. Qi State contributed the least. That is, just a few shots to win. they just accept it if they want to see it well. And so, after planning to carve up the land, there will be no fights. But Zhao Jun and Yan Jun have a deep hatred. Yan Go must be killed with a stick. Advocating continued offensive. One retreat and one attack. There was a big difference between the two. Reluctantly, Zhao Jun had to go it alone. But in terms of land division, Zhao Jun, who contributed the most, only divided 30% of the land. But Qi state occupies a large area of territory. The two sides one theory. The problem came out. Zhao Ju knows Qi Jun food. Therefore, the land had to be repaid. Thus, the two sides have no intention of fighting. Began to sit down and noisy. Yan Go was extremely nervous, because Zhao Jun advanced 100 miles and stopped. Go in again. Liuxi is gone. King Yan could only advance into Liadong while retreating, continue to open up territory in Liadong. But the good news quickly fell. The agreement between Qin and Yan was sent under the circumstances of the drama Xinri Jianqing. King Yan frowned. But think of the bitter cold in the land of Liuxi and Liadong. The two evils are the lesser of each other. King Yan actually signed it. Yan Go has nothing left. This is the only way to sign. But the envoy of the state of Qin Mengyi was in the north, thousands of miles away. I don't know anything about it, because Uxin runs like crazy. No one can catch up. Just when the situation in the 6 countries became unclear, Qin Go released her first paper currency. Compared to bonds, this kind of banknotes are both in quality and aesthetics, both greatly surpassed the former. This paper currency was appreciated by King Qin. It should be very special. Qin state. Paper money is represented by colors ranging from lighter to darker according to different currency values. The colors are arranged in order from light blue, blue, scarlet, brown, and black. The units are still arranged according to the bond division, half-twelve and gold 3 units. The base is 100 system. The unit of Jin Shangwin was originally to be abolished, but considering the trouble of foreign trade settlement, so the existence of the unit is still retained. The aesthetic value of banknotes has also begun to be greatly improved by the large-scale improvement of source engraving over printing technology. In this way, the pattern of the paper money is more beautiful. On the front of the banknote is the totem symbol of the Qin kingdom, the mysterious bird. She is at the position of the golden section. This beautiful effect is very good looking. There are beautiful cloud patterns in the 4 corners. Represents the wings of the mysterious bird of Qin and flies high. In the blank area, Arabic numerals are used together with Qin's written numerals and traditional numeral symbols to express the value of its currency. On the back is a beautiful picture of war. The picture painted is the battle of the Qin army in Helen Mountain. The author of this painting is Princess Diane Zhu of Yan Kingdom. Only her painting can make Shang Wen's fancy. And so, Shang Wen provided a lot of materials for her to paint. She is also very dedicated. Reading through the newspaper, she knew the indomitable Qin army in the war. So the whole painting highlights the perseverance of Qin Jun's Jing God. It is also this painting. Only then did King Qin greatly appreciate it. 56 people are depicted on a small piece of paper. From artillery, cavalry to infantry, even airships appeared. So dense, originated from the division of labor between magnifying glass and painting pen. None of these. Paper money is difficult to appear. Choose a picture as the background image. It is considering anti-counterfeiting, rather than his Jing beauty. In anti-counterfeiting technology, Qin state used tin strips as anti-counterfeiting strips. When the paper is printed, it is made by pressing 2 mixed papers at a time. Thus, the technology of Qin state banknotes is still the ultimate in this era, because there is no Zongyang Bank. Zheng Fu replaced the bank to issue. On the front is the word Qin written by King Qin himself. Then the banknotes will be issued. The issuance and recovery of bonds proceeded simultaneously. Zheng Fu also fulfilled his promise to pay more interest to the people. At the same time the bank also began to exchange. Not only that, banks issued and exchanged along the route of migration. The state of Qin also promulgated the paper currency law to determine various paper currency regulations, which expressly stipulates, after Qin's banknotes were in full circulation, the circulation of metal currency will be prohibited. Foreign merchants must exchange national banknotes before they can be circulated. Violators were fined a hefty 100 gold. There are corporal punishments behind. Shang Wen tried his best to cancel it, because, in this case, people from the Six Nations dare not come. A large number of security trading companies accompanied the currency issuance. The source of the composition of these companies is very mixed. There are civilians spontaneously formed, the original carts and horses, munitions factories, and trading houses. The largest registration is Yinu. The capital is as high as 100,000 gold. Establish branches in 4 directions. 385 anger. The establishment of these security companies. Also let the national lieutenant mention consider disarmament matters. According to the agreement reached, companies in the security category require a large number of personnel. At the same time on heavy weapons holdings, Shang Wen issued the Security Act to regulate it. Among them, strict regulations are set on the number of security personnel and weapons and equipment. The bill allows security companies to possess heavy weapons such as artillery. The number can reach tens of thousands. But its quantity, time, and the weapon supply system must be supervised by the state. It is strictly monitored by the local garrison and Zhengfu. This article is considered redundant. The focus of this bill is to recognize that heavy weapons are eligible for private ownership. The rest is redundant. As for supervision and organizing the army to rebel or something, this bill provides the legal basis for the time being. Why was this bill introduced? It is to dispel King Qin's doubts on supervision. Shang Wen believes that the focus is on fund supervision, as long as the country does not matter. In fact, it has maintained a strong cohesion. Whoever has money will rebel. Everyone knows the consequences of rebellion, and the country is very strong and very good. This is not a reason for rebellion. King Qin was cautious about this, but taking into account the actual situation of the local garrison, King Qin was still relieved. Because of the establishment of the Marine Corps, King Qin has stabilized a lot. King Qin of the Marine Corps has absolute mobilization power. The Prime Minister has only partial foreign transfer rights, not in the country, and the Marines are all sharp, have their own naval warships and combat aircraft. The road is equipped with absolutely fast transportation. At this point, it is unmatched by the 3 services. The Marine Corps is a reassurance. Let King Qin completely settle down. The selection and formation of the Marine Corps is also in progress. As for the new military candidates, King Qin chose Wang Ben. Wang Ben has long wanted to become an army. This satisfied his wish. There is another important reason. That is Wang Ben's status as the Royal Forest Army. The Marine Corps is mainly composed of the Imperial Forest Army around King Qin. Absorbing the veterans in the army is the Jing Sharp of the Jing Sharp. Wang Ben's position is assumed by Li Xin. He was the first Celestial Army officer to serve as a campaign-level commander. But his predecessor was born in the army. Land warfare is no stranger at all. At the same time, Qin State withdrew a reorganizer from the front. The 1st Infantry Division entered Xianyang. A large number of security company personnel will fill his vacancy. Simultaneously, Qin Jun also brought the north and Taiyuan. The Qin army in Shangdong and other places carried out reorganization. The north was reorganized into the Northern Military District. Taiyuan Shangdong was changed to Taiyuan Military Region. The commander is Fan Yuki. The force is only 60,000, 120 artillery pieces, 2,000 cavalry. But the combat power should not be underestimated. All this is in a nervous transfer. A message came from the north. It is the Book of Flying Eagle. The agreement has been signed. From Meng Yi. Moreover, a large number of embassy personnel have safely left and withdrawn to the country. Then the state of Qin could attack. Qin State actually had 4 newspapers in a short period of time. The other 2 are Xianyang Minbao and Feibao. These 2 newspapers mainly record public news. The reason why these two newspapers are able to occupy a certain number of seats is famous. It is because they seized the favorable opportunity. The former reported the news that King Qin raised funds for education, and the royal family members are also involved. This immediately put the royal family's positive publicity in place. The people saw that King Qin was also involved. Confidence greatly increased. Participate more actively. Later, a major news was mainly broke. Princess Wen Yang donated 200,000 yuan for education. This is nothing. The newspapers subsequently claimed that the Prime Minister and the Princess were lovers. The private lives of public figures are obviously more interesting than those of political topics. So the newspaper became popular all of a sudden. King Qin was optimistic about sealing up this newspaper. The reason is to discredit the royal honor. But this was blocked by Yinu, because she is willing to read such reports. King Qin reluctantly agreed. The role of the media is powerful. It is an invisible weapon of destruction. Shang Wen delivered his second State of the Union address as usual this time. This time is the same as last time. The difference is, there are many reporters. All four newspapers have received invitations from Shang Wen. Shang Wen reviewed what he did during this period. Some suggestions for the future were also made, such as, Winnan City under construction. It will be a new urban area. The internal affairs accounted for more than half. The main reason is that the educational plan is very large. After introducing the entire system of education, Shang Wen turned to diplomacy. Shang Wen used a human rights breach to request Zhang Qi to reach an armistice agreement with Yan under Qin's mediation. The two countries did not respond. Shang Wen first announced such a news. People, especially Qin people, feel that their self-esteem has been insulted. Then Shang Wen uttered what Qi Guo had insulted Shang Wen. This suddenly aroused the anger of the people of Qin. The people of the Qin country raised their arms and shouted, "Start war! Start war!" They planned to give the people of Qi a severe lesson with their weapons. Calm and calm. Everyone exercise restraint. Restraint. Shang Wen tried his best to control the scene. Persevering Qin people are already angry. They could not accept that the people of Qin were ignored by Zhao and Qi and the insults of the respected Prime Minister by Qi Guohexing. The State of the Union address cannot go on. Shang Wen could only relay the latter words through the newspaper. The angry Qin began to transfer the anger in his heart to Zhao Guoren and Qi Guoren. Fortunately, the patrol team in Qin Guoqing stopped in time. The patrol was also dissatisfied with what Zhang Qi had done. But where the responsibility lies, after Shang Wen heard about it, allow people to hold demonstrations. But it cannot be disruptive. Punish those people at the same time. Just fine education. No torture was used. For the people of Zhao Guoqi, Shang Wen publicly stated that the people of the two countries are innocent, and sent someone special protection for refuge. The two peoples also had to play banners in support of Shang Wen. For these moves, Shang Wen was helpless. Because the location of his office is confined to water. The people demanded a war on the two countries, and the call for war is very high. The enthusiasm for the war against Xi is very high. The reporter conducted a detailed report on it. The length is very large, and they all use special editions. The newspaper was released on a large scale on the same day. Qin people vented their dissatisfaction with the two countries through interviews with reporters, because the newspaper will adopt their language. Shang Wen also urged the people to exercise restraint. Obviously, he still couldn't suppress Qin's anger. Shang Wen didn't expect Qin's domestic reaction to this matter to be so strong. What made him even more unexpected was Yinu. Yinu was standing on the head of the city with a gun openly to win the final victory. This was the support of everyone, and immediately joined the army. Follow Yinu to kill Lin Xianqi State. Shang Wen was very moved. But this is adding fuel to the fire. 386 The crowd. You let me go. I want to avenge you. Shang Wen pulled Yinu from the tower. There are still many people watching under the tower. Seeing the two behave like this, all the people calmed down and watched the two leave. Get in the car. It's not convenient to talk here. Shang Wen opened the door and let Yinu get in the car. Yinu got in the car. Shang Wen asked the coachman to go to Xianyang Palace. Then get in the car. I understand what you are doing, but you have to stay restrained and calm, okay? Shang Wen stretched out his hand and said, I can't restrain or calm down. I want to kill the latter. I will avenge you, Yin said excitedly. Calm down. Calm down. I will handle this matter, Shang Wen said. Calm down. Calm down. I can't calm down. I'm going to use these two guns to beat the winner into a hornet's nest. I want to make him have blood holes all over his body, Yin said, waving the gun in his hand. Shang Wen couldn't get the two pistols. I'm going to peel off the skin, twitch his muscles, feed his meat to the dog. Sometimes women's anger is much worse than men's, and it's no less cruel than a man. Shang Wen didn't want to see Yin like this. Enough. Not over yet. Shang Wen started a fire. Enough. I haven't said about you yet. You already knew about this. Why did you tell me now? Say. Although Yin was angry. Don't forget things. I treat you so sincerely. You don't tell me anything. You are too ... Ying Yu cursed. I don't want to make you angry. Being angry is bad for your health, Shang Wen said. For my good, you should tell me earlier. Yin hit back. Good. I'll be the first to tell you from now on. Shang Wen raised his hand and said, how about this time? Yin said, look at this. Shang Wen said as he took out a red paper rose. Shang Wen has been learning it for a long time. What's this? It's so wrinkled. It's really ugly. Yin took a look and said. Shang Wen was speechless. Ask you what to say? Ying Yu asked when Shang Wen didn't take any further action. This is a rose? It symbolizes love. It took me a long time to fold it, Shang Wen said disappointedly. Speaking, Yin snatched it over. Look carefully. Rose. Love. Yin said with a smile. Not bad. It's not that ugly, idiot. Is there really such a flower? How come I haven't seen it? Did you lie to me? Yin asked. Yes. It's just our place. There are more in the west, Shang Wen said. Ying Yi looked at the paper rose intently. Fiddle with it carefully. Yes. Yes. I like it very much. I want you to stack one for me every day from now on. No. 10. Number 100. Yin said while looking at the roses. Shang Wen sees the opportunity here. Just talked about it, then the daily letter is forgotten. I really don't have the strength to write. Shang Wen originally planned to do this. Write a letter. Every day Shang Wen is like a pupil who is punished for copying books. Keep writing. In order to eliminate this annoying task, Shang Wen copied the history of industrial development directly. Result. Yin only replied 2 words. Rewrite. Reluctantly, Shang Wen found a way to stack paper to cancel the drudgery of writing a letter. That's right. Then stack one. I don't want 100 flowers. That's it. That's it. Tomorrow I will see the flowers and letters you sent. Otherwise, I will shoot you. And don't write those that I don't understand. To write. Just write stories like Ruth and Jack. Yin said. Got out of the car and turned to leave. Her face was red, but very happy, because I have a rose in my hand. Shang Wen was dejected. The Titanic is finished. I really don't know what to write. Forget it. Write covered bridge last dream. Shang Wen thought to himself, compared with Yinya's conversation. There is one more important thing to do. That is to stabilize the anger of the people of Qin. Shang Wen can understand the insult of Qin people's dignity. But, currently, the people of Qin must stabilize their emotions and return to the normal track of production and life. Only by allowing Qin's economy to move forward at a rapid pace can we more powerfully counteract the two countries' provocations against Qin. Qin's strength at that time, it will be something no one can resist. Shang Wen saw King Qin narrate his views in detail. Stabilize the mood of the people. At present, it seems that only King Qin personally comes forward to keep the people restrained and calm. And the mood of the people is likely to trigger a war, as far as Qin state is concerned. The last thing Qin wanted to see was a war with the Six Nations, especially large-scale wars. Qin state is not afraid of any war, but the war cannot make Qin's economy go backwards. This is the bottom line. Only when survival is facing a serious crisis, Qin Go would do that. But it is not the time yet. King Qin agreed with Shang Wen's view. King Qin learned about the current state of Qin through newspapers. For everything that is happening now, King Qin believed that Qin people still had blood. King Qin also greatly admired Shang Wen. Description: the Qin people are already at the heart of the Prime Minister, but on how to calm the anger of the people. King Qin smiled. Let Shang Wen go back at ease. Shang Wen didn't know what medicine was sold in King Qin's court. The answer was soon revealed. The next day, King Qin actually used a form of conversation in the newspaper to calm the people's anger and return to production. This is unprecedented. All 4 newspapers have large-scale reports in the form of special pages. For the first time, people saw King Qin accepting newspaper interviews. And so, the sales of newspapers have soared. The 4 newspapers are all working hard to increase the output of newspapers. Under the influence of newspapers, the anger of the people of Qin gradually subsided. They responded to the call of King Qin. Go back to your post, scrambling for production. They think this is the best way to retaliate against the 2 countries. The chaos that appeared in Qin's order in a short period of time quickly subsided. The Qin state also began to take a new approach to attack both Zhao and Qi. First, the Financial Express released exclusive news. The state of Qin will hold large-scale military exercises at the foot of Yin Mountain, Taiyuan, Shangdong and other places. According to relevant officials, the strength of the troops participating in the exercise reached 400,000. There are more than 500 cannons and 10 airships. The report is extremely exaggerated, but its significance lies in the fact that Qin used the media role of newspapers to publicize and create a kind of psychological pressure. This is a typical psychological warfare. This way of spreading rumors. Qin state is no stranger at all. Qingping battle. The power of rumors is more powerful than Qin Jun. And now, Qin state had more advanced means of newspapers. The dissemination power of newspapers is far greater than that of word of mouth. Financial Express also stated that it will continue to follow up and report on the specific details of the exercise, and the news about the exercise. 3 newspapers reprinted it one after another. As a result, news spreads faster and faster. 387 Just when Qin state launched a series of actions according to the original plan, Wang Ben caused Shang Wen a trouble. Wang Ben was ordered back to Xianyang to serve as the commander of the new service of the Marine Corps, but he also brought back the Queen of the Moon Kingdom. The Queen was sent to Wang Ben by escort level by level. By interrogating the translator, Wang Ben learned about the situation in the kingdom. So the army immediately speeded up and quickly disintegrated the opponent's resistance. The Moon Kingdom has been in chaos, and this Queen of the Kingdom insisted on negotiating with Qin Kingdom. Wang Ben didn't know how to deal with it. He received an order back to Xianyang, just brought it back. Wang Ben reported this matter to King Qin. King Qin asked him to find Shang Wen. Shang Wen heard this matter. The head is big. Queen, I think she will be treated as a female prisoner of war. The family has been occupied. And what kind of queen is there? Just kidding. Shang Wen answered directly. He didn't want to delay too much on this issue, because compared with the situation of Yi, things in the East are more important than Yi. But she's the queen. Wang Ben continued. So what? The Moon Kingdom is gone. The queen is now a prisoner of war. And it was the other party who made the first attack. They are guilty. They should be dealt with like this, Shang Wen said. Then we have to enter the house to meet an important guest. But they want to negotiate? Wang Ben said. Negotiating? Oh my God. Shang Wen was incredible. Wang Ben would actually say such a thing. What do they talk about? What else can you talk about? Shang Wen asked. I think we can give it a try. Wang Ben said. Shang Wen is now anxious to deal with the affairs of Zhao and Qi. The state of Qin wants to fight back. There is no time to deal with the affairs of a country that has already been defeated. Okay, now that they are going to negotiate what they plan to talk about, let them talk about their qualifications. Let's see how many whole cards the other party has. This matter, you can handle it. At present, things in the East are better than those in the West. That's a lot. Okay, I'm going to be busy. After speaking, Shang Wen signaled and went to be busy. The fate of the kingdom is waiting for the Qin kingdom to decide its destiny amidst the wind and rain. The reason Shang Wen is not interested in Xi is his neighbors. South Korea is restless. There are intelligence reports that Han Wangen has the will to join the Zhao-Qi alliance. As for the specific situation, it is not yet known. And so, Shang Wen made an appointment with Han Xiu. He wanted to know her attitude towards this matter. His Royal Highness, I am very happy to see you, said Shang Wen, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Han Xiu. In Shang Wen's view, this is nothing. Very modern greeting. But Han Xiu understood that Shang Wen was very happy to see her. Does this indicate something? Han Xiu smiled and reached out to shake hands with Shang Wen. Do not know why. Han Xiu liked Shang Wen holding her hand very much. There is a strange feeling. Your Royal Highness, please sit down. The two shook hands for a little longer. Shang Wen took this to open up the topic. Han Xiu also realized that he was a little gaff. I had to smile and sit down. With all due respect, the staff of our diplomatic mission spread the news. King Han's attitude towards our Qin state is very unfriendly. I don't know. How does the princess explain? Shang Wen asked directly. Han Xiu smiled slightly. Shang Wen is telling South Korea. At the same time, I was testing myself. That's the attitude of King Han. It's not our attitude. We are very friendly to the state of Qin. To be honest, King Han has already sent someone to the state of Zhao. Han Xiu said frankly, you should be honest at this time. If you deliberately conceal it, Qin must be jealous of himself. Han Xiu thought. Oh, I didn't expect this. Shang Wen was surprised. He was surprised that Han Wang moved quickly, and surprised Han Xiu calmly. There are even more surprised. Master Zhang has personally assassinated the envoy. If the assassination fails, we will resort to mutiny. Therefore, we need Qin's help very much, and fast. Han Xiu said. The princess is here for this, right? Shang Wen said with a smile. Yes, our people have entered the Qin kingdom. There are 3,000 people in Xianyang, but don't worry, adults, they don't have weapons. Han Xiu said. Well, I will send someone from the military to contact you. That's right. Some logistical supplies for the new South Korean army, for example, bedclothes, food, medicine, etc. What will the princess do? Shang Wen asked. Also please my adults to guide you. Han Xiu said. In this case, I will arrange for related companies to discuss with you. Food will be with Qin Jun. The princess only needs to pay for food, weapons and equipment. Qin Jun has a lot of warehouses. If you lack anything, you can always find me. I will deal with it as soon as possible, Shang Wen said. But, I hope that military training will start as soon as possible. If it can. It can be done now. Okay? Han Xiu said. Okay, princess. Please come with me, Shang Wen said and got up, signaled the princess to get on the carriage. Shang Wen is going to Higuoi mansion. While Liao handles such matters, Shang Wen only played a referral role. After showing the relevant document agreement, While Liao agreed what to do and arrange a carriage to gather people together. There are 2 training locations. Soldier, in Lanshan, the base camp of the Qin army. The guard is highest there. Non-commissioned officers and officers will study at the Qin Army Military Academy. After these are over, Han Xiu needs to pay 80,000 gold-related expenses. Han Xiu is happy to pay the money. This is a bit less than the original budget of 100,000. By the afternoon, The new South Korean army was escorted by the Kin Army's transport convoy into the training ground under tight cavalry escort. A team of horsey-drawn carriages stopped on the large court of the Kin Army Military Academy. "Get out of the car! Get out of the car!" A group of thin and shabby people got out of the car. Many people fell to the ground just after getting off the car. Kin's non-commissioned officers shook their heads. In their eyes, these people simply cannot be regarded as soldiers. In fact, many of them can't even eat enough, especially throughout the winter. Lack of clothing and eat less has tortured them badly enough. They are slaves of Hanshu's fief. There are also some civilians, but very rarely. All get off the car, move your legs and feet, then go take a bath, change clothes, eat. Familiar with military regulations, a commander of Kim Jun shouted loudly. The South Korean recruits are obviously a little numb. They don't know what to do. "General, can you give us a bite? We haven't eaten for several days." "Yeah, it has been several days." Everyone knelt down. Such a move left Commander Kim Jun at a loss. Just begging for food. This gave Kim Jun a good-looking, helpless. Commander Kim Jun could only wave his hand to let the non-commissioned officer go to the cafeteria to eat some food. This is the army. Obviously it is a group of beggars. I can't get enough to eat. Also talk about military training. It's a joke. 388 two newspapers. These so-called new South Korean troops are actually a group of hungry people. Most of them can join the army for a full meal and nothing more. Defending the country is just a matter for them. That is very far away. This is one of the differences in combat effectiveness. The soldiers of the Qin Kingdom not only had enough to eat, but they could also eat well, and most of the troops of the Six Nations fought without knowing why. They are just for a full meal. I don't know anything else. The non-commissioned officers of the Qin army brought a large amount of food. 300 people. These soldiers smelled the smell of meat from a distance. Don't grab. Everyone has a share. No predators. Give them food. The commander waved. The non-commissioned officers began to distribute food. 2 loaves per person and 1 ham sausage. A bowl of cattle nei. It was the first time for the Korean New Army to have such a hearty meal, especially the ham sausage, and they ate it in 2 bites. This makes them feel very uncomfortable. In this way, Kim Jun took charge of the new Korean army for a full meal, and then let them rest, rush into the bathhouse to Washington, and their quilts were also urgently transported from Zhaogao's quilt factory. The difference is that they use white trousers, long boots, and red say blended military jacket, berets. The reason why red say is chosen is because red say is the cheapest. Hanshu didn't have much money to buy such expensive clothes for his army. Red say is already considered very good, better than wearing white. After the Korean New Army took a bath, the Qin Army sergeant had to teach them how to dress. Because these are all new style clothes, they will only wear them randomly. The new Korean army came out of a relaxing bath. Immediately let the Qin army non-commissioned officer guide the dressing. The South Korean New Army watched the non-commissioned officers demonstrate strangely. For them, everything is new. Since they just got out of the wagon and came in, they are feeling a different kind of breath. After getting dressed, they started to take them into their dormitory, and after giving them an hour to adapt, then took them to the place where they wanted to enter the most. Canteen. Kim Jun's meals have meat all over. This surprised them, because there is no limit. Everyone is full, and it is probably the first time they ate so full. Subsequently, the non-commissioned officer began to assign and lead each class, and then began to teach them some discipline. In this way, the new South Korean army slowly accepted Kim Jun's teachings. Hanshu didn't have time to see how a group of buns were being taught by Kim Jun. What she needs is the result. She doesn't care how the process is. She can only train a powerful army in 3 months at most. Nothing else. Contrary to what she doesn't care about, she cares very much about domestic affairs. The domestic situation will directly affect your own success or failure. If Han Wangin annoys Qin is fully capable of destroying Korea, and only 1 division is needed. South Korea is bound to perish, so all these things I have done will be in vain. Even with Shang Wen's support, He couldn't hold back King Qin's anger. The reason why South Korea has survived until now is that Shang Wen shifted Qin's strategic focus. In order to persuade Han Wangan, Han Xiu simply screened the newspapers that happened recently in Qin and sent them back to China. Hope it changes. At this time, Han Wangan is reading these two newspapers. One is from Ambassador Qin, one is a non-governmental business newspaper. Han Wangan read my Ambassador Qin's newspaper in horror. The newspaper is that the Financial Express mainly talks about Qin exercises. The state of Qin wants to assemble 400,000 troops to conduct large-scale exercises, and specifically mentioned the Shangdong. From there, you can attack both the Kingdom of Zhou and South Korea, as long as you dive down from the Taihang mountain. South Korea must be over. The other is the high fighting mood among the people in Qin. The reporter pointed the interviewee at many people. These people have expressed their opinions on reporters. Although everyone said differently, but there is probably only one meaning: Qin must retaliate against Zhao and Qi. In the final summary, the reporter also deliberately showed off Qin's military strength. Qin's state has wiped out how many nomads from last year to now, and at the same time his own losses are very small. Moreover, how powerful Qin's weapons and equipment are. They not only have an army, but also a heavenly army. An unknown celestial army officer also threatened. They must be able to throw bombs from the top of their heads onto Qi people's heads. This is a naked declaration of revenge. Han Wangan only then realized how big a mistake he had made. Qin's strength was not something he could resist by relying on the two countries of Zhao and Qi. Even Qin can destroy 3 countries in a row. Han Wangan began to regret it. He felt like he had done something stupid. Come on, hurry, come on, come on. Han Wang shouted loudly in cold sweat. My lord, what is your order? A servant asked cautiously. That's it for you. I ordered you to lead a team to quickly kill Gong Sundao for me. Hurry, be sure to kill him before he rushes to the state of Zhao. King Han said anxiously. Here, the servant was a little embarrassed. This Gong Sundao had been walking for several days, and I am afraid that he had already arrived in the state of Zhao by this time. Hurry up, Han Wangan shouted loudly. Here, the servant quickly agreed to leave, and Han Wangan sat blankly on the spot. The eyes are dull. I don't know what came to mind. He slapped himself severely. It is estimated that Qin should not be offended by a regret. I think it's too simple. When Han Wangan regretted, Zhang Liang was struggling. Zhang Liang took 20 dead men, assassinated the Korean envoy Gong Sundao with a sword. The envoys protected over 20 people in Jiaxi. The two sides are evenly matched. But Zhang Liang was attacked in one way. On a soil slope, the dead soldiers in ambush came out from both sides of the road. The soldiers were caught off guard, and more than 10 people were killed in the blink of an eye. The others fled and were killed by dead men. This Gong Sundao is a Confucian student. He originally thought that with his own tongue, he could win South Korea a chance to become stronger. Just move Han Wang around. Unexpectedly, Han Wangan's head was hot, and he agreed. At this time he was dreaming of the Prime Minister of Korea. But he didn't know that he was dying. After solving all the soldiers, Zhang Liang opened the car door and saw Gong Sundao closing his eyes to rest. Zhang Liang knew what was important and waved. The dead soldier on the side quickly stepped forward and chopped off his head with a single sword. The crisis in South Korea was thus shown to have been avoided. But the crisis between Zhao and Qi has just begun. They first learned about what happened in Qin through the newspaper. Then there is the huge threat of soldiers suppressing the territory. All of this was pre-arranged by the Qin state, but Zhao Qi and Qi didn't even know anything. 389 A series of actions of the state of Qin were publicized on a large scale through newspaper publications. These newspapers were carried to various countries through the embassies of the Qin state, or those smuggling arms dealers, or the serious businessmen of the 6 countries. And people in the 6 countries seem to like the propaganda role of newspapers more and more. What they like to hear is about Qin's war in the West, the Battle of Helen Mountain, Wang Ben's new force. The people of the 6 nations know more than the people of Qin, especially the short paragraphs published in the Financial Express. They are all stories about making money from war, and they have always been people's favorite stories to hear. Although it takes 7 days at the earliest for a newspaper to reach the farthest country of Chi, it will take at least half a month for it to spread. But the newspaper is updated every day. And there are more and more types of newspapers. Listening to the newspaper began to become a favorite thing for the people of the Six Nations to do in their leisure time. And those scholars are also willing to buy a newspaper for these people to listen to, because they are willing to enjoy the feeling of Zongxing Penayu. Psychological warfare through newspapers began to become a new method for Qin to deal with the Six Nations. It's just that Qin hasn't noticed it himself. Qin Go is currently busy with a lot of things. The first state of Qin State began to be established. Most of the immigrants are people from the Six Nations, and they are mainly businessmen and poor farmers. The population quickly surpassed 200,000. According to the bill announced in advance by the state of Qin, they began to elect their representatives. Temporarily use a ratio of 1,000 to 1. After the representatives are elected, they began to converge to form the earliest state assembly, where they elected their governor. The emergence of the governor represents the preliminary establishment of the state Zhengfu. Then the governor presented to King Qin on behalf of more than 200,000 people in the prefecture, expressing his allegiance to King Qin, and asked for a name. The above form was soon delivered to King Qin through the developed road network of the state of Qin. King Qin was very happy. Qin's first state was established in the west. The land of this state is centered on today's Lanzhou, where the southern line of the Qin state army crossed the Yellow River, within about 1,000 miles. The area is very large. Moreover, their borders and reaching the Kilian Mountains. It means that they have to go to war with the Qin to protect their land from encroachment. However, security companies are moving in. I believe that it will not be long before the Qin people will become slaves in the fields of the Qin people. First name. What is your name? King Qin was very distressed. This is the first state established by Qin. King Qin was finally named after the occupier, Mongolia. This is the highest honor award given to the Monty family. If King Qin knew that Mengwu was fighting on a small scale with Yuzhan, what would he think of it? After Mengwu entered the territory of Xinjiang, he divided his troops into 2 groups and went all the way north into northern Xinjiang. He would personally lead him. The other way is into southern Xinjiang, where they will meet Lulan. It's just that they are changing to a new type of transportation. Camel. The 2 armies will bring a huge area to Qin. King Qin knew that Mengwu had another large territory, and would he regret giving out Mengzi prematurely? Along with the military offensive, Qin's security company began to fill in areas beyond the control of the Qin army on a large scale. Moreover, these security company personnel are extremely fierce. They are equipped with a new type of weapon, a revolver, and a two-barrel shotgun, which are actually the current shotgun. These 2 weapons have almost become a nightmare for the few tribes who are lucky enough to escape the attack of the Qin army. Especially the revolver, because of its small quantity. It is very powerful. 7 bullets can kill a lot of people in a row. Those shotguns are even more powerful. The security guards search for these ethnic minorities like hunting. They don't think it is terrible, on the contrary, it is very exciting. So this kind of story began to be published in the newspaper. After reading it, Shang Wen gave a very American name, Cowboy. Newspapers use Western cowboys as a dedicated column. Qin people like cowboy stories very much, because it's exciting. In their spare time, they are all discussing cowboy stories. With the beginning of the cowboy story, there is also the railway. Qin state has laid 3 railways at once, and Xianyang is the intersection of the 3 railways. They are leading to South Korea, the north, and the newly established Mongolia. The new city of Qin State has also begun to be established. The underground project is coming to an end, and the auction of the land has also begun. The difference is that there is no prime minister in Qin's new city. It is replaced by a new urban area like a grid, 9 vertical and 9 horizontal. The area is very large. Shang Wen estimated the population to be around 5 million, so the construction was based on the population of 5 million. and the initial construction was 1 million. In order to avoid traffic jams in the city, Shangwin scattered the functional areas of the city. Moreover, each area has its own medical, education, and other systems. The road is being constructed on the basis of the sewer, and the new material cement began to enter people's sight. In order to attract people to move in, the price of land is very cheap. There are only 2.5 acres of land. It's very cheap. The people of Qin are not short of land because of their vast territory. Qin State was busy building his home. Zhao Jun was miserable. They are about to relaunch the offensive and invade the western part of Lining, destroy the country of Yan and end the war. However, at this time, the information in the newspaper made Li Mu very annoyed. The Qin army will hold a large-scale military exercise. At the same time as the newspaper arrived, there was also Zhao Wang's order. King Zhao asked him to quickly deploy his army to defend against Qin's attack. Li Mu's face was pale and standing on a high mountain. Ugh. Li Mu could only sigh. Everyone knows what he thinks. The situation is very bad for Zhao Go. The newspaper said that the Qin army had 400,000 people conducting large-scale military exercises, and Li Mu felt that the number was exaggerated a lot. But the threat of Qin Jun couldn't ignore its existence. Qin Jun's combat power gave Li Mu a headache, especially weapons. He speculated from the Qin newspaper that the number of cavalry in the Qin army would be as many as 100,000, and the equipment is extremely good, especially artillery. All the artillery of Zhao Jun is not as large as one division, especially some new weapons. Airship. What else is the 6-barreled Vulcan, plus that unknown iron horse? If Qin State had that thing, Qin State would most likely be ready in a short time, especially they have a large number of horses. The carrying capacity of the carriage is almost twice that of their chariot, and their road conditions are better than their own. Especially Yango, it sucks. Zhao Jun's artillery often walked in the mud. Sometimes the cannon can't be pushed. This is a totally unequal war. If there is a war, Li Mu doesn't know how much power he still has to deal with Qin Jun. Celebrities. In the face of strength, it is cannon fodder. 390 Women's rights. Zhao Guo's current situation can no longer fight. Zhao Jun needs to rest and reorganize, and weapons and equipment have fallen far behind Qin Jun. If the two sides go to war, Zhao Jun couldn't resist it at all, but Zhao Wang blindly asked for an attack. As a general, Li Mu couldn't do anything about it. Sad sigh. Li Mu's eyes were dull. Li Mu's dullness is in sharp contrast with Qin's great prospects. Qin State under different efforts of all types of work. Finally, glass can be made, and mirrors have also been produced one after another. There are two main ways of producing glass. These are the latter two described by Shang Wen. The suspension method is proud of the chemical production of hydrogen. Only large-scale manufacturing. After the glass is produced, it is mainly used for the decoration of royal halls, and a small part of it flows into wealthy families. This transparent material has also begun to be decorated on the carriage. The production of glass has an increasing demand for raw materials. This stimulated some people to start looking for minerals. They hope to find a place where this material can be produced in large quantities. Qin State has a large area of new territory. This has stimulated some people to conduct large-scale expeditions for the purpose of prospecting. They follow behind the security company. I hope to find a kind of mineral that can make a fortune. Compared with the glass decoration, sales of mirrors far exceed those of glass. The production method of mirrors still adopts toxic production methods, but this does not affect people's production of mirrors at all. Many people produce mirrors regardless of their lives. The size of the mirror varies with the size of the glass. Build bigger and bigger. A small 4-inch mirror is in Xianyang, can be sold for 10.5. That kind of big mirror can buy 10 gold. Even so high price. There are also many people to buy. But the production of mirrors is so big. So in Xianyang, ladies can have a small mirror close to the body. It becomes a fashion jiao flow. To protect the mirror, ladies are also wrapped in leather, linen and other things. but it will not be carried. So someone invented a metal box for mirrors. Yingzhi launched a leather bag, put the lady's mirror in it. So ladies' satchels became popular. This kind of satchel comes from a soldier's bullet belt. But Yingzhi found that she could put some ladies' items. It becomes a kind of jiao flow. Xianyang Palace began to install glass in the main hall. In the harem, concubines began to use glass mirrors as a must-have for dressing up. Moreover, glass mirrors are much better than bronze mirrors. And clear. The most important thing is that she can do a lot. It can be the same size as a real person, possess a glass mirror, become a symbol of the status of concubines. Qin's fashion jiao flow also began to affect several neighboring countries. Purchasing officials from various royal houses rushed to purchase in Qin. It is not technology or weapons that are purchased. It's the glass mirror of the harem. They spend generously on glass mirrors far more than military expenses. The 6 countries of Kanto are very obsessed with luxury goods. Qin State blew a fashion style. There has also been a humanitarian storm. Although Shang Wen has made no achievements in dealing with corporal punishment, he has begun to involve humanitarian style in some matters, especially the propaganda of newspaper media. Let people begin to realize the value of people. Newspaper offices in Xianyang are like chun bamboo shoots after the rain. At present, Qin has as many as 12 newspapers and newspapers. There are 20 different kinds of newspapers. Yinya Swenyang newspaper is to seize market share. There were 3 newspapers in one breath. The Reporter Group of Qin State of Tai Horse News, Xianyang Times and Qin Zhaobao began to grow wildly. There are so many of them, everyone holding pencils and notebooks, riding horses to various places to interview. The content of newspapers is getting richer. From folk customs to the geographical features of a country. All began to enter newspapers, and some people began to collect newspapers for use as books. Because the knowledge inside is very rich. In terms of entertainment, the first serialized novel appeared in Flying News. Cowboy Journey to the West is a story about the captain of the security, telling the story of how he fought and lived in the West against a few nomads. The style is simple, and the story is ups and downs, and it is very story. Not only can people love to watch it, even people from the 6 nations pay attention every day. With more newspapers, the state of Qin began a powerful public opinion war. First of all, many newspapers, without exception, have written articles describing the battle between the Yan State and Zhaoqi coalition forces. Then there are some living conditions of the people of Yan State. This involves sensitive topics. Qin reporters took Zhao Jun's looting of local people's food as an entry point, and a large number of reports have reported that farmers in Yan's country starved to death because their food was looted. Moreover, Zhao Jun also violated the law and committed crimes everywhere, such as kidnapping local women. The whereabouts of these women are still unknown. People are well aware of the tragic experience of these women. Some of Zhao Jun's illegal crimes have been disclosed in large numbers. The people of Qin were very disgusted with Zhao Jun's approach. The Qin army fought fiercely, but seldom disturbed the civilians, and Zhao Jun's actions obviously violated the principle of honor of soldiers. From the moment they participated in the crime, they were not soldiers. It's a robber, and the object is still of the same race. But the people of Qin were only disgusted. There is not much reaction compared with the disgust of Qin people. Those new Qin people who have just entered the Qin country's immigration path are much fierce. They expressed their views to reporters, especially Yan people. A demonstration was held, but this is still only a regional response. People's public opinion still tends to be calm. The point of anger lies in Yinu. She was very angry when she saw what happened to the women in Yan country. Out of anger, another newspaper came out, China Women's Daily. This is a female newspaper, and it was the first to put forward the purpose of the newspaper, that is, to protect women and their status. Huaxia Women's Daily condemned Zhao Jun's criminal behavior from the perspective of women, and called on all women to fight. In order to encourage women, she even openly donated 50,000 muskets in the newspaper to help the woman resist Zhao Jun's atrocities. Although the content of China Women's Daily is plain, but her declaration aroused the sympathy of all women. The status of Qin's female Xing is already on the same starting line as that of male Xing. When their social status has not been recognized, Yinya's actions suddenly ignited the enthusiasm of the women. The female Xing began to frantically start activities. They started to raise funds for the female Yango, conduct a resolute resistance march for Zhao Jun's atrocities. The hot topics of the newspapers also began to shift to women's topics, and Yin apparently became the leader of the female Xing. Big Sister is big. Her remarks represent the birth of feminism. The female Xing's actions began to press the balance of war to the side of Yan's state. Because, in the Zhao country, the female Xing also began to hold large-scale demonstrations following the example of Qin. 391 The war against the moon is over. The feminist movement is extremely powerful, not only in the state of Zhao, but also in other countries. But Zhaoguo is the most special, because their soldiers broke the law and discipline first. And the women of their own country do not defend, but condemn them. But when the newspaper came, the people of Zhaoguo first looked down on Qin people talking about women, and they all began to mock Qin people because they were afraid of women. Zhaoguo's man is very gentleman discussing this topic. But the newspaper readers don't care about this. They just read the newspaper and finished reading the joke. The readers were unintentional, the listeners were intentional, and the women around began to discuss privately. They began to regard Yinu as the queen of status, discuss the power of Qin's women. In this way, this topic has always been the focus of discussion among women in Zhao country. Even the women in King Zhao's palace began to chatter about this topic. From concubine to maidservant, as long as they are female, they all gather together and talk about this topic from morning till night. Even the male servants in the palace also participated. The situation has evolved bit by bit, as the newspapers, especially the China Women's Daily, came over. I don't know why. The speed of the China Women's Daily is amazing. There can be 2 copies of this newspaper in a day, and it's fast. This was deliberately requested by Yinu. Those female reporters are also very hardworking. Write desperately, collect materials desperately. Their writing is extremely sharp. This is also very attractive to women's tastes. They think the more so. My heart became more relieved. China Women's Daily provided Yinu with free weapons. Xianyang women held a large-scale demonstration, and news of spontaneous donations came. The topic of women began to calm down. They were shocked. Their minds began to come alive. They also want to conduct a vigorous demonstration like the Qin woman. This kind of consciousness is suppressed in every woman's heart. In the daily whispering conversation, they began to get together. The final outbreak was also very ingenious. A man named Zhan listens to the newspaper every day, but he listens to women. He was so annoyed to hear that, after returning home, he threw himself on his wife and beat his wife, and the same was true the next day. His wife was beaten up beyond recognition, and she didn't go out. This made her neighbor very curious and wanted to find out. The result was the 3rd day. It happened to see Zhan violent his wife. The female Xing's anger was ignited. The neighbors called all the women to beat them with sticks. In order to punish Zhan, they began to tie Zhan up and parade in the streets. This parade, all of a sudden, attracted many women to participate spontaneously. The team is getting bigger and bigger. Do not stop for half a month. From the place to Handan, there's our country woman also began to go crazy. This has already affected changes in the political situation. For the Qin state, Shang Wen, Wang Jian, Wili Ao and others would not pay attention to what happened to Zhao state. They are discussing fiercely how to end the war before them. The war has been fought for a long time. It has entered April at this time. Qin is in urgent need of labor. It is best not to send troops during busy farming seasons, although there are slaves. But this is a tradition. Shang Wen also wanted to end the war as soon as possible. After all, War expenses are huge. Shang Wen's financial situation will not last so long, so ending the war became the best choice. But how to end? Wang Jian's proposal is very constructive. Take advantage of the Queen of who has lost power. This suggestion comes from Wang Ben. During the interrogation of Queen Zi, Wang Ben gradually learned something he didn't know, for example, some local customs, as well as the relationship between various countries. For example, the names of Yuzhan and Lulan countries are heard from here. Moreover, he also learned that there is a large desert to the west of them, but there is a lot of fertility on the back of a mountain. None of the countries there could withstand an attack by the Qin people. They are weak. This information is extremely valuable. This is the first time that Qin has learned about the situation in the western regions. Moreover, the opponent's situation is known for the first time. The opponent is very weak, and there is no need to use a large-scale army. The army has been fighting for months, especially the cavalry. They are already very tired. They need to rest. The desire to end the war is great for the Qin people. Wang Ben's suggestion is to sign an agreement with the Queen to end the war. This agreement is not important. But what is important is that the Qin army can withdraw part of the main force. In return, Qin can guarantee that her body will not be harmed. This is fair and the sale is very cost-effective. Shang Wen readily agreed. The Xi war was settled in this way. The negotiation process. Number. Shang Wen only needs to let the people underneath draw up an agreement as a symbol of Xing. Then choose a Rizi signature. The representatives of the Qin state are Shang Wen, Wang Jian, and Wai Liao. The ceremony was held on a square inches the Xianyang Palace. In order to show off his military power, Qin state the three armies lined up. The Queen was also dressed up by a special person, and then signed. Everyone notified the Queen in advance, and was told to sign an agreement to end the war until the last minute. The Queen came with a veil. Very Xi style. Shang Wen sees that the Queen is the unique style of Central Asian women. Shang Wen doesn't catch a cold. He sees a lot of women like this. On the contrary, many soldiers of the Qin army wore a little gaff, but only briefly. The ceremony is very brief. First, Shang Wen ordered the other queen to sign, said the translator frustrated. Although the queen is not willing but reluctantly signed. The document has only one type of script, the small seal type of Qin state. No one knows how to write Zi Wen, so I just omit it. Then came Qin state. Shang Wen signed on behalf of the political side. Wai Liao represents the military. Wang Jian represents the soldiers of the three armies. The names of the three people were written on the document, and then the ceremony ended. Then the reporter frantically surrounded the three people in the center for interviews. This was specially ordered by King Qin. This is almost rare. Shang Wen talked about some thoughts very freely, and Wang Jian and Wai Liao were obviously asked for the first time. They are a little at a loss. Basically, what the reporter asks and what they answer. There is no concealment at all. But they gradually got used to it and began to refuse. Then the three people left. The newspaper quickly reported the news. The war is over, and it ended with Qin Jun's complete victory. Qin people are very happy. Everyone in Xianyang is very happy. The people of Qin were very bold and took out his wine for everyone to drink for free. People all walked onto the street and cheered, seeing soldiers throw them up. To match the atmosphere, the military band is also involved. They played triumphant music. At the same time, the airship flew onto the city of Xianyang, throwing a lot of colored ribbons. Qin state cheered everywhere. The war is over. Qin state was victorious. Cheers. 392 The passive Zhao kingdom. A sea of cheers in Qin state. The victory of the war has greatly encouraged the people. Moreover, the prestige of Zhengfu follows the victory of the war. There is a huge improvement. Shang Wen, Wang Jian, Wai Liao and others took an open carriage to accept the cheers of the crowd. With the arrival of Shang Wen, the cheers of Qin people reached a high level. To commemorate this day, Shang Wen also prepared a firework show. Moreover, on this day, the state of Qin cancelled a day curfew. Because of the fireworks, the gates will not be closed for a day. At night, people gathered on the huge square inches front of the Xianyang Palace. King Qin watched from the top of the city gate. The first is the firework bomb. Fireworks shells were first used to connect the ground and the sky. In the need of the victory celebration, the Heavenly Army took a large number of fireworks bombs as a cheer for the festival. After King Qin waited for the distinguished guests to sit down, the firework show begins. The first is that the firework bombs lift off one by one to explode the colorful petals. The people have never seen anything like this. They came after seeing a firework show in the newspaper. People are very surprised. Even King Qin didn't know that his country still had this thing. Those ministers were also exposed to such things for the first time. Wang Jian was very familiar with him, and was whispering to Qin Wang. While Liu's and Shang Wen inquired about the principle of this firework bomb. The people don't care about it. They just raised their heads and watched one after another fireworks bombs go to the sky. Some people from the 6 nations were amazed while watching. Yin was watching with the concubines of King Qin from behind. She knows this idiot always hides something. Planned to find an opportunity to search all the things Shang Wen is hiding. Han Xiu was dressed as a South Korean envoy dressed in men's clothing. She felt that Qin Go had more and more novel things. It's been so long. She didn't even know that Qin State still had such a thing. Same as Han Xiu. The Queen of the Moon Kingdom was specially invited to participate in the victory celebration of the victorious country. She saw the sky full of fireworks. I feel how unfortunate it is for my country, especially my father, to fight against such a country. After the fireworks are played, there will be a large number of fireworks displays. Fireworks form a huge wall of fireworks. It makes the people very strange. Watching the grand fireworks show, the mood of the people is very stretched. The son of Qin State is like this firework, changing endlessly. Show off beauty. Under Qin's cheers, the night seemed uneasy. It is different from Qin's cheers. Zhao Guo is in a hurry. Wang Zhao didn't know why. Women all over the country are protesting and demonstrating. They do not cook, wash, or weave for their men. Instead, they gathered on a large scale to protest. Anyone can protest against his own army. Even the princesses began to participate. Wang Zhao was so angry that he couldn't wait to burn Handan on fire. The army is also helpless with this group of women marching. They cannot fight or disperse, can only watch. If you stop, will soon be overthrown by those women. It's not a bite. Just step on a foot fiercely. The soldiers had never encountered this before. Not only that, the men of Zhao have been very honest these days. They dare not talk about the topic of women. Even Zhao's courtyard was closed. All those women went to participate in the demonstration. The men can only stare blankly. Don't cook any food. The men finally knew that they couldn't live without a woman. This is the domestic situation. Zhao Jun is not having a good time. Li Mu had to stop his attack on Yan State. Began to turn into a defensive state. A large number of troops were slowly transferred back to the original station for defense. Qin Jun's activities are very frequent. This is what they got when they explored the horse. Moreover, when I got news from the newspaper that Qin was about to hold a large-scale exercise, Li Mu began to withdraw gradually. The Qin Jun's exercise is still in the planning stage. Frequent mobilization is only the beginning of reorganization activities in the military area. They want to reorganize the original army into divisions, although the military rank system has spread to them. But some tactical essentials are not in place. Qin State used this exercise to rectify. It can be said that there are no two mistakes. Zhao Jun knew that Qin Jun had so many tricks. They are very wary of this powerful army. Frequent mobilization, coupled with exhaustion of the soldiers, especially their food is not much, was compressed again and again. This led to frequent robberies. Even some military officers acquiesced to this behavior. Zhao Wang's order and a large number of newspapers were placed in front of Li Mu's eyes. Li Mu was shocked. Qin's newspaper even reported that his army violated laws and disciplines. Li Mu didn't even know anything about it, so he made an unannounced visit. Sure enough, there is such a thing. And there are many more. In the army, there were women who looted the place and killed them to eat their flesh after Jianian. These things were seen by Li Mu with his own eyes. Li Mu gasped, "Is this still the army? It is simply a beast. Go. Call Sima Shang to come." Li Mu was anxious. "My army is short of food." He actually did something terrible and inhumane. He didn't expect it. His hands trembled a little. "General," Sima Shang said, arching his hands. "Sit down." Li Mu suppressed his inner irritation. Sad and angry, he told Sima Shang all what he had seen and heard. Sima Shang listened. "Can't believe it." After Li Mu nodded, Sima Shang drew out his sword angrily to kill the soldiers. Li Mu shook his head to be calm. "I'm afraid the whole army has this thing." Li Mu requested that Sima Shang secretly investigate the matter. "Be sure to investigate this matter thoroughly." Sima Shang walked away. Li Mu shed tears. "If it weren't for Qin's newspaper, I'm afraid Li Mu is still hiding it in the dark." He admired the new Prime Minister of Qin. "Dare to admit your mistakes, able to apologize personally." Li Mu also wanted to apologize. "I also want to win the support of the people." "But what is this?" "This is what the beasts do." "Can?" Li Mu had no sleep all night. The visit lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Sima Shang only checked some scum in the camp. "These people are amazing." There are only 50,000 horses in the camp. As many as 10,000 people participated. Moreover, with the transfer of some troops, such things are still happening. Li Mu just waved his hand after hearing this. "Signal it to go out." Li Mu didn't expect it. "What actually happened was bigger than I thought." "How to do?" Li Mu tortured his conscience. Lima's eyes were bloodshot. He hasn't closed his eyes for more than a day. Thought for a long time. Li Mu wrote several orders and passed them to Sima Shang. After that, Li Mu went to sleep in peace. He decided to atone for his sins, just like what the newspaper said. This is an atrocity if you watch its development numbly. That is to be with animals. He decided to save his army. 393 Conflict. Zhao State is in a passive state. Qi State is not good either. Qi State owned Gixia Academy. The old scholars in the academy have long been discussing things in the newspaper. It's just newspapers that can't be brought to light. Why? Because they think the newspaper is very vulgar. The content of newspapers is basically in the vernacular, without classical Chinese. It's basically something for the masses, especially some stories published in newspapers. In order to reflect the truth, newspapers naturally use first-person language to describe, and the subjects of the interview were soldiers, especially cowboys with revolvers. They can't speak so succinctly. So, a series of swear words came out. This is because the reporter deliberately cut a lot, but some places cannot be deleted. That's all. This culture was published in the newspapers. Such a crude culture, especially liked by the people of the 6 countries. Whenever I read a bad language, the people laugh disapprovingly, and those literati rarely put down the air and mingle with the people. They still consider themselves to be the first-class people. This kind of crude culture is naturally not subject to literati, especially the welcome inside Gixio Academy. But the newspaper stuff, he is too strange. And there are always some reports above, something you don't know. These old scholars also study, but always research in private. Never get it on the bright side, because I am afraid of ridicule. News published in newspapers, especially events that happened one after another. It makes these people who like to soak in books feel very uncomfortable. Zhao Jun's crimes. You can only make them chuckle. Say a few words that you don't understand. But their women's demonstrations and the behavior of Princess Qin make them think even more. The roughness of the Qin people. Civilization remains here. Civilization has always been with them. They think so. But in fact, it has been infected by the newspaper culture of Qin State. The people learned about Zhao Jun's atrocities through newspapers. Once a war breaks out among civilians, The most traumatized are the civilians. They are well aware of the pain of the military disaster. They began to sympathize with Yan people. Perhaps it was their own experience that resonated with them. Then there was a demonstration by women. This caught the people of Qi by surprise. They don't know why the women are demonstrating. They are more difficult to understand. What rights do women want? And Qin's female Xing is the same as Zhou's. They especially like to know how the Qin women live. When the man is reading the newspaper, they tend to overlook some things. For example, words such as female officer, female Jingcha, female secretary and so on. They thought this was normal, but it became a huge topic in the ears of Qi women. In their slack time, intense discussions. How can a woman be an official? If this is in charge of a group of men, then the man is not ashamed to die or something. Their topics are getting more and more outrageous. This is also an important evidence of their rich imagination. But when China Women's Daily appeared, they opened their eyes more and more. The image of Yinu in China Women's Daily suddenly became taller among these women, especially the issue of firing a gun at Yan Guo's woman. Let them see, women are no longer weak. China Women's Daily mainly focuses on some female topics, especially the life of the daughter of Qin. For example, the press will regularly interview some professional women. The first one is Yinu. Although there are no photos, but from the question and answer, Qi country women care more about her. Although the Qi women did not break out in demonstrations, their actions made Qi men unbearable. They demand the same status as men. So every family started quarreling at night. The chaos started in the Qi family. The chaos in Qi's family is nothing. The most chaotic thing is the government of Qi. The ministers asked for the victory to step down. The latter victory is to send troops to prevent him from seeing King Qi. Not only that, he also severely rebuked the ministers for deceiving the crowd. The ministers immediately fought back. For a time the two sides fought in a melee. Although Jixia Academy is not troublesome, they can't pretend to be invisible. They began to discuss this matter. There are still some people in Confucianism who are more enlightened. They think that Qin is relatively tenable in humanitarianism. But most people think Qin is still a rough country. Judging from their recent feminist movement, how can women be like men? Then women are the same as villains, cunning and changeable. As he said, he began to throw out a lot of examples of disaster to the country and the people. From Xiaji to Dij, everyone is attacking Qin's rudeness. Jixia Academy has always had a heated debate. This is how the struggle within Confucianism began, and everyone else just watched. They are not involved, because they still haven't read that many newspapers. The debate is fierce. They all read the newspaper behind closed doors, especially some farmers, miscellaneous families and the like. They are more concerned about the development of science and technology in Qin. But the above only mentions the name, so I won't mention the details. For example, something called cement appeared in Qin state. They have never understood what this thing is. There is also the dinosaur story mentioned in the Financial Express. Does this thing really exist? And it's still a huge creature 65 million years ago. These are all unintentional actions by Yingyu to expose her own happiness. But I didn't expect it. These things caught the attention of the last pragmatic literati in Jixia Academy. They have more and more questions. Interest is growing. Some of them began to discuss privately to leave Qi, go to Qin state. They want to find out. This is a major knowledge boundary. With his pragmatic attitude, Qin state absorbed the last scientific and technological talents of the warring states period. The situation in Qi is a bit chaotic. The army ahead didn't know what to do, and Zhao Jun was in a defensive state. Moreover, their people are almost gone. On my own side, I don't know why it just doesn't move. No one knows the reason. At home, he was clamoring to see King Qi. The latter victory is a strong obstruction. Even if I met, the two sides also had a scolding war. King Qi disappeared soon. Qi state was in a hurry up and down. Compared with Qi, the situation in South Korea has improved somewhat, and tending to be consistent. That is to take refuge in Qin. and to take refuge in Qin wholeheartedly. All this was said by Han Xiu, borrowed from Zhang Liang's memorial. Qin state is currently fully digesting a huge piece of land. They have no intention of going east. Moreover, the newly appointed Prime Minister has no intention of moving east. If South Korea takes the initiative to show good hitchhiking in the reform of Qin's new Prime Minister, South Korea will be prosperous and strong. For the next move, Han Xiu needs to test the attitude of the domestic minister and Han Wangan. Only by knowing their attitude can we take the next move. Trading. 394 Defeating the Yuuzhan people. Unlike the fierce diplomatic and public opinion struggle in the East, the war situation in the West seems a bit boring, and it's extremely boring. The Mengwu ministry's rapid westward strategy allowed him to quickly break out of the Yuuzhan people's actual control area and do not understand the enemy's situation, let them enter blindly. In fact, as early as when they marched to Dunhuang, they had already fought against the Yuuzhan people. It's just that they don't know. The situation at that time was that a cavalry regiment of the Qin army made a large-scale attack on a larger tribe of the Yuuzhan people. The battle ended in rumbling cannons and intense gunfire. Because there is not much difference between Shi people and Yuuzhan people. In fact, they couldn't see it. They thought this was a tribe of the Shi people. There is nothing. It didn't attract their attention at all. Soon, the Yuuzhan people also entered the huge team of prisoners of war. The Qin people didn't know anything about it. The location at that time was almost the present Dunhuang area. Qin Jun fought all the way. The tactic used is the coordinated combat of artillery and cavalry. The cavalry made a sneak attack and the artillery provided fire cover in the rear. This tactic was very successful. The cavalry of the Qin army succeeded frequently in sneak attacks. The cavalry gradually developed a fierce tactic. That is the chaos caused by a large-scale offensive with rockets, and they rushed in quickly and boldly to carry out quick killings. Then the backward waved the saber in his hand and killed all those who tried to resist. This is a tactic of concentrating your fists and rushing with all your strength. His significance is that he smashed the weak defenses of a few nomads at once before forming a new resistance. They were disintegrated. The cavalry of the Qin army marched madly. They finally entered the gate of Xinjiang. After facing the Tanshan Mountains once, they began to divide their forces, then began to enter Xinjiang. A cavalry regiment of the Qin army moved slowly forward under the banner of the army with the word Qin written on the black side, followed by their artillery troops, light horse artillery, and a complete rocket bomb. Just when they were walking on a place where there was still yellow sand and fine soil with some snow on it, suddenly a dark and oppressive army appeared in front of them. The captain of the cavalry received a report from the scout. The number is estimated to be around 30,000. The Qin army had only 3,000 in a cavalry regiment, plus the artillery battalion behind. The total number is less than 4,000. Unusual disparity in military strength. This is the first frontal confrontation since the Qin army's large-scale rapid advance. The army opposite is Yuuzhan. They were bewildered by the series of attacks by the Qin army. Moreover, the Qin army's tactics were very harsh, which made them very uncomfortable. So they retreated all the way to the territory of Xinjiang. Can't retreat here. If they retreat, the grassland they depend on for survival will be gone. Their cattle and sheep will have no pasture, and they will perish completely. It can be said, this is a battle for survival. Their nomads discovered this Qin army. They quickly summoned all the men to join the battle. They disdained the kind of sneak attack by the Qin army. What they want is a warrior-like battle. Fight head-on. The captain of the cavalry ordered an attack formation. The artillery began to arrange artillery positions. The captain of the cavalry watched with binoculars, then smiled contemptuously. A bunch of idiots. The cavalry shook their heads and watched the opponent's men and horses slowly press over. Ordered the artillery to equip grenades. Arrange the rockets back and tell them to fire intensively at 1,000 or 200 positions in front of us. Hit all the rockets. All the others are ready for battle. The cavalry commander continued, gave the order. The opponent is still moving forward. They need a suitable distance to attack. This distance is 1,000 steps. Before this distance, usually they let the horses trot. Then after reaching this distance, Attack again. The Qin army's cavalry regiment commander calculated this distance accurately. His idea is very simple. That is to use a rocket attack to defeat the opponent's formation. Then, the artillery shot quickly. Finally, perform a rush. At the end of the battle, although the number of people on his side was small, the result may not necessarily be lost. The Yuuzhan cavalry entered within 1,500 steps. Some of them can't bear the excitement in their hearts. They want revenge. 1004, 1003, 1002. It's this distance. The cavalry commander swung down his saber decisively. The rocket began to roar. The dust that lifted up drowned the rocket launcher. Boom boom. The rocket roared. The Yuuzhan cavalry who was about to launch an attack suddenly entered a sea of flames. They still don't know what's going on. It's just a mess. Then the artillery began to fire violently. The grenade hits one round after another. The artillery's shot was over. The cavalry immediately roared and launched an attack. The mutual cooperation has reached a very tacit understanding. Under such a blow, Yuuzhan's approach to warriors gave Qin Jun room to play. The Yuuzhan people were intensively killed by rockets. Many people were blown up. The formation is very confused. The horse was frightened, because they have not been trained so loudly. Not like Qin Jun. After picking the horses, the horses were specially placed in front of the artillery positions and were baptized with loud noises. They can only enter the training phase when they are used to it. The lethality of cold weapons lies in the dense formation. The dense formation has become the best target for rockets. The formation fell apart. The cavalry of the Qin army has its abilities. Their cavalry is deployed in battalions. It's like three sharp knives, ruthlessly rushed to the scattered formation. The guns in their hands are equipped with shotguns. This kind of bullet is so powerful that it is a face when it hits it. As everyone knows, this is for later generations to use shotguns to hit rabbits. And now, they like to use this bullet against their enemies. One shot passed is a big piece. Several shots passed, and almost no one could stand. In this way, the Qin army was like entering an uninhabited state, and no one stopped them. Then they return quickly, draw out his own saber and attack those who are still stragglers from behind. The saber is as simple as cutting a steak. Cavalry recruits usually like to chop their heads. That is the best training method. The veterans play at will. The war became a slaughter. Qin Jun became the only protagonist on the stage. The living Yuuzhan people can only leave the battlefield as soon as possible, and those who were injured, who were still alive and did not know what was going on, became the targets of Qin Jun's hunt. Puff! A Yuuzhan head was chopped off by the cavalry captain. Ha ha! The cavalry captain returned to the horse beautifully. Then he picked up the bloody head with the saber in his hand. The battle is over. The cavalry regiment commander yelled. From the beginning of the war to the end, an hour passed. 395 cut. The Qin state's war against Yuuzhan went very smoothly, but their weapons and ammunition were extremely depleted. They are far away from the base camp of Qin state. Coupled with the use of weapon advantages to make up for the disadvantages of troops, makes their ammunition consumption faster and faster, and their supply line is still far behind their offensive speed. There is no way. They can only stop temporarily, wait for the people behind. The Qin army had to stop because of the consumption of weapons and ammunition, and a lot of people are rushing forward behind. Some of them are immigrants, some are expeditions, and some security companies are exploring and making a fortune. In short, such a mixed army is moving towards them. Supply issues will be resolved as they develop the site. The people of Qin were busy immigrating, but Li Mu made an amazing move. In order to save the reputation of Zhao Jun and maintain the sense of honor of the soldiers, Li Mu invited a large number of people from Yan country. Most of them came reluctantly. In addition to the people of Yan state, there are also reporters from Qingo News. These reporters are active in the 6 eastern countries. They recorded everything they saw and heard. They desperately sent the manuscript, because their remuneration is tied to the manuscript. If there is a sensational manuscript, the reward is very optimistic. For this, many people are willing to join the ranks of reporters. They began to seek themes that everyone liked in order to cater to the public. such as Western Cowboy series. Li Mu reads the newspaper every day. Although it is Kin's newspaper, it contains a lot of content, and very timely. This is also his awareness of the role of newspaper media. He hopes to use newspaper reports to promote Zhao Jun's positive image. This image requires a painful decision, that is to admit and correct. He wants to learn from Shang Wen's actions to save Zhao Jun. Qin Guo's reporters are not many, mainly because time is too short, but fortunately they are reporters from several mainstream media, such as Financial Express, China Women's Daily, Feiba and other reporters, because they have huge human resources to collect news materials from various countries. Lima's face was pale, because this problem has troubled him for a long time. But when he made up his mind, he was a little relaxed. The reporter also noticed this detail. They felt that the general was doing a difficult move. Li Mu stood on the high platform, said to the people of Yan State and a large number of assembled soldiers. To the elder Yan, I, Li Mu, want to announce one thing here. This thing. Li Mu choked a little, but he continued. This thing is that I, Lima's inadequate control, caused the people to commit heinous crimes. I admit they robbed Yan Guo's father and elders because of food problems, and also robbed your wives and daughters. And they killed them. I've eaten. Li Mu finished this sentence almost tremblingly. Li Mu Gang finished speaking. Yan people began to curse. Beasts, not humans. You Zhao Jun should all die. Go and die. People of Zhao Kingdom. They cursed, and Zhao Jun soldiers obviously knew about this. Some people looked at Li Mu disapprovingly. The soldiers who were guarding the Yan people shouted loudly at the Yan people. Everyone is quiet. Li Mu raised his arm and said. Everyone was quiet for a while. For what happened, I can only apologize to the old folks and the father of the country. I ask for your forgiveness. After speaking, Li Mu actually bowed his head to the old people of the country on the stage. General, Zhao Jun soldiers still love this general. Seeing their general kneeling, they also knelt down. The people of Yan are obviously still immersed in hatred. Damn thing. Not even a dog. Cannibalism. I killed you. A Zhao Jun soldier said he wanted to shoot. Stop it. Li Mu raised his head and shouted. All Zhao Jun stepped back 100 steps. Li Mu knelt and ordered. Zhao Jun, who was in custody, reluctantly backed away. Come here. Bring up those who committed crimes. Li Mu was still kneeling. Sima Shang wanted to step forward and help. Li Mu refused. Wow! A large group of black and crushed soldiers escorted a tied Zhao Jun soldier to the open ground. These people are all robbers of food. Jianian robs women and cooks their flesh. I, Zhao Jun, have such a scum. It is my Lima's mistake. Again, I, Li Mu, apologizes to all the fathers and elders. Li Mu severely knocked 3 heads. Come here. These 3,572 people are all beheaded to show the public. Li Mu finished his order, but still kneeling towards the people of Yan State. No one from Yan State spoke, but watched quietly. General number. They are all Jing sharp in my Zhao army, as well as General Wang. He has done a great job. They can't be cut. Many lieutenants. Zhao Jun knelt and said pleadingly. All retreat. Li Mu shouted. Everyone is not talking. Cut. Li Mu shouted. General, you can't kill me. A tied officer called. With a scream, a soldier cried and chopped off his head. This officer is still the soldier's veteran superior. Puff. Puff, puff. The soldiers cut off the knives in their hands one after another. Some people did not start, because I really can't do it. Kicked away by the inspector on the side. He personally slashed. Come here. The ranks of the army. Li Mu shouted. Boom. The snare drum rang. 5,000 Zhao Jun stood on both sides with clubs. At the end of them stood a large group of soldiers. They were not tied up. They were just being watched by themselves. These people are all the people involved. They are their accomplices. The death penalty is unavoidable, but the living sins are inevitable. This army stick formation, after the fortune telling, you can tell. You can't live it. Do it. Li Mu ordered. The group of Zhao army soldiers panicked. They knew that the army was so powerful. Basically, none of them could pass, and they used to have 100 people. It is now a large array of 5,000 people. This is simply terrible. Some faithful people started to rush, but a wailing came and disappeared. Chaos beat him to death. The state of death made these soldiers feel terrified. But the soldiers who were in custody used spears to drive them into the army. The wailing sound kept coming. The soldier Zhao Jun called was terrified. The body was dragged out continuously, and because he couldn't walk 50 steps, he was killed. The piled-up corpses couldn't make it through. But the people of Yango looked at all this very calmly. They saw the death of those enemies who had robbed their property and robbed their wives and daughters. I felt very happy. Good fight. Kill these beasts. Yang Oren began to vent his curse, and Kingo reporter has never seen such a big battle. Some of them have forgotten the record. 396 Li Mu, General Justice. The reporters were shocked by the cruel criminal law in front of them, and even the Qin army, who is known for his toughness, would be shocked by this execution. The heads of more than 3,000 people were chopped off in a short time. That's not counting. Approximately 6,000 to 7,000 officers and men were pushed to the 5,000 staff. If the implementer can't make heavy moves, he will be pulled out by the stern inspector and beaten to death. The officers and soldiers of the Zhao army who passed by were beaten to death within 50 steps. His death was very cruel. Their heads were smashed, and their sex was all over the floor. Otherwise, the whole body is bruised, and the punished Zhao Jun soldiers move forward. He was beaten to death with a stick without too many steps. In short, few people can get to the position of 100 steps. Even if it can come, they will also not be able to go to the end, because of the formation of 5,000. It looks unusually large. Reporters suspected that Li Mu had no plans to let them continue to live. Journalists began to associate honor and sense of justice with this general who has an iron fist in defending military discipline. It's not just reporters who think so. Those onlookers of Yan State also began to be deterred by Li Mu's harsh methods. They believe Zhao Jun will definitely not commit any crimes, because the end is here. The bodies of many Zhao Jun soldiers who were killed were dragged into the open space. The angry people of Yan State stepped forward and cast aside. But Li Mu watched. Many soldiers of the Zhao army stepped forward and blasted the people of the Yan kingdom first, and even killed them. But they were all stopped by Li Mu. This is what they deserve. Those who use such cruel methods against their compatriots will never get any good retribution. Even after death, they will be spurned by the people. And looking at the angry people of Yan country, Li Mu was holding back the tears in his eyes. Li Mu wanted to cry, but couldn't cry, because they did things that soldiers shouldn't do. They cannot be counted as soldiers. He was crying inside. After all, the dead are the brothers who fought side by side with him. These people, Li Mu can even say their names. But now, they are all being spurned after death. Can he not feel bad? As the commander, the general is not strict with his subordinates. He has been committing such heinous crimes with his subordinates. As the commander, he has the responsibility of failing to supervise. He broke 100 army sticks by his army staff. Come on. Execution. Li Mu looked at almost. He began to punish himself. Perhaps in Li Mu's heart, only in this way can we feel better. But the officers and generals were frightened by Li Mu's sudden orders. Broken 100 army sticks. 100 army sticks are to be interrupted. This is not something ordinary people can bear. Even if it was lucky to survive, it was also disabled and paralyzed in bed. All the generals knelt down, begging Li Mu to take back the order. The soldiers below were just shocked by such cruel criminal law, and could not react to Li Mu's orders for a while. But seeing the actions of his superiors, they all knelt to the ground all of a sudden, begging Li Mu to withdraw the order. The people of Yan State watched silently. Execution. Li Mu said as he pushed away all the generals and took off his armor tops. Accept the criminal law with the upper body. However, two law enforcement soldiers stood there blankly. They didn't dare and couldn't do it. I said execution. Are you deaf? Li Mu shouted loudly. General, you can't be a general. That's right, General. You are in the country of Zhao, and the country of Zhao can't live without you, General. I also hope that the General will consider Zhao more, General. The generals knelt down and pleaded. Go away. Execution. Li Mu shouted. The generals knelt and dispersed. 2 soldiers came forward with tears. They closed their eyes and waved the sticks in their hands. The club was lifted high, but lightly hit Lima's back. Come here. Pull these 2 down and beat them with 20 army sticks. Li Mu commanded loudly. However, the 2 soldiers knelt down and kowtowed as if they were relieved. They really can't do it. 2 more soldiers were replaced. The same is true. The 2 were also beaten with 20 army sticks. Li Mu called out Sima Shang to execute his sentence. But Sima Shang just refused to kneel. The entire army of Zhao Jun was crying, begging Li Mu not to accept the criminal law. At this moment, something unexpected happened. All the people of Yan State fell to their knees and begged Li Mu not to accept the criminal law. They shouted, our enemies are avenged by the general. The general's righteousness should not be so. Please do not accept the criminal law. Zhao Jun then all shouted, General, we will never dare anymore. If we commit another crime without the general's hands, we will cook ourselves. All the soldiers cried and cried. Sima Shang saw this situation and, like Li Mu, knelt in the direction of the people of Yan State. Heavy kowtow. And all the generals, the soldiers followed suit, kneeling to beg their forgiveness. The people of Yan State may have seen their grievances have been avenged, or they may have seen a general with a sense of justice stand up for them. They were really sorry. Just did this. Kneeling like this twice immediately swept away Zhao Jun's crimes. They were forgiven. Also forgiven. They had a shameful page, but they have a better future. They knew they were wrong, and try to correct it again, although it is because of a person's actions. But he represented that Zhao Jun's inner world was not all evil. They also had good virtues. This incident temporarily passed like this. Qin's reporters picked up their pens one after another, very objectively praised Lima's move. As the flying news reporters said, General Li Mu, with his own military honor, saved an army that was on the verge of losing control. They are bloody and cruel that ordinary people can't understand. They not only robbed local property and food, but even ate their wives and daughters. This way of losing people's behavior, it can be said that as long as it is human, it will attack them, and their fate will definitely not be much better. However, General Li Mu saved them. Saved their inner things. We can't describe it, but they were pulled back by the bottom line held by General Li Mu. This is a real soldier. I believe that I am afraid that the general that Qin can take out may only be General Wang Jian. When compared to what I did today, Lima's general is superior in military honor and character. He is a good general. We Qin soldiers should learn from him. General Li Mu. Good job. For such an evaluation, it should be very high. Many reporters have come into contact with Qin Jun's operations. But Qin's battles have always been smooth, and there are few problems. But Li Mu faced an unimaginable predicament for Qin Jun. The pressure not only comes from the outside, but also from the inside. Faced with such a dilemma, the general still stood firm. It is not easy. 397 Mary has a little lamb. Reporters from Qin State are sending their manuscripts back to Qin State via QAMR. Let the people of Qin understand what Li Mu did. The people of Qin appreciate heroes. Those heroes are not necessarily combat heroes. A hero is a unique quality that guides people in that direction. Qin's domestic development is very good. Qin State's new town has already begun to sell almost. Some areas are reserved for future development. In the new city, several street center parks and squares have been established for an unprecedented time. In order to facilitate the use of people in their leisure time, in Xianyang City, Qin State began to use the first bell tower. This clock tower is different from human hands. He is completely mechanical. In other words, this is a mechanical clock. The bell tower was remodeled in the bell tower of Xianyang South City. A clock dial is as big as a clock tower. The disc is made of iron plate, and the hands have hour and minute hands. The 12-division system is still adopted. 24 hours a day. Strike the whole point at every hour, and strike the bell every half an hour. The bell is loud. It can be heard all over the city. This is to remind people that time is very precious. The appearance of a large clock tower means that Kin's concept of time is getting stronger and stronger. Some factories began to order clocks, so that way the small size of the clock will no longer be a problem. Moreover, the factory needs this kind of clock very much, because the working time of the workers is very vague and there is no standard. The ambiguity in time caused a headache for those factory owners. Workers either leave early or arrive late. The two parties often have disputes over this. But now the time has come. Everyone has a unified standard. No one suffers. Compared with the clock, Shang Wen appeared to be somewhat idle. Because the state of Qin has made a series of moves recently, making the Six Nations a mess, especially the distribution of newspapers. Qin State grasped the tongue of the people of the Six Nations. What did the people of Qin State say? The people of the Six Nations can only listen, but cannot speak. They have no paper, no printing technology and equipment. This is a rare idol. Shang Wen also settled down to relax. Qin's newspapers are very developed, but no one has published a book yet. This has to be promoted. Books alone are not enough. The means should be varied. Shang Wen suddenly felt that his office was quiet. Quiet is terrible. Shang Wen smiled slightly. One thing is missing. Sound. Although Qin's technology has far surpassed the level of development of the 6 countries, but still no one can keep the voice. Shang Wen once gave AI a drawing about a phonograph, but I don't know why it has not been developed. Are there any technical problems? Shang Wen thought. In fact, AI has done research. He believes that this machine is not practical at all. Instead of studying this, it is better to study useful. That's all. The question of voice being retained was delayed for a long time. Now Shang Wen suddenly discovered this problem. Decided to solve it myself. After all, life without music is boring, and it's good to play music while working. Shang Wen first invented the carbon microphone. This is a very important sound device, and then Shang Wenming made a machine consisting of a large cylinder, a crank, 2 small metal tubes and a template according to the drawings. This is the phonograph. It was also built by Shang Wen according to the original Edison version of the year. Shang Wen has seen a copy of this weird machine in the museum, so I was very impressed. Therefore, sometimes Shang Wen can explain it in detail to those craftsmen. The craftsmen just did what Shang Wen said. As for what to do, they can only ask casually. But Shang Wen replied cheerfully, I want to make a machine that can keep the sound. Shang Wen said confidently. Everyone was shocked. Shang Wen also asked with a smile, do you believe it? Shang Wen asked. Everyone nodded. Since Shang Wen came, great changes have taken place in Qin State. Everything that is impossible is possible. People have begun to believe that everything is possible. Why? Because of flying in the sky. It was not there before. Shang Wen took what he asked to make. Go back and install. Some people from the Qin country followed immediately. They want to see what the Prime Minister of Qin wants to do. Shang Wen is also very enthusiastic about this. Invite them to wait outside the door, because the yard is already full of tents and many civil servants are working inside. There are so many curious people who can't let go. Shang Wen took out a piece of tin foil, wrapped it on a metal cylinder engraved with spiral flutes, shook the crank, and sang the nursery rhyme to the small tube in front of the cylinder. Mary has a little lamb with a coat of fur like a snowball. No matter where Mary goes, it always follows. After singing, Shang Wen turned the cylinder back to its original place, replaced it with another small tube, and slowly shook the crank. At this time, a miracle happened. Mary has a little lamb with a coat of hair like a snowball. No matter where Mary goes, it always follows. The voice came out. The onlookers shouted in surprise. They opened their mouths in disbelief. Then they started cheering, and the Prime Minister was right. He kept his voice. So people began to turn the machine over and over again and make the sound of Mary has a little lamb, and she is covered with fur like a snowball. No matter where Mary goes, it always follows. Those who tried it personally began to talk about their experiences excitedly. and then happily flew up to tell the news to some people. And some people are also beginning to participate. Slowly the reporters of the newspaper started to learn about the news and came to participate. All people began to participate frantically. When the news reached Yinya's ears, it was already 2 hours after she heard the news. I knew that something new and weird about this idiot had appeared, so she hurried to get into the car to find Shang Wen. But there were people everywhere along the way, and everyone started scrambling to rush to Shang Wen's direction. They want to see this weird machine. This machine is capable of retaining the sound. This is incredible. People ran all the way and talked all the way. The road has been blocked and can't get in, because everyone is rushing there. Coupled with the construction of the new city, the carriage can no longer get in. Anxious Yin could only get off the car and walk. From behind, they can only step forward in time to let the crowd make way. When the people turned around and saw that it was Princess Wen Yang, they consciously gave up away. The newspapers, especially Bao, had already spread the story of the two of them all over the world. People are even speculating that King Qin did not know when he married the two of them. 398 Shang Wen is a fool. Yin walked under the channel that took the initiative to give way, and soon came to Shang Wen. And Shang Wen is replacing the third tin-foil tube. Shang Wen knew that all records in history were made of resin, but I haven't been able to find such materials yet. People's interest and enthusiasm have smoothed out the two tin-foil cylinders. Shang Wen just replaced the tin-foil tube. Yin stepped forward and slapped Shang Wen's shoulder fiercely. Pop! Everyone heard this crisp sound, and Shang Wen showed an expression of pain. If you don't tell me something new, it deserves it. Yin blamed. The people around covered their mouths and smiled. The close relationship between the two was seen in the eyes of the people around. Didn't I just figure this out? You came just right. I just installed it. You have it right. Shang Wen endured the pain and said, "How to use this thing?" Ying Yu asked. "When you speak to this, it will record your words. Then, I will play it back. You can hear your own voice." As he spoke, Shang Wen began to write. "Say it quickly," Shang Wen urged. "Me? What did I say?" Yinu asked. Facing the sudden action, Yinu was obviously at a loss. She suddenly didn't know what to say. "Hurry up," Shang Wen urged again. At this time, Yinu was already blushing. She really didn't know what to say. "Shang Wen is an idiot." "Idiot," Yinu said when he was anxious. When everyone around heard it, they burst into laughter. But then it occurred to him that this was a matter between a princess and the prime minister, and it quickly converged. Shang Wen was helpless. "I thought Yin would say something nice. Did not expect. It turned out to be scolding myself." "Forget it. Let her listen to it again." Shang Wen put the stylus back again. "Play the words that Yin said just now." The sound played. The first is Shang Wen's urging voice. "Say it quickly." "Me. What did I say?" Yin heard her own voice. "I feel very surprised, but I heard my own voice scolding Shang Wen. Shang Wen is an idiot." "Idiot." His face flushed suddenly. As for reporters, the people onlookers felt that the relationship between the two was very good. Yinya's scolding of Shang Wen is more like flirting between a pair of lovers. His face suddenly showed an ugly face that wanted to laugh but didn't dare to smile. They are princesses after all. When Yin heard her own voice, she also blushed. With that said, take down the tinfoil cylinder. Put it on again. If this continues to be put down, he is the prime minister. You can't be any more. More and more people are participating. People didn't disperse until dusk in the afternoon. However, this machine that can retain the sound has begun to spread in Xianyang. The spread of newspapers is very rapid. Plus what people have seen with their own eyes, as well as the details of the flirting between Dakin Princess and the Prime Minister at night. This has become a bedside conversation between sir and wife. All the people in Xianyang who got it were speculating about the future for the two of them. This news was first published in Chess and Horse News. King Qin also learned of this miraculous thing by reading the newspaper. King Qin reading newspapers has become the norm. because the content in the newspaper is more meaningful than those in the books. King Kin knew everything about the world without leaving his house, and it's more detailed than what you can learn by yourself. Reading the newspaper has become what King Kin must do every day. Not only that, King Kin also likes to read cowboy novels, although the writing is vulgar, but it is indeed the first novel of the Great Qin Kingdom, and it is all about fighting stories, which is very readable. King Qin loved it very much. But after King Qin learned that Shang Wen had developed a machine that could keep the sound, he ordered people to summon Shang Wen quickly and brought the machine over by the way. But thinking of that machine in case it breaks, wouldn't it be bad? Then went in person. At this time, Shang Wen and Yinu entered the house in a turbulent manner. Shang Wen didn't expect that people would be so enthusiastic that so many people would come to use it, and Shang Wen would demonstrate over and over again. Yinu was also happy and went into battle together. Result: the two could not stop the enthusiastic people. I couldn't lift my tired arms with pain. Shang Wen lay directly on the sofa, and Yinu, like Shang Wen, lay on the sofa. Hey! What is this? Yinu immediately got up and took the soap on the coffee table. This is the sodium carbonate obtained from Shang Wen after inspecting the glass factory. The purpose is to make some soap for washing hands and bathing. In order to add some smell, Shang Wen specially added some orange peels. In the morning, Shang Wen put the prepared soap on the coffee table to cool down. Unexpectedly, Yinu found this thing as soon as she lay down and turned her head to look at Shang Wen. Curiosity always makes people make some bold moves. Yinu is such a person. Well, it smells quite fragrant. It smells of oranges. I'll try it if it tastes good. Yinu took a bite while speaking. Shang Wengang heard Yinu's praise for the soap and did not relax. Just heard, "Bah, bah." Too bad. It's really unpalatable. Shang Wen quickly got up in fright. Hey, my Aunt Nainai. This is soap, which is used to wash your hands. Why did you take a bite? Shang Wen hurriedly poured water. Rinse Yinu's mouth. Bah, bah. How did I know? I thought it was Nai cheese. It was delicious. Who knows? Bah. Yinu vomited again. Shang Wen was speechless. It's all you. Don't say a word. Don't tell me anything. Yinu complained. Shang Wen said innocently. It's hard for me. The water comes. Yinu shouted. Yes. Yes. Shang Wen quickly took the water. Did not expect. Shang Wen had just made soap, and he was the first person to eat soap. Is it better? Yinu spit out a pool of water, and Shang Wen asked, good point, I'll let you taste what soap to eat. As he said, he picked up a piece of soap and stuffed it into Shang Wen's mouth. Shang Wen was caught off guard. Who knew that Yinu came to this hand? Humphrey, I don't want to say anything. It deserves it, Yinu said inwardly. And Shang Wen quickly took it out to rinse his mouth. Seeing Shang Wen busy back and forth, Yinu felt a lot of balance in her heart. You are too wicked. Don't ask me yourself. How can I tell you that you want to eat? Shang Wen said while gargle. Unscrupulous. Say it again. I hit you. Yinu threatened severely. Shang Wen ignored Yinu's mouth. Gargle. This Yinu started with no weight, so a piece of soap was squeezed into the victim's mouth. And I didn't know what I did suddenly. Hey, idiot. What are you talking about soap for? Yinu asked. Wash your hands, take a bath, and shower gel. It's the same as washing your face. Shang Wen said, for example. Oh, this thing is not bad. I accepted it with laughter. Yinu searched all the things on Shang Wen's coffee table at once. 399 natural resin. When Yinu was busy stuffing soap into his bag, King Qin pushed in. All of a sudden, Yinu was frightened. Father and father, Yingyu cried out in surprise. Shang Wen heard Yinu's cry. Before he could spit out the soapy water, he swallowed. The king. Shang Wen said quickly. But all of a sudden the stomach smelled of soap. Yeah. King Qin looked at Yinu, then turned his head to talk to Shang Wen. Yinu sticks out his tongue to Shang Wen. Sir, what smell? A smell of oranges. The smell is weird. King Qin noticed something strange. Oh, my lord, this is the soap made by the minister, used to wash hands and bathe. Shang Wen explained. Oh, take a look at it. She asked Shang Wen to show it when she wanted to. Helpless, Yin could only open her purse and take out the soap. It's really fragrant, no wonder it's called soap. This thing, I don't want to try it. Is the gentleman willing? King Qin asked. This is naturally willing, Shang Wen said. Shang Wen's stomach is very uncomfortable. The taste of swallowing this soapy water is really uncomfortable. Father, you can't eat this thing. Ying Yu hurriedly interrupted. Without a word, King Qin shook his head. Obviously, King Qin had already smelled the soap in Yin Yu's mouth. It seems that Yu has already tried it. That's right, Mr. Qin. I want to see it. The sound retaining machine mentioned in the newspaper. Can my sir show it again? King Qin asked. This is natural. This is natural. As he spoke, Shang Wen went to bring the phonograph over. My lord, this thing is called a phonograph. What you say, my lord, is sensed on this tinfoil tube through this vibration and burned. He can record your voice, my lord. The minister will demonstrate to the king, Shang Wen said. With that said, Shang Wen began to make a machine. All right, king, you can say a few words, Shang Wen said. That's right, father. Speak quickly, Ying Yu urged. King Qin turned his head and glared at Yin Yu. Yin Yu lowered his head. What did the widow say? King Qin asked. At this time, the sound has been recorded. Zhao Gao looked behind Qin Wang. Father, the recording has already started. Hurry up, Ying Yu said anxiously. Okay, I want to look at this phonograph. As soon as King Qin finished speaking, the drum stopped spinning. Master Wang, it's finished recording, Shang Wen said. What? The recording is over. The widow hasn't said it yet. Why is it over? King Qin asked. Chen Fang let the king listen to it, Shang Wen said as he put out the voice recorded just now. What did the widow say? Father, the recording has already started. Come on. Middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. Qin Wang looked at the machine in surprise and said his voice. My lord, it is the voice of my lord. Zhao Gao exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's the voice of a widow. This King Qin pointed to the machine in surprise. Mysterious. Really amazing. This thing is really a god, King Qin said happily. Speaking, King Qin turned to the gramophone. Touched by the way. Then he played it again under Shang Wen's cow. Then another piece of audio was recorded. Then put it over and over again. It was not enough to put it on his own, and he was even called Zhao Gao. The two played with the gramophone like children. Ying Yu watched the two people playing the phonograph with a stern smile. Mr. is really the #1 god and man in Darkin. After my sir came to Darkin, I have flying in Darkin. There are still iron horses pulling more than 100 people on the land. Now, this voice can be retained by my sir. True. I am the #1 god and man in the great Qin dynasty, King Qin said, admiring Shang Wen. Stay, my father praises you. Am not grateful yet. Yin is like guiding her sir to her sir. Hey, Q is rude. If you want to thank you, you still have to come to thank you, King Qin said quickly. The King Qin has been rewarded, Shang Wen said with his hands. Yin felt that Shang Wen's performance was fairly satisfactory. Actually, this phonograph has some shortcomings. For example, this tinfoil tube can only hold a short sound. Moreover, after repeated playback, it starts to disappear as the metal stretches. This is the biggest shortcoming of the phonograph at present. As he said, Zhao Gao suddenly knelt down. My lord, Zhao Gao deserves 10,000 deaths. King, the voice of the king, start, start. Zhao Gao begged for mercy in horror. Wang, this is the current shortcoming of the phonograph. After repeated playback, the memory of the tinfoil tube disappears. Therefore, a brand new material is needed to replace it, Shang Wen explained. Get up. The widow doesn't blame it. Didn't you listen to the sir? What kind of material problem is this? King Qin said. Thank you, Lord Xi King. Zhao Gao lied. Master, to solve this problem, resin material must be used. Only this material, made into a disc shape, can permanently preserve the sound, Shang Wen said. Oh. King Qin nodded. Zhao Gao, The widow remembers that Zong's father once gave the widow an eagle. It seems that it was made of what Mr. Qin said was made of resin. King Qin asked. Yep, the king remembered it right. It's an eagle. This thing was found in Qi state. Lu Xianggo made it with this thing. Zhao Gao answered carefully. Because this topic is a sensitive topic. King Qin mentioned it suddenly. Zhao Gao could only answer carefully. Oh, then Chen Ming sent someone to look for it. Shang Wen said, arching his hands. No need. The widow finds some resin to give to Mr. Qin. It is far better to leave it with Mr. Qin than to give it to Mr. Qin. King Qin said. Chen Xi Wang, said Shang Wen Shilian, thank you. With resin, many things can be done. For example, power generation. Resin is an excellent insulating material. The reason for the delay in the emergence of electricity is the material problem. Shang Wen could not find a suitable material to make the insulator. Now that you have resin, you can generate electricity. With electricity, will greatly improve the level of progress. Thinking of this, Shang Wen was happier than anyone else. He is very aware of the role of electricity. Sir, please get up soon. King Qin personally helped Shang Wen up. Afterwards, King Qin visited Shang Wen's residence. The furniture was too simple, and the space is a bit narrow. This made King Qin very surprised. How could a Prime Minister of Qin deal with state affairs here? This is too condescending. On the contrary, Shang Wen believes that this can greatly consolidate people's hearts. Moreover, after the development of the new area, it will not be too late to build another. This is just a temporary office location. After hearing this, King Qin was full of emotion. With such a prime minister, how could Qin not be strong? King Qin was willing to allocate funds to Shang Wen to build an office. But Shang Wen still declined politely. This money comes from the expenses of Zhengfu. Shang Wen declined again. King Qin was helpless, can only give up. However, he got to know Shang Wen again. This is not pretentious, nor is it ambition. 400 Mongolian policy. King Qin believed that Shang Wen was not the kind of person who was greedy for power. King Qin came to a conclusion when he first told the story of Rain Man through Shang Wen. Shang Wen is a kind of pursuit, which is rather illusory. But it is very rare for people to stick to themselves for this kind of pursuit. In Shang Wen's view, it was a Zhengfu expense to build an office space. This is very undesirable, because now the expenses of Zhengfu are extremely tight. Terribly nervous, Shang Wen believes that such a tight expenditure is very worthwhile. Because of low taxes, it will bring great prosperity to our country. The mercantilism of the year achieved commercial development under the circumstances of low taxes. And this will lay a solid foundation for Qin's capitalism. Sacrifice for such a solid foundation. Shang Wen thinks it is worth it. It's even very cheap, because Zhengfu expenses do not need to be that big. As long as the people are given enough zhu, their development path will surely go smoothly. After the visit, King Qin didn't say anything again. And Yin also left with King Qin. But when I left, I searched all the good things in Shang Wen. Even the phonograph was confiscated by Yinu. Shang Wen doesn't matter. That phonograph is originally something in the museum. Shang Wen doesn't care. There are better ones. This is the end of Shang Wen's leisure day. The next thing will be very busy. In the faraway Mengzu, the first state of Qin, people are straining to borrow money to buy land. With the establishment of the first state Zhengfu, the people strongly need Zhengfu to recognize the land in their hands, or the land they are about to buy. Because the land was shot down by Qin, the ownership is Qin's. Qin will sell the land at a very low price to a person who needs land. The land is huge. The smallest ones are all in 100 acres, and there is only one family farming. This is very tempting. The land is very wide, and they are all good places in the plains and valleys. Those plateaus, hillsides and deserts are not within this range. Among the bills that became land in the hands of the people, they drafted them themselves. They think it should be divided according to the country roads one by one. In this way, the fortifications are very complete, and the road traffic is very smooth. Therefore, a large tract of land is divided among the country roads. It is divided from 100 acres to 10,000 acres. Every family has their own fields. The larger ones also have their own pastures, not only for farming, but also for raising horses and raising cattle and sheep on a small scale. People's lives are improving. And all of this is due to bank loans. The prefecture Zhengfu welcomes the establishment of banks. Moreover, the state Zhengfu also borrowed a large sum of money from the bank, 200,000 gold. At the same time, as a mortgage, Zhengfu will mortgage a large amount of land to the bank. The land is too cheap. This batch of land plans allocated half of the states to banks. The income of Zhengfu comes from the procedures and sale of land. For this part, 30% of the prefecture Zhengfu is paid through the bank, and the rest is used for Zhengfu expenses. The prefecture Zhengfu will use this money to organize militias, build roads, and form schools. All of their practices are derived from Shangwen's exemplary role. They imitated bit by bit through newspapers to explore for themselves. Moreover, any matter, especially when allocating a sum of money, must be approved by the parliament. Thus, expenses are very public. The prefecture Zhengfu, in order to increase fiscal revenue, they will have to adopt an attitude of encouragement and support to attract a large number of civilians into the prefecture, because the prefecture Zhengfu has 10 years of taxation power. This is specially delegated by Shangwin. Originally this power belonged to Zongyang, but in order to control the newly occupied land, this power was temporarily granted to the local Zhengfu. The place Zhengfu understands what this power means. They abolished all tariffs in the state. This is to welcome more civilians to enter. As long as the civilians pay a certain amount of taxes, they can become civilians in the state. Enjoyed the rights enjoyed by all civilians in the state. In order to encourage the development of commerce, they established small towns at intersections of roads. The main roads, especially the roads leading to the western regions, developed very fast and gradually expanded in scale. They already had the size of a small city. The city, like the new city of Darkin, has no fortifications. The abolition of fortifications is not only a question of expenditure, but also that the people are gradually bringing the important business activities to the center. There are people going to the west to hunt for treasures everywhere. Expeditions, immigrants from 6 countries, military, security companies, etc. A large number of businesses began to enter, provide convenience for these people. This is why the small town has rapidly developed into a city. Regarding the defense and protection of the state Zhengfu temporarily handed these matters to the security company, which they thought was a very cost-effective thing. Zhengfu only needs to invest 10,000 gold. Many security companies will get involved. They train militias in the rear, and constantly search and drive out ethnic minorities in the front. Moreover, the private possession of the loot allowed a large number of cattle, sheep, and prisoners of war to enter the state. The farmers in the state also began to be like the masters of the land in Xianyang, and only cost 1.5 to get 2 slaves. Because there are so many slaves here, it costs a little money to ask the security company to take care of them and let them enter the land to work. Large-scale cultivation of wheat. The peasants are riding horses, carrying guns, and patrolling back and forth. For these slaves, the people of Qin and the 6 nations did not care at all. Even the people of the 6 nations were even more ruthless than the people of Qin. Because these people were nomads, they did not know how to farm at all, and being beaten became commonplace. In the eyes of the people of 6 nations, they are stupid than pigs. As long as there is something wrong, the whip and stick will greet you. Sometimes they hang up alive and beat them to death. Atrocities happen every day. The nomads rose up to resist. Suppression occurred every day. If it did not happen once, a large number of ethnic minorities would die. But soon new prisoners of war entered, and gradually this kind of bounce was less. The reason is that the security company personnel have begun to enter the Kilian Mountains and even today's Qinghai to capture prisoners of war, Qiang, Huns, Nuzan, and even some unknown tribes. Due to cultural and language differences, the struggle is fierce. They fight against each other, which provides an opportunity to reduce the repression by more than half, because the newly established state absorbed most of the slaves from the West. The price of slaves in Xianyang has gone up. The farmers in Xianyang looked to the north,